You're good to go, Marvin.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll call to order the September 2nd Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Dion, could you cue that up for us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Laura, could you please proceed with a roll call?
Yes. Adams. Blecka.
Present.
Garcia.
Present.
Haskett.
Present.
Hauser.
Here.
May.
Present.
Phillips.
Here.
Schaefer. Not yet. Touchton.
Yes.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair McDaniel.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Let's move forward to item number 2. We'll approve the minutes of the July 16th, 17th Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. First, I'd call if there are any edits or corrections to the minutes of those meetings, of those 2 days. If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes as written for the July 16, 17, 2020 Virtual Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting?
So move.
Commissioner Garcia, second.
Second.
I'm not sure who that was.
Commissioner Phillips.
Commissioner Phillips, thank you, Commissioner Phillips. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move now to agenda item 3, which is the consent agenda. Are there any modifications or corrections to the consent agenda, which will be addressed later as item number 25?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
I would like
Tuchman?
to remove. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'd like to remove one of the real estate items. I'm just going to identify it by number, but it's 19-029-Northwest. I'd like to remove that from the consent agenda.
Thank you. Any other corrections to the consent agenda? And Laura, could you mark that as being removed from the consent agenda, please?
Got it.
Hearing none, we will address that as item 25.1 as we move forward. We're moving on quickly here today. Agenda item number 5, or number 4, I'm sorry. Commissioner questions and comments. I'd open the floor to the commissioners for any feedback they'd like to provide to the public with regards to activities or other items since the last meeting.
This is Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Garcia.
No one else seems to want to start. I want to start by saying to Chair McDaniel, thank you. It's amazing how much more difficult I believe it is to be a virtual chair than to be a chair at a live meeting. So thank you. I want to begin by, first of all, saying, remember that it's Care for Colorado Week. And this is day 3, which is Trash Your Trash. I think that's a good way to start off our day. I wanted to begin with just a quick recap of just 3 things that I've done. I think Laura may have some pictures for me to show.
do.
if you could. I don't know if they're available, but I don't see Laura putting them up. So I'll go ahead. Here we go. Okay, I promised a picture of the pooch every year, and so that was the pooch. This is, that's the pooch. And so she is now learning to sail. And so that's what I've been doing. But also, I was involved with some of our Zoom programs through CPW, the Northeast Plains Deer Management Zoom broadcast was very, very successful. And then also the Southwest Deer Herd Management Plan. Randy Hampton put on a great program down there just recently. But this picture is from yesterday. And this is CPW doing electronic tagging of fish on the Fraser River, just a few minutes from where I am right now. And my wife and I joined them and spent the day catching and tagging a lot of very, very big trout and a lot of very, very small trout. So it was a wonderful day, and I want to thank John Ewert from Hot Sulphur Springs and a big crew from Glenwood Springs, all of the aquatic division people. There were 10 of them there, and we just had a great day. So for those of you who are tired of Zoom meetings and virtual meetings, I suggest you get out with our CPW people. You can notice that everybody's masked up and they're doing a very good job of being safe, but it's a great way to get out and spend time with our people and be outdoors and not feel like you zoomed your life away. So that's what I've been doing. One final item is everyone should have received a draft resolution that I sent out yesterday. And just a little bit of background quickly. This is a draft resolution that relates to Senate Bill 181 and the work of the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. Their rulemaking will be kicking off September 28th. I was contacted originally by David Nickham, Executive Director of Trout Unlimited. I want to thank him for reaching out to me and then started working with him and Bob Randall, who we all know, past Executive Director of DNR, now a lawyer, and in this case representing Trout Unlimited, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, the Colorado Wildlife Foundation or Federation, and the National Wildlife Federation. As we all know, the CPW has been working closely with the Oil and Gas Commission on this rulemaking process. And what I'm asking for, and will be asking for, and I'll move for a motion on this resolution at the end of the public comments later today. But what I'm asking for is the commission to express strong support for wildlife protection as we go through this process. So thank you. Sorry I took up so much time. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and thank you for bringing this resolution to our attention. Hopefully everyone's received that. If you have not, please kick an email to Laura so that you can get that for review here today. And as Commissioner Garcia outlined, after the discussion of this resolution during the public comment period by Mr. Randall, the commission will take this up for discussion and potential passing of this resolution at the end of the day. So thanks again for bringing that to us. Commissioner Adams. You might be muted, Commissioner Adams, because I don't hear you. Laura, can you see if, or Dion, why Commissioner Adams is not, we can't hear her?
Yeah, she's unmuted as far as her computer goes.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's go to Commissioner Hauser and we'll come back to Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Hauser.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer two things. One, it's nice to see all of you across the Zoom screen. I wanted to just comment or maybe perhaps commend CPW staff, leadership, and otherwise for what I think, and I certainly would invite the new commissioners to agree or disagree with this, with what I thought was a much improved, very well executed 2 days of physical distancing and all the things that we needed to put together in terms of protocol, new commissioner orientation at Chatfield State Park. That also included tours of both Chatfield and Roxborough State Park, which was also excellent. So I know how much goes into that, and just wanted to say thanks to the team. In addition to everything else, it was actually nice to quote see others in a in a small group. So thanks very much for that. I also just wanted to remark about the fires on the well, really all over the state. I certainly know that Executive Director Gibbs has been out and about using some of his many talents in wildland fire, addressing the wildland fires. It's been really scary, obviously, across the state and here in Glenwood Springs. I just also want to say that oftentimes sort of the fire crews and the hot shots and the big planes and all that we've been seeing go over certainly our house and our community get a lot of attention. But I also want to just say I saw dozens and dozens and dozens of Parks and Wildlife trucks and trailers assisting with getting animals to safety and just pitching in wherever they could. So I can't speak with any confidence about what that was. I just know that they were very present, kind of going up and down the roads and serving the ranching community out here on the Western Slope. So thank you very much to the team. I assume that's Northwest Region, and just wanted to commend that group. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Haskett.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to say it's hunting season, and we had our first frost last night, and it was a really good feeling after we've had a really long, hot, dry, dusty, smoky summer. And it seems like the smoke is dissipating finally, and that's a good thing also. I did participate in the Book Cliff Deer and Roan Elk webinar, and I also have a couple other things. Laura, do you have some slides for me?
I do.
Okay.
One moment here.
While she's doing that, I wanted to know if Director Gibbs used a Pulaski. Is that a Pulaski, Director Gibbs?
Actually, I use the McLeod mostly in a tool called the Rabbit, which is very similar to a McLeod.
Okay, the first one is the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, and I had the privilege of working with them for a week. I actually packed them into the high country here, but both CPW and GOCO fund some of this, and it was a real pleasure to work with these guys. There's teams of 8 everywhere they go, and they do anything from weed spraying to trail building to clearing trails, and they do a great job. This was the team that I packed in. And on the right, this is the trail that they were starting to build on the top, and then in the bottom was the finished product. And they did this over 5 days on 3 different trails, and it was amazing what they did. The next slide. And this was a CPW function called Cast, Blast, and Twang, and this was in Craig at the Wyman Museum. It's a really great event for youth. They teach them how to shoot a bow, how to shoot on the left, and on the bottom, how to fly fish. The Northwest Outfitters put on a meal for them also. And everybody there had a great time. We didn't have a huge participation, I think, this year because of COVID, but everybody there wore a mask. They all got to do things twice, which was even better. And they all had a great time, but it teaches our youth a lot about outdoors. And it was a fun event. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner May.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that has impressed me and has continued to help me as we begin this new job, as me as a new commissioner especially, is the importance of the staff. The staff has been immensely helpful to me. I've had many reach out to me and offer help, assistance, as I'm sure all commissioners do. But one thing that was really special to me was I was invited to go on the Pikes Peak sheep count on August 5th by Frank McGee, the area wildlife manager, and I spent the day doing that. And it was amazing to me what the staff goes through to actually document and to monitor what's going on with the health of herds, the sheep on Pikes Peak. And I had no idea that it was that intense, you know, and we ended up going over pretty rough terrain for me, for somebody coming from the treeless plains. But as I said, it was extremely helpful. One thing I did learn, if somebody like Frank sends out a memo and there are bold italics as a steep descent is going to be part of the hike, that should probably also be underlined, because steep descent was absolutely what it was. But it was a great day. Another thing, the orientation that we were able to participate in Chatfield was immensely helpful. And I know it was hard for staff to put that together. It's hard to get approval to be able to get all of us there in that one room, but it helped me tremendously. So that's all I had. Looking forward to today's meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me on this one?
We've got you.
Yes, I signed in on my phone. There's always a backup. There's always a workaround with technology. So I'm always appreciative of that. Thank you for circling back to me. I'm excited to briefly provide a few updates that I think will be relevant, hopefully, and useful for this group. So hold on, how do I make it do the show my present mode? So again, you know, I think I wanted to echo Commissioner Hauser's comments around our staff and volunteers as it relates to both the wildfires and the continued implications around COVID, especially with the start of the school year. I know there are increased demands on everyone's time. So those of you who are balancing parenthood and the responsibilities, just know that definitely I appreciate that above and beyond nature and culture that we have here at CPW. I also wanted to take a moment, and I'm sure Director Gibbs and others will speak on this, but building on the wildly important goal number 4 of the DNR on diversity and equity inclusion, I was really excited to see Governor Polis's executive order on diversity, equity, inclusion that not only talks about training, which we've talked about, but also talks about some of the components that I've brought up in previous meetings around the importance of transparency, accountability, and you know, moving beyond training to include and mandating that state agencies report on their progress on diversity, equity, inclusion. That there are also directives around our communications as it relates to language and disability. And in addition, again, talks about some of the contracting work and making sure that we're more equitable in the contracts that we offer. And so I was really excited about that. And it connects to a conference. I know there's a lot of text on this slide, so you'll have an opportunity to get this later, but I got an opportunity to participate in the Summit for Action, which was organized by Eco Inclusive and several other organizations here in the Denver, Colorado area. And there were 3 main sessions, and I got to serve on one of the equity and justice panels and talked about the work of the DNR and the wildly important goal number 4. And, you know, again, was able to speak to these issues around not only training and resources, but the real importance around having some accountability and transparency, not only at the organizational level, but at people's individual annual performance reviews, when we're talking about promotions and retention, recruitment, et cetera. So it was very exciting to have conversations around that. I was also very excited to see a very high number of CPW staff participating in these, and I would love to get together and have some debriefs around what we learned in the application to our work. There was also a session around queer and trans people of color and that intersection. So important to not only think about race and ethnicity, but the intersections, right? right? So being Black and trans, or Indigenous and queer, has different implications. So when we're thinking about our policies and procedures, when we're thinking about our healthcare benefits, when we're thinking about our mental health support, when we're thinking about our culture and what kind of language that we're using, I love that we're starting to use the word sports person and not just sportsmen or sports women. So we're being inclusive of our non-binary people here in Colorado, as well as our staff. And then the last one, and this is one that I'm really going to be starting to focus on myself as an area of growth, is around supporting and working with people with disabilities. And so even for this meeting, I'm wondering, do we have a signer? I know we do closed caption, which is wonderful, but how are we continuing to make sure that we're not only inclusive as it relates to race, gender, ethnicity, but also really serving people with disabilities? And I, again, commend our friends at Staunton State Park for the work that they do on the track chair program. But again, it's the only one in the state. So how can we continue to be leaders in being inclusive in not only our state parks, but even in our staffing and our volunteers? I've gotten an opportunity to go out and enjoy some of our beautiful state wildlife areas. I have my whole outfit now to get into the water, so I'm very excited to go into the middle of there and do the fly fishing stuff, and had the chance to meet some of the staff at Hot Sulphur Springs. Commissioner Garcia, my partner, lives up in Granby, so I come up there every other week pretty much. So I spend a lot of time out there. And then lastly, just wanted to share with folks that I have come to the end of my work at the American Institute for Research and took on a position as a policy director for Outdoor Afro. So I will continue to transition and build on the volunteer work that I've been doing for Outdoor Afro. Outdoor Afro is an organization where Black people and nature meet and lead. So we're not only talking about connecting people to the outdoors, but also issues of representation, meaningful participation, quality, being more inclusive in our storytelling, again, connecting to that fourth goal around our diversity and inclusion efforts for DNR. And then lastly, protecting and enhancing our lands and waterways. So very excited to continue to strengthen the relationship between Outdoor Afro and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as well as continuing to build on the relationships with Latinos Outdoors, Native Women's Wilderness, Queer Nature, and the many other organizations that are serving our communities of color throughout Colorado, so that we don't have to be on outliers anymore, but really have a seat at the table that we help to build. Thank you so much, and I look forward to our meetings today.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I want to second your comment with regards to the staff and the agency's response to COVID-19 and the fires. I just wanted to say deep appreciation and thanks to, I think, just the tremendous response of this agency. The unprecedented demand from our citizens here in the state of Colorado to utilize the parks, the forests, the wildlife, viewing and so forth, has put a real increased responsibility. And we've come up, and I say we, meaning you, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow, your staff, every officer in the field with regards to responding to that consumer demand this summer has just been tremendous. And I couldn't thank you enough for that. And those, continue to keep up the good work. It's great to have, more demand than you have supply. And I think that's kind of the situation we are in today. And our ability to cope with that and help the public through this crisis this summer is just really unprecedented. So thank you all very much. Before I turn it over to Executive Director Gibbs for his update, one other thing. I wanted to thank Commissioner Adams for her continued emphasis on folks with disabilities and the disabled. You've been a champion for that since you came on, and I very much appreciate you continuing to be that voice. Although this commission doesn't have statutory or regulatory authority over employment or procurement, we do have a unique opportunity with you, Executive Director Gibbs, to get those updates about those directives from the governor and what you're doing within the office. So we really appreciate you attending our meetings and being able to give us insight into how you're moving your agencies forward that are underneath your responsibility. So with that, I open the floor to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I'm glad to join you all this morning. And it's been very busy, to say the least, for the Department of Natural Resources. And we just heard how busy, Parks and Wildlife is, dealing with a variety of different challenges throughout the state. But I also want to gush on the staff a little bit and praise the staff for all the tremendous work. We know last year, we saw, challenges with weather, for example, the big, snowstorms that came in, and CPW was right there assisting motorists that were stranded and so forth. And, any given day, CPW could be out there dealing with drowning challenges, dealing with search and rescue operations, teaming up with county sheriffs around the state. And some of you mentioned that the fires. I spent 4 days working on the Grizzly Creek fire in Commissioner Hauser's backyard, more or less. I was actually more or less stationed kind of in the opposite area of where you live, though. I was on the northeast part of the fire. But I felt really good when I was checking in at the incident command post to see 2 Parks and Wildlife trucks, parked out there. They were, on scene participating. After I got off the fire, I was catching up with JT. I know JT, you were out there too, and many of your staff. But I also want to recognize, the fire situation is really statewide right now. We have the East Fork fire that's about 11 miles southeast of our, hopefully open up this fall, Fisher's Peak State Park, just outside of Trinidad. I know Crystal Dryling has been out there dealing with that particular fire. That's about 1,700 acres and really important for the water source for the city of Raton, actually. So it's very complex, where we're not able to drop fire retardant because of the water sensitivity in that region. We also have a fire that we are likely going to do some fire lines, some large fire breaks. This is the Cameron Peak fire, which is more or less southwest of Fort Collins, which is getting really close to the edge of Jackson County. And once you hit Jackson County, then you hit State Forest State Park, which that property is actually owned by State Land Board, which is part of another Department of Natural Resources division. But of course, Parks and Wildlife manage that property. And then we also team up with the State Forest Service to manage the timber operations on that land. So those are 2 other fires I'm closely, monitoring, and I may get out to one of those fires here shortly, depending on how things shake out. But again, really want to thank the Parks and Wildlife staff for being out there, being present, and really challenging situations, to say the least. And so I just want to gush over you a little bit more. So thank you. Want to give you all a update on our WIGs. Commissioner Adams mentioned our WIG 4, the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And our WIGs for the Department of Natural Resources, they were all just finalized just last month. So I just want to share with you what the exact language looks like. And you can actually go on the governor's dashboard and view how well we're achieving these particular goals. And I would say 3 of these WIGs really pertain to Parks and Wildlife. So we need Parks and Wildlife and you all as CPW commissioners to assist in these efforts to make sure that we can take care of these goals and achieve what the governor wants us to work on. So WIG number 1 that we have here, it's to track and prioritize water projects to coordinate with Colorado's 8 major river basins to create and prioritize statewide database that identifies accurate costs for 160 critical and ready to implement tier 1 projects by June 30th, 2021. This really takes our Colorado water plan and really moves it into a direction where, with funding that could be available, it's more or less getting, like in the transportation world, they call it shovel ready. So getting projects shovel ready to go. WIG number 2, balance outdoor recreation and conservation. This is to develop a statewide vision, guidelines, and regional partnerships dedicated to achieving sustainable outdoor recreation and conservation of natural resources and wildlife habitat. Our goal also is to adopt, to have 3 regional partnerships, adopt a vision and guidelines by June 30th, 2021. WIG number 3 is regarding sustainable funding for parks and wildlife. So we want to build support for Parks and Wildlife's work and efforts to develop new stable funding sources that allow the division to achieve its 3-part mission to support wildlife, state parks, and outdoor recreation, and to aid other land management agencies in Colorado working to achieve these same goals. Have identified a game-changing funding strategy for Parks and Wildlife and partners to implement in 2022, develop a reasonable calculation of CPW's specific and other statewide funding needs for recreation and conservation. And on top of that, raise $150,000 by piloting strategies to generate private donations by June 30th, 2021. We also have, this is our internal goal of equity, diversity, and inclusion. We call it WIG 4, and the exact language of this is to include and incorporate the EDI values as part of DNR's culture and core business practices. This WIG has 3 focus areas. Number 1, hiring and retention. Number 2, representing Colorado's communities in programs, initiatives, values, and advisory teams. Number 3, advancing equitable community partnerships, principles, including building DNR's partnerships in this work. So those are our, 4 main goals. So it's when people say, what is the DNR? What are we working on? Well, these are our 4 big measurable goals. Commissioner Adams mentioned the governor's proclamation on EDI. I couldn't be happier that really other agencies are, this is our 2nd year of our EDI work. So they are catching on to us, if you will. And I think it's about time, and we're really happy that everyone in the state, all divisions, all agencies will be working towards EDI goals moving forward. And also regarding, there was a brief discussion too on individuals with disabilities. The Lieutenant Governor's office hired Josh Winkler. He is just a tremendous person. He is going to be the lead coordinator on individuals with disabilities to work and coordinate with agencies to make sure that we're doing everything we can do for all people that work for the state of Colorado. So I've known Josh for many years, so he's a really great asset. Other updates to give you all. Oil and gas, this is like one of these weeks that are just kind of crazy. We have Parks and Wildlife for a couple of days now, but I also have a demand management work group with Water Conservation Board. But over the last 2 weeks, we're in the 2nd week now of really reform on what we're doing for oil and gas. So the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, they've been meeting every day for the last 2 weeks from 8:30 in the morning until 5 or 6 at night. I just want to give you a snapshot of some of their really important work. And I also want to just thank Commissioner Garcia for bringing that really important resolution on having CPW weigh in on the importance of this rulemaking as it pertains to wildlife protections moving forward. But to give you a snapshot of over the next few weeks, they're focusing on the rulemaking for the Series 200 through 600 series rules. So that includes everything from setbacks for residential properties, what it should look like. Right now it's 500 feet from a house. Setbacks are 1,500 feet from schools. Should it be 1,000 feet? Should it be 2,000 feet? These are the discussions that they'll be having on what the proper setback should be. The relationship in this new bill, Senate Bill 181, on the state and local permitting process, that will be addressed in the 300 to 400 series rules. It allows local governments to come up with their own land use decisions as it pertains to oil and gas. But the state also has a certain floor. So the state will say, okay, this is what we will allow. And if local communities want to have higher levels of protections on siting, for example, they're able to do that. We've had a lot of discussions with like Weld County. Weld County has said, hey, we want to come up with our own plan. State, you should just agree with what we come up with. And we said, no, this is our benchmark. And Weld County, you can't go below that benchmark. We're also discussing cumulative impacts. That's addressed in 300 series and Rule 904. We'll be discussing riparian setbacks. How many feet away should an oil and gas rig be from, critical riparian areas? Environmental justice, that will be addressed in the 300 series, really looking at where oil and gas is occurring. In some cases in Colorado, they're definitely very close to, I'd say, distressed communities. And so we're taking a hard look at that. Public water supply, pending permits right now. We have about 5,000 pending oil and gas permits that are still in the queue. And then once we're done with that, then we'll take another group of series, and that's where we'll address the 1200 series. And that's really where Commissioner Garcia's resolution really addresses, and that deals with wildlife protections as it relates to oil and gas activity. I mentioned water just briefly. The Water Conservation Board, they're meeting all day today on a demand management workshop, and this is really for the state to address and contemplate how, if a farmer or rancher, for example, had water that they didn't necessarily need, how the state would potentially compensate that person to potentially use that water for other beneficial uses. And so there's a lot to work out with that. So there's a workshop going on regarding that. And then Water Conservation Board, we have a specific division that deals with kind of like post-catastrophic challenges, like after fires, after floods. So we've been working actively with City of Glenwood Springs and other communities that are dealing with fires right now. And as you can imagine, as Commissioner Hauser mentioned, it's, when you have wildfires in your community, it is really scary, to say the least. If any of you have ever been in a situation where you had to be evacuated from your house, it is just very unsettling, to say the least. But I have to tell you, once the fire is out, sometimes the challenges for that community to deal with water quality and quantity is just immense. And so we are already working nonstop with the City of Glenwood Springs to look at what state and federal resources we can bring to the table to make sure that they have the adequate water to supply their community. Let's see, on the legislative front, as many of you know, I think I may have mentioned it in past meetings, but the DNR submits particular legislative proposals, and there's a process to more or less get approval through the governor and the governor's office to move some of these legislative proposals moving forward. Some of the other proposals I think are just really exciting, to say the least, and I wish I could share with you more. The only one that I can share that we definitely have the go-ahead to talk about more freely is to allow Parks and Wildlife to really dive a little bit deeper into aquatic nuisance species, allow CPW to do certain checkpoints, around the state to make sure that we have boats that are not coming into the state with zebra mussels and quagga mussels and so forth that will just turn our water situation in Colorado upside down. And so we're going to start working with stakeholders on that particular legislative proposal. And let's see, some of you mentioned too the Care for Colorado week. It's also called Recreate Responsibly Week too. And I really want to give a special shout out to Rebecca Farrell for all of her amazing work on working to put together a proclamation. The governor is going to be participating in a press conference tomorrow regarding this. And we're planning on having, I can't tell you who, but a Parks and Wildlife parks manager will be teaming up with the governor for this press conference. And I think that's really exciting. But Rebecca, thank you so much. Big shout out to you for all of your amazing work to help make this all happen. And then last but not least, I just want to give a, I'm just very sad that I saw that Kent Ingram passed away. I've worked with him since I would say 2006, and I would say this is the first meeting that he has ever missed. He's been a great champion for wildlife, for the wildlife commissioners that have been around a little bit. Ken Ingram, and I definitely have learned a lot from him throughout the years, especially when I was a legislator. He spent time at the Capitol testifying, and I will miss him. But that's it for my updates. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm planning on being around really for the next few days for the most part. So happy to have side conversations too, if any of you want to call me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Executive Director Gibbs. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Garcia. Director Gibbs,
Garcia.
thank you for that presentation. And being in Grand County, we're caught between two wildfires. And so we keep looking north to see what Cameron's doing, and then we look a little southwest to see what Williams Fork is doing. We've been very happy, not happy, but satisfied with the work that's being done. And what more importantly that you mentioned was the after effects. And I think sometimes we tend to not think as much about that because it's not, as we say, right on top of us. The stuff that's happening out on the west side, Gary's area, we're really concerned. We're already taking water out of Granby and Wolford Reservoir to help get water down the Colorado because we know that that's going to be a serious problem with the fish and the aquatic life and everything, riparian areas along the river as a result of these fires. And so it takes demands not just on personnel resources, but our water resources, which is another one that the director is responsible for, and doubly as troubling sometimes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Quick reminder for the commissioners, could you please click the raise hand button so I can make sure that I catch you? I'm trying to move pretty at a good pace here through our agenda, and there's a long list, and I'm not noticing everyone. I don't see any other hands at this point. Just a quick comment, Executive Director Gibbs. I wanted to second your comment about Kent Ingram. Mr. Ingram was passionate, really had his heart and soul into the protection of wildlife and habitat in the state of Colorado, and he will be missed. Second, while the country's been in a slowdown, I can't believe that DNR is in such a speed up, as I'll call it, and that you've been able to continue to keep everything rolling within DNR as well as fight fires. So kudos to you, and thank you very much for your personal effort. With that, I'd like to turn it over. We do not have Director Greenberg today, but I believe we have Program Manager Wayne East to give a Department of Agricultural update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, and Director Prenslow. Unfortunately, Commissioner of Agriculture Kate Greenberg is unable to attend today. She's down in Pueblo attending multiple meetings and activities and media interviews with the state fair going on right now. But she does send her greetings to all the commission members and staff this morning. Kate and CDA launched a statewide drought tour last week with the governor in the San Luis Valley. They visited various farms and ranches to hear from producers about how the drought is impacting them. This is part of an ongoing statewide drought tour to hear directly from producers, filter this information to other state and federal leaders to help inform policy decisions and ensure that farmers and ranchers know how to access the resources available to them. CDA co-chairs the Ag Impact Task Force as part of the Drought Task Force, along with CWCB and the Colorado Water Center at CSU. As part of the task force, team members will be collecting stories, data, and anecdotes from producers to create an interactive virtual report of this year's drought with an eye toward building greater resilience for what we know will be more frequent and more intense events in the future. Our team members have been responding to the fires on the West Slope, assisting livestock producers in moving cattle out of harm's way and ensuring smooth operations with local emergency management. Next, as I mentioned earlier on the fair, we're in the middle of our Reimagine State Fair this year, and our team is crushing it, as Kate says. We had to close the majority of the fairgrounds to the public, but we were able to maintain our ag events with 4-H and FFA. We also hosted a drive-through fair food last weekend, and we will be hosting one again this weekend. We've had over 1,000 families come through for funnel cake, which I know is always a popular item at the state fair. We hope we will be having many virtual events, including a kids' day camp, online competitions, and more. Building on some of the comments about EDI, the department has been building out its work toward equity, diversity, and inclusion over the past many months. Our work to date includes the creation of a staff level EDI team, inclusion of EDI goals and performance plans at the senior level, development of an action plan and commitments, and training of the staff, as well as especially the supervisors. Of course, all this work helps us meet the direction laid out in the governor's recent EDI executive order that was mentioned earlier by Commissioner Adams. As you know, that was signed this week, which we are pleased to see, and we look forward to continuing this tough, meaningful, and incredibly essential work. And lastly, Kate hopes to have a soil health update at the next commission meeting. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes our update.
Any comments or questions for Mr. East? Seeing none, thank you very much
Hello?
for the update. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams.
Oh, no, I was just checking my audio. Sorry.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll move forward. Next item agenda is the director's comments from Director Prinsloo. Welcome, Mr. Prinsloo.
Thank you, Chair McDaniel, commissioners, boss, Mr. Gibbs, et cetera. All good morning, staff. Been looking forward to this next couple days. I've been talking to most of you about the agenda. Lots of items to sink our teeth into. So I'll get going. Don't want to belabor the point too long. But I do also want to tell really on the stream, anybody listening within staff or external, just want to do a shout out to staff on all the things that we worked on. So I'll concentrate a little bit on the fires, but you know, as we've talked about before in COVID, we really have managed to, yes, in this agency, we're at 130 to 150% of average on use, and that can be abuse too. So we're out there every day, field people, biologists, even our external staff are trying to figure out how we can continue working on and producing the message and doing our job in Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And so I'm just so proud of our staff on all the things we've done. Commissioner Dan Gibbs talked about what Rebecca Farrell's worked on. I could go down the list of things that people are individually and collectively working on. Fires, as we go to fires, we've had to evacuate several hatcheries. Rifle Falls, the Poudre Valley or Poudre hatchery, we've had staff evacuated out of their homes. And we had other staff show up with horse trailers and load up all their gear and move that out before all their things out of the house. So that's obviously anybody. I've lived through that when you've got evacuated from fires. I've lived through, I didn't lose my house, but had friends that lost their house. Those are, you know, those are hard things that go on. And I just really appreciative of all the staff. I appreciate anybody that's working in that space, whether you're on the, you know, the front line of the fire like Dan was, or you're paying the bills on the back end, or quite frankly, you're just helping be part of that community. So thank you for that. I've had the pleasure, a couple of the commissioners talked about the orientation and training. That was a wonderful couple days. I got to actually see commissioners in person. I got to see the chairman and the vice chair. I got to see the new commissioners. I actually got to see some of my staff in person. It was like a red letter day for a, you know, somewhat social person like I am. So I also got to spend really a full day with Dallas May and Jay Touchton and Duke. Your day's coming, whether you like it or not. You're just closer. So I got to spend a couple days in Lamar, and it probably was 100 degrees. They had to remind me how hot it was, but I had a great day with both Dallas and Jay. Get to know them better, see their operations better, and reconnect to one of my favorite places in the state, the Southeast Plains. So I want to thank Jay and Dallas for that. And like I said, Duke, we'll schedule a day with you. I also had the chance to visit a couple of our best partner ranches around the state. I got to spend a day or so at Trinchero Ranch and talk to him about ranching for wildlife. I got to spend a day at Blue Valley Ranch and talk to him about some research projects and some Hofer rainbows that we'd like to partner on. And that was a real pleasure. Got to meet the owner, Paul Tudor Jones. And of course, I've met the owner in Trinchero, but their new manager was there. And so that was, how will I say, it's interesting to see what some of our partners do. As hard as we work on parks and wildlife, we have, those are two good examples of ranches that do as much or more on their ranch as we do, in our landscapes. They're very, very progressive on what they're doing in conservation and recreation. And so that's a real pleasure to visit and see what they have going on. Also had a sportsmen and women roundtable, albeit virtually. That was hard to do. It's really hard to have those kind of meetings and the synergy, but we did do that over 2 different nights or evenings, and that went off real well, and really appreciated people weighing in on some of those. So obviously we all have lots of Zoom calls, but that's as good as we could do. I'll finish with, and a couple of you talked about Ken Ingram, and I'll start with Ken Ingram too. It's a real loss to wildlife in this state. He was very, very respected here. He was a member of the Colorado Wildlife Federation. He was also one of the representatives for years on our sportsmen and women roundtable. So Kent was always there. We're going to miss Kent and his battle from cancer. Also, I believe yesterday or the day before, we also lost Mike Urey. He was the deputy regional supervisor for APHIS, and we have a close relationship with Mike and his staff. Mike was also the president of the Colorado Bowhunters Association, so our bowhunters are pretty shocked about that. Nobody saw that coming, and so Mike and I went way back. Mike's been in Colorado and has been a real force for good change in the state of Colorado. I won't highlight all, but we've lost a couple. They were old DOW, but Parks and Wildlife employees that near and dear to my heart. I'll get a little emotional, but one of them was George Bear, who was a researcher. I knew George as an infant. And he drowned at Ridgway State Park, or had a heart attack and then drowned. So that our staff had to deal with that. We've had a real tough summer with drownings and body recoveries, and staff have been out there every week doing that. And so tough when you have to do it. We obviously had the park ranger for Larimer County that passed away, and our staff had to pull him up. That's a difficult thing to do. He's in uniform. When somebody in uniform is doing that to your partner, that's a pretty tough day. And last but not least, and you probably won't appreciate it, but Mark Leslie's dad, Jack Leslie, passed away a couple weeks ago, and he was a Division of Wildlife for 30 plus years. He ended up as the area supervisor. He was the deputy regional supervisor for a while and spent most of his time on the West Slope, but spent some of his time in Pueblo. And so Mark is, when you get a chance, you might give Mark a hug. So those are all people that have made a big impact on me, this agency. And so with that, I'll finish. That's all I can do for today.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. And thank you very much for that update. Losing such important, critical, passionate people about the outdoors and folks here in Colorado is very difficult. And, hopefully there'll be others that will step into their shoes and move forward. Thank you again for that update. Any questions for Director Prinsloo? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Is Justin Rutter, our Financial Services Director, ready to speak and give us a financial update?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, directors. My name is Justin Rutter. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services. And today I have the September financial update for you. This update is for the end of the fiscal year 20. So it reports on a full year of results. When I previewed some of this information at our last meeting, kind of some preliminary June data during our July meeting, and there has not been a significant change from those numbers, as has already been highlighted here this morning. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is certainly experiencing a counter-cyclical response to COVID. We are busier than ever, and we've made a substantial amount of revenue increases across our services. On the park side of the agency, we booked nearly $6 million of profit, or revenue exceeding expenses, since state agencies really don't usually go in for profits. But that was largely driven by a 30% increase in park sales, but also that the lottery fund picked up more operational expense this year as a management decision as we entered COVID, to ensure that we had sufficient cash reserves to make it through whatever was coming. It was unclear at that time. And camping over year did end up flat, which is excellent considering that we were closed for a month, but did not contribute to the increase in revenue. Looking forward, I think there's some significant risks to our cash funds. I expect that my current projections are that we're starting to see a return to the mean of use. So instead of maintaining this high level of use, I think we will retain some new customers, but maybe not at the same level. A lot of our parks are hitting capacity, and that may affect the visitor experience. Might not get them back. More things are opening up. There's more activities available than there were at the beginning of this crisis. So I'm kind of projecting a return towards the long-term moving average, expecting maybe keeping half of the bump for this year, because we are still experiencing high levels of usage this tail end of the summer. We're kind of expecting some reduction in that fee revenue going through this next fiscal year and into the next season. Additionally, there's pressures on the lottery fund, so it is likely that we will be able to continue the $2.5 million subsidy of parks cash operating out of the lottery fund, but revenues aren't as strong as they were in the past, and there's some risk that we will have to make judgment calls primarily between capital and operating in the lottery fund to determine what best to use for that for. And finally, the severance tax fund continues to have post-poor revenues. Oil and gas exploration and production in the state is not robust. The $2.5 million that goes to support state park operations is part of the core programs, or like what used to be called tier 1, is kind of the priorities for the division or for the department. But it also includes other divisions that use the severance tax for their operating budgets, and those other divisions do not have the same variety of financial resources or the ability to kind of manage to resources. So there's some risk that $2.5 million will not be available for state park operations at the end of the year. Taking that into account, with reduced revenue, I'm projecting that state parks cash will be roughly break even for the upcoming fiscal year. On the wildlife side of the agency, however, we just saw a substantial profit or revenue over expenses, booking $36 million to fund balance. That was due to the higher fees. We've seen kind of a large growth from the fee increases that we enacted. But also fishing participation was up greatly, also due to this COVID crisis. One thing to remember when talking about the amount of money that's being booked in the wildlife cash fund, when we originally went to legislature with the Future Generations Act, the first proposal was to give you all the authority to adjust fees over time to account for projected gaps in funding coming up. We were using an 8-year projection to kind of discuss this with the legislature. Legislature chose not to give you that ability to change fees incrementally, and instead changed all the fees at once and changed them to a level that would meet the 8-year gap. So what we're seeing here partially is that we were aiming for a target further down the road. And so we're booking excess revenue now. Normally under this model, you would see a period of building fund balances while expenses increased behind you. You'd start booking less revenue some point down the road, 8 years in this case. We would project that revenues would meet expenses, and then you would spend the next 8 years drawing down that fund balance. Obviously, with the increased fees and the increased participation, we're booking in quite a bit of money, and our fund balance is about approximately, or our reserve is approximately $80 million right now. That gives me some comfort heading into the big game season as we deal with uncertainty, because that gives us the buffer to absorb refunds or closures that we may experience. Also attached to this update is a Budget 101 presentation. It's a PowerPoint presentation that was created 4 years ago and given to the commission. I think it was Ms. Lanter last meeting that pointed out that the commission is entirely new since that point, so nobody had seen this prior to me giving it to the new commissioners at and Commissioner Adams had seen it in a meeting when she first started, and then I presented it to the new commissioners at Commissioner Orientation a few weeks ago. Talking with Commissioner Garcia as chair of the Finance Subcommittee, we are going to dig into this some in a subcommittee meeting between this meeting and next. I will update it, make some modifications based on feedback I've received and information that Commissioners Blecka and Commissioner Schaefer have requested for better understanding of the finances. And the goal would be to create a presentation that gives all of the commission a better insight into the financial updates that I provide and a better context for the numbers there, so that you have a higher level of comfort and understanding of this kind of routine presentation that I give. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rutter. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. Can folks hear me okay?
We can.
Wonderful.
Or at least I can.
I saw the other heads. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. And again, thank you for taking the time to meet with me originally to go through these slides. And I see you've made some updates. I was like, oh, that part's new, that part's new. So again, I think it was really helpful for me as a new commissioner. And I just hope that, and I encourage our subcommittee to not only be thinking about how we can support our commissioners as we're onboarding and continuing to build our capacity and understanding around this critical issue, but also thinking about how we can be better around communicating with the public around our finances and that budget piece, particularly I think again around those D&R goals around our financial sustainability and our financial health. And I think one of the stumbling blocks that I have seen in that is the public's real misunderstanding and miseducation of how our state parks and wildlife areas and our work is really funded. So I hope that there's opportunities to continue this conversation to create a couple of different grain sizes of information. So, you know, on our website, in our collateral, and even doing some campaigns around building people's perception around CPW and how it's funded. I think there's some real misconceptions around our funding that complicates the different financial projections and financial structures and forms that we're thinking about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Excellent point about communication. I know Lauren Truitt and company have been working on that with relevancy with regards to CPW, and that's a difficult, I'll call it nut to crack, in terms of really changing the perception of this across the broader public and how we're really funded, which you can see in the public comments we receive around state wildlife areas. Anyway, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. And Justin, thank you for your presentation, particularly the memo. Justin, thank you for your presentation, and particularly the memo. I think the value of a one-page memo like that really lays out what you want to talk about is extremely helpful. Finance Committee has not had a meeting, no virtual meeting, and because of laws, Jake Matter stays right on top of me. I can't call up Betsy or Luke and have our individual conversations. So I get to talk to Justin. And so Justin did reach out to both Betsy and Luke and talk to them. And as a result of that, it was the idea to bring forth this Finance 101 again. And another one was that came from Betsy was that Commissioner Adams has talked about, which is funding and listening to Director Gibbs' WIG 3. We really need to start delving into that and pay particular attention to this funding issue. And so what I would like to do is we're going to have a virtual meeting for the Finance Committee between now and our November meeting. In the meantime, what I would like is for every commissioner to take a couple of minutes and email Justin. Call him if you feel the need, but he's a pretty busy guy. But email him or call him and let him know what it is that you think would be helpful to the commission for him in his presentation at these meetings, and how he can work with the Finance Committee to provide the information that we need as a commission. As I said at our last meeting, the role of the Finance Committee on this commission is much different than finance committees on most boards and commissions. We don't vote on the budget, for instance, but we do, and Commissioner Adams is right on when she says we have an obligation to the public, and not only an obligation, but education. And so with that sort of idea and other ideas, if everyone would just take a minute and contact Justin and let him know what it is that you would like to have as a commissioner for him to present at these meetings. And we're hopefully going to get a little more time on the November meeting, and he can do some of that and respond to some of your requests. And then once he has that information, if you could do that as quickly as possible, we're in the process of trying to set up a virtual meeting of the committee. And then Justin will share with the committee your comments and your requests. And we will work together as a committee to help Justin come back in November with a presentation that will be beneficial to everyone. So thank you. With that, thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions for Mr. Rutter? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 9. I believe we have Miss Emily Urbanik, the Parks and Wildlife Program Manager for GOCO, to give us our GOCO update. Welcome, Emily.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Good.
A little distant. Maybe you can either speak up or turn the mic up a little bit.
I will speak up. How's that? Better?
Only a little.
Okay. 1 second. Will you turn yours off?
It's difficult to do this when you're fly fishing.
How about now?
Now, yes, we have.
Much better.
Much better. Thank you very much.
You need to turn yours down now. Okay. Technical difficulties that we're working through in the Northwest Regional Office here. Good morning, Commissioners, Director. It's great to see all of you this morning, even virtually. At the July meeting, similar to what Commissioner Garcia just outlined in regards to Justin, you all asked for a more in-depth presentation about GOCO's spending plan. And the timing of today's presentation and this conversation is really well aligned with discussions that GOCO staff is currently having with CPW's leadership to help us understand how we can build a spending plan that best supports the agency's priorities. Okay, so the Constitution outlines the amount of money we receive and how that money can be spent. Commissioner Garcia is good at pointing out the one key difference between the Commission and the GOCO board. And it's worth noting here that the GOCO board is the fiduciary of the entire trust and approves all funding decisions at GOCO. The pie chart on the left here illustrates the entire lottery beneficiary breakdown. These percentages and the entities are defined in the Constitution, and it would take a statewide ballot question to redefine and reallocate this pie. GOCO receives up to 50% of lottery proceeds, and that cap is based off of 1992 Consumer Price Index. Today, it's approximately $70 to $75 million a year that we receive when lottery hits that constitutional cap. 40% goes to the Conservation Trust Fund at the Department of Local Affairs, and communities can use their CTF dollars on anything outdoor related. And these dollars are really critical to parks and rec districts across the state. And then 10% goes to state parks capital that Justin referenced earlier. Finally, that small sliver at the bottom represents what we call the spillover. When lottery hits its constitutional cap for GOCO, that remainder goes into the K-12 Capital Construction Fund. And it's been since the early 2000s that lottery hasn't hit its cap. Oh, sorry, forward there too fast. Moving across the screen are the 4 constitutional purposes that are outlined for GOCO. Outdoor recreation or parks purpose and the wildlife quadrants are the dollars that the board awards to CPW annually. The local government and open space quadrants are where our competitive programs live. As you'll see in the next set of slides, the Constitution also determines what entities we can award funding to when it comes to those competitive grant dollars. So we talk with some frequency about how flexible GOCO dollars are for parks and wildlife. And that is true, but I do want to put these purposes in front of you. This is what the Constitution directs parks and wildlife dollars to fund, what GOCO dollars to fund within the agency. And you know by now that I'm not one for reading off of slides, but I did want to point out that on the parks purpose or outdoor recreation purpose, that's the only place where the Constitution references water. We have lots of conversations about water, but it is in the parks purpose quadrant that's the only explicit place where water is mentioned. The local government and open space quadrants are a bit more broad in the Constitution. CPW is an eligible entity to apply for our competitive open space dollars. And the agency most recently received a competitive open space award for their work around migration corridors. Regional Manager Ackerman really helped make that project successful. CPW is not an eligible entity for our local government dollars, but while the agency cannot apply for that pot of money, I do want to talk about how CPW benefits from many of those investments across the state. The Trust for Public Land recently received planning dollars from our local government quadrant that's supporting the planning efforts down at Fisher's Peak that many of us are all collaboratively involved in. And then historically speaking, the Colorado Riverfront Trail in Grand Junction is primarily funded by local government grants, and that connects the James M. Robb State Park throughout the valley. Regional Manager Romansky and I have discussed over the years how we can support Palisade to make that final connection to the Island Acres section of the park and Cameo. And those are just a few examples of how CPW benefits from all of GOCO's funding quadrants, regardless of if the agency can actually receive those dollars or not. So that was some of the overarching guideposts that help us build spending plans. So now we can kind of dive into the more nitty gritty. You all have heard me say now that GOCO's strategic plans really help us design how we create the 5-year spending plan. There's a few important aspects that we always consider when we're creating spending plans. The constitutional cap that we just discussed, that number allows us to understand approximately how much we can anticipate for funding awards over the next 5 years. Months ahead of lottery, we award all of our dollars on a reimbursement basis. So we award money further into the future. And our board has a policy that we can be no further than 19 months ahead of lottery. And we are actively managing that number down right now. And in layman terms, that essentially means that if we were to stop awarding funds today, right now it would take us about 14 months to pay out all of the approved projects already. And finally, substantially equal. Our board has a policy that all 4 of our quadrants must be within 2.5% of 25% for awarded grants. And the awards are what our board has control over. The policy for expended dollars is 5%, around 25%. And substantially equal is important because it affects how much money is available in each quadrant. So right now, our local government quadrant is out of the upper limit of the board's policy for awards. And as you'll see in the next handful of slides, we're actively managing our local government quadrant back into those board approved limits. So this new spending plan that the board just approved and adopted in June is designed to be more flexible and give us more flexibility to respond to unforeseen circumstances like global pandemics, for example. In years past, we've been really challenged to quickly reallocate funding that doesn't adversely affect future programs. So when the floods happened in 2013, we were able to create a $5 million response fund, but we had to take those dollars from already approved programs. This plan gives us that flexibility. Our strategic initiative dollars are allocated primarily in years 4 and 5 of this plan. We have also done our best to de-silo those big strategic initiative dollars, recognizing that most projects that we fund nowadays have aspects of all 4 of GOCO's constitutional purposes. And finally, we want to build a plan that supports CPW's priorities. CPW's participation at a staff level, leadership level, not to mention the agency's guiding documents, were all critical and highly informed our strategic plan. And we're working right now with CPW leadership to best design the spending plan associated with the strategic plan. So now to the actual dollars and cents. This pie chart is a high level forecast of the awards that we're expecting, the money that we're expecting to award from fiscal year 21 to 2025, approximately $330 million. It's here that you can start to see how we're managing the local government quadrant back into substantially equal with less total available funding for awards over the 5 years. So our local government quadrant is that upper right quadrant of this pie chart. Our strategic initiative dollars, or what we're calling the Centennial Program, are split between open space and local government. And we plan to have $50 million available for awards in the outer years of this plan. And right now, based on our forecast, CPW can tentatively expect just over $84 million per purpose over the next 5 years. This slide shows how our funds are allocated yearly. So this is the plan that our board adopted back in June. Fiscal year 21, or our current fiscal year, was always intended to be a transition year in conjunction with this strategic plan and allow us to grow into our new program portfolio and offerings, which we will launch July 1 of next year. So I tell you that because we did not intend to allocate Centennial Program planning dollars in the early years in this current fiscal year, which you can see there. In fiscal year 22 and 23, that $500,000 from both competitive purposes are intended for planning, facilitation, and convening at the local level, with larger dollars for project implementation following in years 24 and 25. This plan lays out the dollars available for our base programs as a whole, but gives us the flexibility within those programs to determine the appropriate allocation amounts. So in spending plans of the past, there would be multiple lines getting down to the nitty-gritty program details, and that's where we would really find ourselves pinched in terms of flexibility. So this is the approach that gives us that flexibility to respond to unforeseen circumstances. And you can see here how we're still working through the best and most appropriate ways to build out CPW dollars over the next 5 years. And just for example's sake, when we think about the Centennial Program and how it relates to CPW, we think about significant priorities that exist throughout all 4 regions, particularly large capital projects, and the power and opportunity CPW could have if they knew funds were allocated a few years out for those projects. As an example, if the Northwest region knew it had $5 million to count on in, say, fiscal year 24, the team here could engage partners on the last segment of the Colorado Riverfront Trail to Island Acres and at projects at the Cameo Shooting Center and Education Complex. Regional Manager Romansky and his team could engage businesses, nonprofits, the public sector to collaborate on all of the amazing work that's going on there, and to really gin up some other outside funds to support that work. GOCO staff and CPW leadership were actively working on this spending plan, on this table that you see here throughout the fall. And it's been really exciting to think about the potential this has for the agency. And I just want to take a moment to thank all of the regional managers, Justin and the director, for the amount of time and the brain power that they've given to this effort so far and have committed to throughout the fall. Okay, and we're in the home stretch now. This final slide gets into the annual details of GOCO's spending plan. When the board adopted the strategic plan in June, it committed to doubling its investment in youth corps, continued investment for our Generation Wild communities, and funding for the second year of Restore. We had planned, as I mentioned, on a more scaled back program offering, but we were able to really quickly pivot those dollars into a COVID relief program, which is our Resilient Communities program. $5.5 million from local government and $9.5 million from open space. So we have about $15 million that we're awarding over the course of the year through a COVID first lens. And staff is working really hard to manage requests. We've fielded over 120 inquiries from partners across the state that are potentially interested in that pot of funding. The board has awarded 9 projects thus far and has at least 3 more award dates for those funding decisions throughout the fall and into the spring. And again, you can see here how we're working with CPW to best allocate their funding on a year-to-year basis as well. So that was a significant amount of information and much denser than I feel that I usually talk with you all about. I typically try to spend time with each commissioner walking through the nuts and bolts of the Constitution, board policies, our strategic plans and spending plans. And hopefully I can do that again sometime in the future, but I'm happy to field any questions right now or plan to talk to folks offline to have longer conversations about this.
Thank you, Emily. Excellent presentation, and thanks for the more in-depth look. A lot of information to absorb, but really good insight into that long-range planning opportunity. We have a couple of questions. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman. I just, in working with Emily, sometimes as I was talking about Justin and the finance committee and the difficulty as us as commissioners understanding, again, at GOCO, I'm the chair of the finance committee there and treasurer. And so we do spend all of our time looking at the dollars. So a little bit different, but one of the things that I find amazing, I'll give you just a quick example. We got an email, all of us as commissioners, not too far back, from Jason Clay talking about Jackson Lake restoration. And it's Jackson Lake State Park, but also Jackson Lake and Endrick Pond State Wildlife Areas. And they are doing a big project to remove Russian olive trees. Honestly, I didn't know what a problem Russian olive trees were until I ended up on the GOCO board. GOCO spends a lot of money trying to get rid of these things. And so my first reaction was, are we going to GOCO to help to solve this problem? And I immediately got a response from Mark Leslie and one of his crew, Tyler Seawald, and talked about the fact that some of the funding for this actually came through the CPW Wetlands for Wildlife program, but that he is looking for future funding through a grant through the Future Innovation Fund. And it just shows as an example of how confusing sometimes this can be from somebody on the outside. And so these are the kind of things I'd ask you to take a look at when you're forming your questions. And your questions may be for Justin, or they may be for Emily. And Emily, I'm sure, is just as welcome, open for suggestions and questions about her presentation on how these GOCO funds end up going through Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So I just throw that out as an example. Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for a great presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily, I just wondered if, I think last election we legalized sports betting and gambling in Colorado, and if the lottery has noticed any competition between lottery and sports betting, or whether we should be concerned about that down the line as sports betting ramps up.
I think you're on mute, Emily.
It's a great question. And we, I know that this commission is interested in hearing more about the nuances of lottery, and we can certainly help set up that presentation. You know, I think sports betting is interesting because it kicked off right when sports shut down. So I think it's still TBD on the answer to that question. But lottery, the constitutional cap, we've hit it, lottery has hit it every year since 2001. So despite global pandemics and, you know, the recession of 2008, there's a lot of time and inverse correlation into lottery sales. So we do watch that pretty closely, but our partners at the lottery are really good about hitting their constitutional cap and striving for that goal annually.
Thank you, Emily. Any other questions for Ms. Urbanek? Seeing none, thank you again. Let's move on to agenda item number 10. We have Danielle Eisenhart, who's the License Pass and Reservation Section Manager, is going to give us a update on the draw recap from 2020. It's something I requested based on some comments from various commissioners from the last meeting, especially based on our history of computer and application changes and the first year of a secondary draw. So Danielle, I'll turn it over to you if you're ready.
I am. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow. As the chairman said, I'm Danielle Eisenhart. I'm the License Pass and Reservation Section Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And now that our 2020 big game seasons are in full swing, I'm really excited to be here this morning to give you a high-level overview of our 2020 draw season and our leftover license sales. Can everyone hear me okay before I continue?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in the midst of our pandemics and quarantines, closures and delays, I'm really excited to share with you that we still had a very successful 2020 draw application period. I'll start with some of our statistics from our primary draw. So despite fears that our application numbers could be down this year due to COVID, we actually surpassed last year's overall numbers by close to 40,000 applications. So in this chart here on the screen, you'll see a breakdown comparison of the number of applicants by species between this year and last. Just note these are application numbers, not the number of licenses awarded or revenue derived. So just keep that in mind throughout my slides. In addition to application numbers being up, our IPAWS system, the website, our OIT infrastructure also handled the heavy customer load very well. our call center as well as Aspira's call center, who's our vendor. Both were at their max queue on calls all day on April 7th, which was our application deadline day, but both held strong and helped customers through 8 p.m. on the deadline day. So it truly was an agency-wide effort. So thank you to all staff for that. Similar to years past, you'll see illustrated in the bottom graph that we still saw the vast majority of our customers applying in the last 7 days of the application period. So if only we could try to encourage customers to apply early, that would help the system load as well. So these next two charts show a 3-year combined overview of the primary draw for the years 2018 through 2020. So as far as trends, you'll see that the large number of applicants still applied for a preference point as their first choice. It's particularly true for non-residents, and also largely the case for our big 3 species: moose, Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, and goat. You'll also see that deer and elk continue to be the top 2 species applied for, and that more residents than non-residents tended to apply for female-only licenses, while male licenses continue to be the preference for both residents and non-residents. As far as total number of licenses that we issued in our primary draw, we issued 214,497 licenses for all of our big game species, minus mountain lion. So that was deer, elk, bear, pronghorn, sheep, goat, desert sheep, and moose. Important to note that 213,031 of those were just for bear, deer, elk, and pronghorn. So then after our primary draw, all the licenses that are left over from the primary draw move into our secondary draw. And as the chairman mentioned, our second draw this year for the first time replaced our previous leftover draw. For the secondary draw, we allow any applicant to apply, regardless if they applied in the primary draw. And we also incorporated bear and pronghorn leftover licenses in the draw this year as well. It was also our first draw that we ran entirely by Aspira and not our internal OIT databases. Like past leftover draws, the secondary draw still required the purchase of a qualifying license and payment of application fees to enter the drawing, but it doesn't utilize preference points or any sort of residency allocations, just a youth preference. So again, the main reason that we changed to a secondary draw were to increase interest and participation in this drawing so that fewer leftover licenses would be available on leftover day, and also to test Aspira's ability to run a draw completely in the IPAWS system. We're happy to report that the secondary draw did indeed lead to increased interest and participation. We received over 25,000 applications for the secondary big game drawing this year. And also the same day was the deadline for fall turkey applications, and we received around 2,700 fall turkey applications as well. For comparison with last year, in 2019, we received 2,088 fall turkey applications, around 1,100 leftover elk applications, and 1,500 leftover deer applications. So in summary, we received 12 times more elk applications this year, 6 times more deer, and an overall increase of 24,000 applications for secondary versus leftover. Success rates were also very high for the secondary draw. Overall, our success was around 74% for all species and applicants, and really excited to present that for youth, our percent success was close to 98%. Here's also a snapshot of the total number of hunt codes that were available, as well as quota after the secondary draw. There were additional fail to pays and other return licenses that were added with these remaining hunt codes to come up with our leftover license list. And the main point that I wanted to illustrate here is even with our increased interest in the secondary draw, we were still only able to sell 33% of our leftover quota in the secondary. All right, so this slide, in the top table, you'll see kind of a total number of applications in each draw, so both primary and secondary, specific to 2020. And then the other three charts show application trends from 1990 or from 1995 in the case of the leftover or secondary draw. So by far, you'll see our primary draw is still our most popular draw. No surprise there. However, you will see the spike in 2020 in interest in the secondary draw in that lower right-hand chart. You'll also see that the trends remain increasing in terms of the number of applicants each year for our licenses. You can see the dramatic spike in 2018 with implementation of pay after you draw, and then the drop in 2019 with implementation of the qualifying license requirement. But you'll note that our numbers did go back up this year. It's also important to note that these graph numbers reflect demand for our licenses and not actual number of licenses issued. Those license quota are set annually by you, the commission, in May. So this year, the commission approved around 2,700 limited licenses for big game and turkey, which is down roughly 330 licenses from last year. So after all of our draws are done, there's still leftover quota available, and that brings us to our leftover day, which is one of our busiest sales days of the year. And that took place on August 4th. So very happy to report that the iPOS system handled the large internet load very well this year. Our offices and parks also reported that they saw fewer in-person customers, and we generally heard that people were satisfied with how the event went. I know this is a big positive improvement from years past. We did implement a few changes this year to hopefully improve customer experience. For this year, we built in some new changes with our queue to slowly build the queue without crashing the system. So our queue started at 8:01 a.m. and we started allowing 100 sessions per minute until there were around 6,000 active users on the site exactly at 9 a.m. Then at 9 a.m. we built up that queue to 500 more users per minute and increased that number by 500 for each minute after that. Again, the goal of that was to slowly build up the queue without crashing, which is exactly what the system was able to handle. We also changed cookies this year, so there was no resetting of cookies as long as the customer performed some action within a 60-minute time period. They were not re-queued. Last year, we heard a lot of complaints because right at 9 a.m., all the cookies were reset, which caused a lot of folks to have to be re-queued into the system. Licenses were still not reserved or held for customers until they checked out or submitted payment. So for 2021, we're really going to try our best to implement we call it the Ticketmaster approach, where a license is held in a customer's cart for a set amount of time, even before the payment is submitted. I would say this is the #1 complaint that we still heard this year with leftover day. So we're going to try to make that improvement for the future. This chart is kind of a summary of the sales for the day and a comparison with the previous 2 years. So you will see that our sales were down this year around 50%, but again, this is not surprising, and this was our goal with secondary draw, to reduce demand on the system on leftover day. You'll also see that close to 80% of our license sales occurred within the first hour, and 80% of those sales this year took place online. As far as over-the-counter day, which was 2 days later after leftover day, it was a very mellow day this year. I think that was mostly due to the removal of over-the-counter with cap, bear licenses with the new big game season structure implementation, and customers not feeling rushed to get those unlimited over-the-counter licenses. So my last slide here, I just wanted to show kind of a general summary and trends. Again, primary draw applications were up this year, close to 40,000. Also, secondary draw apps were up 24,000 this year, so really excited about that. Briefly touched on it, but both the spring and the fall turkey applications were also up this year, up 435 in the spring and around 600 for the fall. And then again, we did see a decrease in our leftover day and over-the-counter sales. For leftover day this year, we netted around $1.3 million in sales, which is around 800,000 less than in 2019. As far as over-the-counter day sales, we were down around 2,000 license sales this year from last, but close to 2,500 was a decrease in the over-the-counter bear sales. We actually did see an increase in elk and pronghorn over-the-counter sales, which is interesting. So we saw around 93,000 net sales, down from 2019, but we still had a really good day on over-the-counter day with sales around 1.4 million. Those were kind of my high-level overviews for this year. Happy to take any questions that any of you all have for me.
Thank you, Danielle. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Danielle, thank you. And maybe my misconception, but I thought there was a misconception by the public when we went into this that the secondary draw was just another way for us to make money and there'd be nothing left in the leftover. Obviously that didn't turn out, but it sounds like you actually expected to have less left over than we ended up with. Is that fair?
So I think this was my first year, and I did think that we would sell out more of our quotas. All of my team feel like we had a really successful high turnout and they were happy with the numbers, but me personally, I thought we would sell out more than 33% of our quota in the secondary draw.
And do you think we solved the misconceptions about the secondary draw?
I hope our trends keep going up, that we have even more interest when they saw the high success rates this year that folks got in the secondary draw. So I sure hope so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Danielle, I would second the comment by Commissioner Garcia. I too think that over time, maybe in the next year or two, I mean, it was the first year of our secondary draw. And so there's probably still sports people who did not recognize that they could, apply to that and we're looking for leftover day. So I'm hopeful that more of those would get sold in that secondary draw process versus leftover day. And, I'd put odds that will probably happen. How did we do this year on the delivery of licenses on schedule in both the primary and secondary draw, noting that we had difficulties in the past?
So I think our main issue was COVID and the mail service being a little bit delayed. So I think things were probably about a week behind schedule of a normal year as far as delivery of licenses, but we didn't have the duplicate licenses going out. Our lost in the mail has been about average of what we normally see of licenses being returned to us undeliverable. So I think everything being considered with what's going on in the world, we're pretty happy with the fulfillment of those licenses.
That's great. Commissioner Blecka.
Hi, I just have a question or something to bring up for discussion, probably at our next meeting, probably not today. It's with regards to leftover licenses and the structure that's in place right now where these licenses that end up as leftover tags, they've gone through the primary draw, they've gone through the secondary draw. Now they're in the leftover designation, but they still have the designation of a B, C, D type license where if you've drawn, if you got your first choice, you can't pick up an A license during the leftover. And so I would like to have a discussion to see if we can work around that. In my opinion, these licenses that end up in the leftover draw, nobody wants them at this point. And so I don't know why we would continue to maintain the designation of those different letters and differentiating them. I think they should just all be one. So I'm just asking for a future conversation regarding that with regards to that. Thank you.
You have
Thanks,
any comment, Danielle?
The A, B, and C classifications are established in regulation, so we can definitely have a discussion about it. But it's not something policy-wise we can change without a regulatory action by the commission, but happy to have the discussion at a future meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, we are really close to on schedule. It's 9:45. We have scheduled a 15-minute break in about 10 minutes. Let's take it early and let's return at 10 o'clock. So Dion, could you put us into the queue, please?
I'll do it. Thank you. You're muted there, Marvin.
How about now?
You're ready to go, Chairman Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you, Dion, for bringing us back online. Welcome, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order. We are on to agenda item number 11. Krista Heiner, our regulations manager, will be speaking to us for the next 3 hours, according to our schedule. So Krista, I hope you brought a big gulp that'll keep you going through this and up to the lunch hour. So we have a variety of regulations that we as a commission need to consider. I'll turn the show over here to Krista, but as a reminder, on agenda item 11, which is the first that Krista will be speaking about, it is an action item and will require action by this commission. So welcome, Krista, and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. Good morning, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow. Again, I'm Krista Heiner, Regulations Manager. So as mentioned, we have a lot to go over, so let's just go ahead and get started. Agenda item 11. These are final regulations for Chapter P1, Parks and Outdoor Recreation Lands, and also related provisions of Chapter W5, Small Game Migratory Birds. Chapter P1 is pink in color, and Chapter W5 is yellow in color. And as Chair McDaniel mentioned, this is an action item, step 2 of 2. So starting on page 14 of Chapter P1, you'll see changes to regulations at Schweitzer Lake State Park to limit hunting to 6 designated hunt zones and require reservations from 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. through the hunting reservation system. Reservations are not required from 1 p.m. until sunset, and leaving decoys overnight is also prohibited. Also in Chapter P1, which again is pink, the pink document, on page 15, notice that we have updated regulations for Trinidad Lake State Park. Previously, all of the park-specific regulations seem to apply to the archery range only. And so this has been further clarified so that the regulations that apply specifically to the archery range have been noted, and the ones that apply to the whole park have also been noted. And finally, on page 18, regulation number 105E, which relates to living aboard vessels, has also been updated to reflect the camping length of stay limitations, which changes were made to that in 2019. So now living aboard is defined as overnight accommodation for more than 14 days in any 20-day period on a single park. And then related provisions in Chapter W5, which again is yellow in color, start on page 4. And these regulations are related to requiring waterfowl hunting reservations at Schweitzer Lake State Park. So they've been added to Chapter W5 as well for consistency. And you'll also notice on page 5 of Chapter W5 that Centennial Valley State Wildlife Area and Mitani Tokuyasu State Wildlife Area have been added to the list of properties where reservations for waterfowl hunting are available or required, as they were previously omitted. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 11. These changes would be effective November 1st.
Thank you, Krista. We'll take questions for Krista now. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I just first of all want to thank the manager Chick for responding. I had raised some minor concerns about the reservation system at Schweitzer Lake State Park. He contacted me, we talked about it, and I fully support those changes. I'm hoping it works extremely well. It may be something that we need to do more of actually around the state. And then finally, this is off the subject a little bit, but it's maybe my only opportunity to address waterfowl. We had one customer emailed recently with concerns over Youth Waterfowl Day, and that we are combining that with Veterans Waterfowl Day. It's actually 2 days. And so in talking with Mark Leslie, it turns out that one of the concerns is that if we separate those, it subtracts from the other days for all of the other waterfowl hunters, which is one of the reasons. And we have federal regulations that came about in 2019, setting this Veterans Day waterfowl program. And so the concern was that by the customer that the youth would be affected by having all of these veterans out there shooting and not youth with the opportunities they might otherwise have. And so I don't believe that it is going to be that big of a problem, nor those people I talked to in the division. But I talked to Director Prenslow, and I would just ask that we take a look and maybe just provide anecdotal reports after the waterfowl season when we go into setting our dates for next year, to see if anybody out there in the field has noticed any issues, concerns that our youth might be affected in some way by maybe overcrowding of veterans on Youth Day. So again, I don't think it's a problem, but just to respond to a consumer's issue that I think was a valid one, if we could just take a look. And if we come back and say, no, the youth had a great couple of days and they were not affected, then fine. If we think that we need to address it, we can do so when we set our waterfowl regulations for next year.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Krista, or do you want to make any comment to that, or anyone on the staff? I think I've captured the note with regards to the reporting that we'd like back after the season.
Chairman, this is Director Prenzlau. You've as long as you made that notation, it's a legitimate request. I think we be good to test that. I don't think we have the participation that we'd even like on the youth, but be worth taking a look at that. So I'll be glad to follow up on that.
Thank you, Director Prenzlau. Seeing no other questions, I would entertain a motion to adopt annual changes to Chapter P1 and related changes to Chapter W5 as proposed by staff.
So moved.
Commissioner Garcia.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Schaefer. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, I think the motion is passed unanimously, Laura. Krista, can you move forward to agenda item 12, Chapter P7? Again, this is an action item, follow up from the last meeting, and will require a vote by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, agenda item 12, final regulations for Chapter P7, passes, permits, and registrations. This is green in color. And as the chair mentioned, this is an action item, step 2 of 2. Starting on page 5, you will notice updates to the income requirements for the Centennial Annual Parks Pass to incorporate the most recent versions of the poverty guidelines issued by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Then starting on page 7, you will see changes to add Castlewood Canyon, 11 Mile, Golden Gate Canyon, Jackson Lake, John Martin Reservoir, Lathrop, Mancos, Mueller, Navajo, North Sterling, Ridgeway, Roxborough, Paonia, Spinney Mountain, Staunton, and St. Vrain state parks to the list of state parks requiring a fee of $4 per person for any person 16 or older entering any of those state parks, except those entering the park in a motor vehicle with a valid and applicable Parks Pass, or those entering the park with a valid and applicable annual Parks Pass receipt. And finally, on page 11, you will see that we have updated the definition for tent-only campgrounds. We've added this to regulation number 704.5, and the maximum fee for tent-only campgrounds was added to regulation number 708.4-7 on page 14. The price of $36 corresponds to electrical campgrounds because many of these tent-only campgrounds also have some electrical hookups. And then on page 15, you will notice that teepees were also added to the types of cabins and yurts that are available with a maximum fee of $50 per night. And this is based on a teepee being smaller than a yurt or a cabin and with fewer amenities. So those changes were added to help clarify different site types for customers and provide additional transparency about that. And all of these changes, again, would be effective November 1st. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 12.
Thank you, Krista. I have a couple of commissioner questions, but I see that Jake Matter, the attorney for CPW from the Attorney General's office, has his hand up. So I was thinking he might have a clarification or additional comment first. Jake?
I don't. Sorry for sort of interrupting. I raised my hand earlier.
you just voted on an action item, and traditionally we go through the public comment process, and that's limited in this situation. Katie Lanner, I think, receives requests to publicly comment on specific agenda items, and she'll interrupt you if there are any sort of earmarked on any of these particular agenda items. But obviously, due to the present circumstances, we're not having in-person comment, and the votes today are done so with the recognition that the written public comment and other opportunities are sufficient to inform your decision-making.
Thank you, Jake, for staying on top of me. I did note that we don't have public comment for a few more agenda items, but I should note that we didn't receive any as we take that and we go to the motion, so the public understands that we did look for and acknowledge public comment that was given to us. So thank you very much. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you for the overview, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with Mark Leslie at CPW about this issue. Obviously, in light of COVID and the economic status of our communities have been significantly impacted. So one question, or not question, but request that I have, or invitation, is how we can better communicate the Centennial Pass to low-income communities and those who are particularly impacted by COVID, so that they know that those passes are available. Again, access without knowing that it's accessible is not access. So really ramping up our communication efforts there. And then just a minor thing about the use of the term TP. I'm just very mindful about the cultural connection to that term through our Indigenous communities. And since there's a lack of Indigenous representation on our commission, as well as I don't feel like there's sufficient representation in our staff, I'm just curious if we can just make sure that we are being good stewards of that term, and making sure that we are being culturally responsive in how that term is being used. Again, I've seen it both negative and positive. I did some research and I wasn't able to find any leaning one way or another, but again, just making sure that any kind of terminology that comes out of the cultural tradition of our Indigenous communities, that we have that approval to do so, and not assume that that we're okay with using that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, Krista, I was just curious, in looking at the Centennial Annual Parks Pass, the qualifications are based on poverty guidelines set forth in the Federal Register. And I'm just curious, for both legal services in Colorado, not just criminal, but civil legal services as well, the guidelines are 125% poverty guidelines. So it bumps it a little more. If you ever look at poverty guidelines, they're ridiculous. There are people who could never afford any park pass who are well above the poverty guidelines. And I wonder if we have an opportunity, if we can, or if we have ever looked at whether or not we could do something similar and say 125% of federal poverty guidelines or something of that nature.
Yeah, I can try to respond to that. I might defer to Jake at some point, but some of the guidelines are set in statute, and so we do not have the opportunity to change those. I do not believe that this one is set forth in statute, so there might be some opportunity to change those guidelines. I can say that this has been in effect for many years, and so it's just kind of it has been a tradition that this is the guidelines that we use, but I think there's always an opportunity to look at changing that if required or desired.
Krista, let me ask you a question related to Commissioner Garcia, unless you had a follow-up, Commissioner Garcia.
No, I just wanted to say, I just think the current times have highlighted a lot of the issues with so many people being affected financially by the pandemic, that it might be a time for us to take a look, if we can, and if the division thinks that it's something we should look at.
And I invite perhaps Director Prenslow to speak to this. I'd add a question to Commissioner Garcia's. With regards to agenda item 12, would be updating the income requirements, but that wouldn't prohibit us from changing those prior to or in the future here. So is it, I would think that it would be probably prudent and necessary for us to go ahead and update them, but at the same time entertain Commissioner Garcia's request and get the agency to think about, do we think that's the right level, especially in light of current times, and is someone willing to perhaps speak to that, or should we note that, Director Prenslow, and you take that for consideration?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would note that, and like I said, I'm glad to have staff and Krista and Jake look into that and come back with some data instead of trying to do something on the fly, or look at it and think that come back with we think it's more than reasonable or not. So glad to look at it in the future.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. To Jake's previous reminder, we do not have any public comment received on agenda item 12. So moving forward, I would ask, is there a motion to adopt changes to chapter P7 as proposed by staff?
So moved.
Commissioner Schaefer. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Commissioner May.
Commissioner May as a second. Any further comment or discussion? If none, as this is a increase in fees, I'd like to do a roll call vote on this one, Laura, as we step through. So if you could execute that for us.
All right. Adams,
Yes.
Lecca,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Haskett,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes.
May,
He could be
Sorry,
muted.
yes.
Areas.
okay, gotcha. Phillips,
Yes.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Touchton,
Yes.
Vardy,
Yes.
Chairman McDaniel.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Laura. Krista, could we move forward now to agenda item 13, chapter W0, general provisions? Again, I would note for the commission, this is a action item. It is a step 101, and Krista will be explaining here now. Thank you, Krista.
Great, thank you. Yes, so as mentioned, agenda item 13, final regulations for chapter W0. This is gray in color. Action item step 1 of 1. On page 1, you will see permanent regulations to authorize the use of TAN, temporary authorization number, as proof of privilege for small game licenses, combination small game and fishing licenses, waterfowl stamps, habitat stamps, annual park passes, and off-highway vehicle permits for up to 45 days. As you'll likely remember, emergency regulations were initially passed on March 30th, 2020, and then extended in July. And this action makes those emergency changes permanent. Additionally, on page 5, you will see permanent regulations authorizing the director to make hunter education classes available completely online if needed for public health or safety reasons. Again, emergency regulations were initially added on March 30th to allow the division to offer its hunter education courses completely online due to the COVID-19 pandemic and limitations on mass gatherings of people. The emergency rules were then extended in July, and now we are proposing permanent regulations to allow the director to decide when circumstances permit offering hunter education classes online temporarily to ensure compliance with public health directives, or when necessary for the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. And these changes would be effective November 1st. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 13.
Thank you, Krista. Commissioner Adams.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much for that, Krista. Again, I still am I still have significant concerns around online only hunter safety, and how will the safety concerns be addressed of not having an in-person opportunity to have those. I just did my hunter safety. I know how important it was to have that in-person touch point to be able to demonstrate my skills and capacity with weapons, and also just having that in-person touch by our veteran trainers. And so again, curious to know if a conditional license has been considered, and what are the pros and cons of a conditional license that would require an in-person touch once COVID concerns are addressed. So those are some preliminary questions that I have.
Krista?
Yeah, I can start answering and might defer to some of my colleagues. I think that we definitely understand the concerns with providing just online hunter education, and so we're hoping that this would just be a temporary thing, definitely not a permanent thing, just when we're unable to offer courses in person due to public health directives. And so allowing the director to have that authority to determine that, given those criteria, I think would help us with that flexibility. Hopefully it's just for a temporary time in a limited number of
Understand that part, Krista, but I'm asking specifically about a conditional license, and if we can grant conditional licenses until it becomes until the health concerns are addressed around COVID, and then it would require those folks to come back in. And again, we can revisit the amount of time. Maybe it's not a full day, maybe it's a half day, and again, I recognize that there's some challenges around just our capacity and how many people we have for trainings and those kinds of things. However, again, similarly to, this is not similar rather to some of the online courses and things that are happening. These are people with firearms. And again, in a country and a climate where there have been significant issues around safety and firearms specifically, and again, making that connection back to our goal around increasing our hunter licenses, and recognizing that the current demographic of our hunting and fishing community is changing. We are inviting and asking for more Black people and Latino, Latinx, Latina, Hispanic people, as well as Asian, Pacific Islanders, etc., not more non-traditional hunters to come into the field. I've expressed concerns around being a Black woman who is hunting and moving into this hunting space, and the concerns that I have. I mean, every week, in our country, we see poor firearm use, right, against people, and so I have some serious concerns, and I don't know how it works on. I've never had to ask for to make a motion to remove this section from the rest of the sections, but I really have some serious concerns, and I don't feel like those concerns have been sufficiently addressed, specifically as it relates to why we haven't considered a conditional license, and again, just the seriousness not only of hunting, but again, the cultural context that we're in right now, where we're seeing people who have, who don't have the appropriate training or oversight or monitoring, using these weapons that are for hunting for other means. So again, I would love to hear if a conditional license has been considered, and what were the cons or why the conditional license has not been selected or recommended by staff. Thank you.
Krista, this is Lauren. I can attempt to at least address some of the concerns that Commissioner Adams is bringing up, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I just saw you had your hand up, Director Prenslow. Did you want to speak first?
I can. I'd like Lauren can answer some of that. I would generally say that the absolute intent, this is a backstop, the absolute intent of this regulation is a, like I said, I would call the word backstop in COVID days. The intent would be that we'll immediately, as soon as possible, continue on with our robust hunter education in class and in shooting. As far as, and I'll let Lauren weigh in there, I don't know about an interim one, but I would not recommend, nor I think it's legal to go backwards on ones that have been done online to make any requirement on there. I would also remind Commissioner Adams that we also have a mentor program for a year where there's no supervision. And so I wouldn't assume, we think we have a great, robust hunter education class, but I'm not going to assume that we're not also the gun safety people. There's other organizations that do that. We just want to make sure that they get a good, soft and solid footing. And so I'll let Krista and Lauren talk about that, at least in the interim.
Lauren?
Thank you, Director Prenzo. Lauren Truitt, Assistant Director for Information and Education. Thank you for your time, Commissioners, Chair, Directors. With regard to this regulation, allowing the Director that authority to go and move our classes all online would really be that last resort, as has been stated. So the intent of this regulation is to give that flexibility similar to our fire refunds or natural disaster refunds to the Director. Our intent is to go back to 100% pre-COVID class structure. As we've talked about, and as our students have told us, that in person is invaluable. We have the hybrid model with the final course online conclusion course. However, with the safety piece, we have, since our July conversation, we have reached out to counterpart agencies who have had online hunter education as their only option to see if they have seen safety issues or increase in incident rates. And to date, they have not seen a statistical increase in incident rates. Again, not our intent to have an all online program, but something for us to consider just across the nation of what our sister states are seeing. Jake might be able to speak a little bit more to the statutory language, as I don't have it in front of me, but currently the Colorado state statute claims that a person must have completed hunter ed to be able to obtain one of those licenses. And as we went into COVID, the commission did extend the apprentice license for the 2-year term, so people can participate in our apprentice license program for up to 2 years, allowing the agency and our hunting public the space to get in-person opportunities back in front of these students. Again, since our July conversation, my team has done a lot of internal work on how we can maintain constant communication and course offering to students who had to take an all online course, knowing that that in-person piece is valuable, and we do want to make sure that they feel safe and comfortable in the field. So we have continued to ramp up our ability to keep in close coordination and communication with those students, making sure that the offering of in-person firearm safety or field safety programs are in front of those students more so than just the general hunting public.
Right. And again, I just want to be clear. I am 100% fine, and I completely understand the need for a temporary online only course. I'm not at all having any issues with that. My issue is with the fact that there's no way to circle back with those people who received it only online and have an in-person touch point around firearm safety and just getting an in-person touch point. And as a Black person and who have spoken to other Black people who hunt and who have serious safety concerns, I am saying again, like I'm offering a data point of a qualitative data point.
that there is concern within the African American community specifically around going online with no mechanism for following up and making sure that there's an in-person opportunity for anyone that we grant a license to demonstrate their capacity with firearms and just having that in-person touch. I cannot be more, again, I want to be very explicit around what my concern is. My concern is not online in terms of COVID and the need for, not having big gatherings. I remember being in that room with 50 people. It was very tight, right? I know we're making the right choice. My concern in the long term is not having a touch point for those who received a license. And I did ask CPW staff about a conditional license and if there were any, big concerns or if there were any barriers to that idea. And although again, I didn't get the impression that that there was, and I'm excited to hear from Jake to hear what the legal aspects of it are. But again, I cannot be more explicit around the concern that I have as an African-American woman in a society, in a country, and in a state. I again remind folks that Colorado was once the second largest membership of the Ku Klux Klan in the country. And I always, have a hard time thinking that, thankfully the experiences I've had here are very positive. However, I have had some not so positive experiences here in Colorado, and I have concerns as an emerging hunter of not having a touch point in person for those receiving licenses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is directed to Assistant Director Truitt or whom, but if you don't have it now, it's certainly understandable. It'd be great to have an understanding of how many students have gone through the online only portion of hunter safety education, as well as the opportunities where we could create that touch point that Commissioner Adams is talking about as a follow-up to those that have completed the course, to articulate the opportunities for additional instruction or training, the resources available, because while I recognize Director Prenslow's point that we certainly cannot, relitigate what has already been done or necessarily go back and address that. I think that we also have to recognize that this is an unusual environment. Hunter safety is paramount to what we do, and we all are cognizant and recognize that tragedies occur all across this country, and we're aware of ones that have occurred here in this state, and we want to avoid those to the best of our ability. I think we have a great program as established. However, given the unusual nature of everything this year, it'd be great to have an understanding of what additional opportunities or options that are available to us moving forward to ensure that these new customers, these new students, and these new hunters have a full suite of knowledge at their disposal that they're employing in practice.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Jake Matter.
Hi, Commissioner Adams. Obviously, you had a few questions there. One is, does CPW have the legal authority to promulgate a conditional permission that effectively sunsets once the pandemic is over and the applicant would be required to satisfy whatever other in-person training requirements are necessary? And the answer to that is yes, you could create such a license. Obviously, there are other concerns that go along with that. Your other question really is, could we identify everybody who's obtained their hunter safety certificate in the past few months and impose a future obligation on that person to go through some sort of training? It's not an issue that I have looked into specifically, but my inclination is yes. I think that you could find other analogs throughout the law in terms of imposing additional requirements on the recipient of a license. And then your other question, there's a question about what's the statute say with respect to the hunter safety certificate? And it does contemplate alternative means of receiving that certificate. So I think CPW has a great deal of flexibility in terms of addressing this issue.
Thank you, Jake. Lauren Truitt.
Thank you, Chair. Lauren Truitt, again, Assistant Director of Information and Education. And from a communication and outreach component to these online hunters, we can and will continue putting courses and classes in front of them. We had about 8,000 people go through our online option this hunting season. Again, we can and will continue to Commissioner Schaefer's question, put information and opportunity for furthering skill sets, getting out in the field with instructors, being with CPW staff through education opportunities. We will continue targeting these hunters as well as all new hunters, but in particular our online hunter ed students from this last year.
Thank you, Lauren. Krista, I don't see any questions this time. I have a couple. Well, I have one explanation for Commissioner Adams. Before we do motions on agenda item 13, you asked if they could be separated. There will be two different motions. So the first motion is going to be about the adopting the regulations with regards to the temporary authorization number. Then there'll be a second motion asked for regarding adopting regulations authorizing the director to grant temporary exemptions for online. So we're going to take those in two splits. So that will, I think, be helpful to your concerns. The question I have for you, Krista, is we're attempting to put this into permanent regulations authorizing the director to have this authority. Is it necessary to do this now based on where we are because of the previous authority we gave the director is expiring? So therefore it needs to be moved forward, or can he continue to authorize that temporary exemption underneath current regulation, and so that further discussion can happen on this item, or would the motion need to be changed?
Sorry about that. Let me just unmute myself. Yeah, that's a great question. So in regards to the Hunter Ed online regulations, those were adopted as emergency regulations, which expire after 120 days after adoption. And so to prevent there from being any gap in regulations related to this, it would be necessary to adopt permanent regulations at this meeting, which would go into effect on November 1st. So we would not be able to delay the adoption of regulations if we wanted to avoid having a gap in regulations. And my understanding is that it is preferable to adopt permanent regulations at this point instead of adopting emergency regulations 3 times. I think maybe Jake could speak to that a little bit further, but that's my understanding at this point.
Thank you, Krista. Jake, could you give the commissioner some insight about this temporary versus permanent?
Yes, that's true. I echo what Krista said. I believe the director authorization was the second time this emergency rule was adopted, and emergency rules are unique. They can be adopted obviously in the face of an emergency. They don't require any public comment. They don't require any advance notice, and frankly, they're disfavored. So we've been in this situation for a number of months, and my preference was to adopt a permanent rule instead of a series of ongoing emergency rules. So that's sort of the background.
Any insight before we move forward on potential motions? Director Prinsloo, hearing these thoughts from the commissioners. I want to put you on the spot, but I just want to make sure you had your chance to voice what you were thinking.
Yeah, no, I think I did, and I said I surely we could look at doing temporary again and look at this, or we can also I could envision our Hunter Ed people in the interim while we are in the next few months of COVID, not looking backwards, but looking forwards to see if we'll offer more than several touch points, we do that anyway, but I'm sure glad to offer that. I'm not sure I'm interested in requiring that, but I think an offer of that for touch point to be in person with our wonderful instructors would be not a bad idea. And we want to try and incorporate that into a permanent one later, great. Or if we want to just take that into consideration that we will follow up with that in this regulation, I'm fine with that also.
Okay. Well, let's first entertain the motions as we go forward. And then, of course, as we do that, we'll end up with an opportunity for additional commissioner discussion or comment. So remembering underneath our rules of conduct, I'll take a motion, it'll get seconded, and then I'll open for additional discussion before a vote. So with the separation of those two underneath agenda item 30, well, before I do that, just a note, to Jake's point again, there was no public comment received on this item. So none to be conveyed to the commissioners with regard to it. So let's start with item 13, chapter W0 general provisions. Is there a motion to adopt regulations related to the use of a temporary authorization number as proof of privilege for division products?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Garcia, second.
I moved. Commissioner Hauser, second.
Hauser was a second. Any further questions or discussion?
This is Commissioner Garcia. I just, on the 45 days for the waterfowl stamp, I assume that, I've never looked, but we must tell our customers that this doesn't apply to their federal stamp. That the federal stamp has to be in your pocket, on your license and signed, that there's no 45 days for the feds.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner May. You might be muted still, Commissioner May.
Motion as it stands include the provision that this is temporary for up to 45 days, only 45 days.
Yes. Krista, any further comment about that? You're muted.
Sorry about that. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I wondered if the motion as it stands on the floor includes the provision that this is temporary for 45 days. Is that a point of clarification? Is that the motion?
So the motion would be to adopt permanent regulations. So this is not a temporary regulation,
Okay.
Right.
but the TAN would be valid for up to 45 days. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think we can move forward with regards to this one. I think we could probably do a voice vote on this one. So all in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Second, there was a motion to adopt regulations authorizing the director to grant temporary exemptions that allow hunter education to be delivered online.
So moved.
Commissioner
Second.
Garcia. Commissioner Haskett. Further comments or discussion on this particular motion?
Chairman McDaniel, I have a comment.
Chair, Commissioner Haskett. Sorry, I missed you.
Thank you. As in the regulation, it does say it shall be dated, contain an expiration date, and be posted on the website. So I feel like the regulation does cover some of the concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just based on the dialogue and certainly the conversations we've had and what's happening in our national landscape, I certainly would also value and appreciate staff or Director Prenslow to come back and help us understand, having gone through Hunter Ed online, but having the opportunity to go to Cameo in person and have CPW staff walk me through that. I did feel like that was an important component. So to the extent that we can find a way to have that happen, I also believe is important. That is a component of hunter education that I think particularly for newcomers is something that however we can build that in, I'd love to have our staff come back and report back to us on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Other comment or discussion? I'd add my own in here. I do think it's critical to have face-to-face training with regards to firearms. Having gone through it as a very young man, and then the I'll call it level of risk in carrying a firearm, and that face-to-face training is, I think, super important with regards to the folks that and the customers we put into the field. I'm not so sure it would be appropriate for us. I'm a little uncomfortable with going back to folks who've already done it because we didn't advise them about that. So I think that's, pretty difficult, but I feel, we should have a requirement in the future that there's got to be a way that, Lauren, the agency can work out some kind of return trip, even if it's only for a couple of hours, so there can be that face-to-face training with someone to make sure that they're properly handling a firearm. So I just wanted to give my my initial thoughts about that. And so that makes me lean more toward, I could see a permanent, authority to the director about that, but I'd like to see some follow-up, and if not, go forward with more of a temporary exemption and perhaps take a different path. But those are my initial thoughts about it. I wanted to make sure I shared those before the vote. With that, is there a motion to adopt regulations authorizing the director to grant temporary exemptions that allow hunter education to be delivered online?
So moved.
Commissioner Garcia.
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Haskett. We probably need to do a roll call on this one, Laura, so could you do that for me?
Yes. Adams,
Commissioner Adams could be on mute.
Sorry, I was saying no.
Thank you.
thanks. Lecca,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Haskett,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes, with the comments that I made in context.
May,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
Schaefer,
No.
Touchton.
No.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. I didn't catch it.
No.
Vardy,
No.
McDaniel,
No. So where do we end up, Laura?
looks like motion carries.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 6 to 5.
Thank you. Thank you, Krista. That took a lot longer than we had in our agenda for that particular item. Could we move forward now to agenda item 14, chapter W16, Parks and Wildlife Procedural Rules?
Yes. Agenda item 14, chapter W16, Parks and Wildlife Procedural Rules. This is orange in color. This is an action item, step 2 of 2. Starting on page 1, you will find final regulations to revise the refund and reissue processes to provide more consistency and customer service opportunities. Draft regulations were provided to the Commission at the July meeting. So just to go through the changes briefly, on page 1, you'll notice a change to expand military deployment to military orders. Also on page 1, we are making a change to exempt youth from the 30-day, 14-day deadline requirement for refund or preference point restoration. And also, we're clarifying which licenses will be placed on the leftover list for reissue after being returned to the division, and stating that all returned public ranching for wildlife licenses will be manually reissued. On page 2, you'll see that the minimum time window for reissuing a public ranching for wildlife license has also been shortened from 30 days to 14 days prior to the start of that hunt. On pages 2 to 3, you'll see changes clarifying that after a season has started or within the 30-day, 14-day window, a request for a refund or restoration of preference points will only be considered for extreme medical circumstances or death of a license holder or their immediate family member. And requests for a refund and restoration of preference points will only be considered for military orders or jury duty. And page 3, we're just clarifying which licenses and fees are non-refundable. And then finally on page 4, we made a change to put a hard deadline for customers to provide additional CPW requested or required documents. And these changes would be effective on November 1st. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 14, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Krista. Any questions with regards to agenda item 14? Seeing none, I'll add that there were no public comment received on this item. So we can move forward to accepting a motion to adopt changes to refund and reissue regulations as proposed by staff.
So moved.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Second.
Commissioner Touchton, thank you. Any further comments or discussion? If not, I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the motion on the table, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Let's move forward to item number 15. Krista, you're still in charge of the show. It is a license reissue working group recommendation. It is a step 2 of 2. It is an action item. And I'll let you move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So actually, I think agenda item 15 is not an action item. These are the final license reissue.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Working group recommendations. Sorry about that confusion. Yeah, which is just an informational item. So I just wanted to follow up again. The commission, seemed to be in agreement with several of the proposed changes recommended by the license reissue working group made in July, including maintaining the status quo of manually reissuing licenses that take 5 or more preference points to draw for all species. And, once again, providing a weekly preview list, which would display the licenses that would be randomly released throughout the week, in addition to the current leftover list, which displays current leftover licenses that are available to purchase. And then also removing the cutoff sales restrictions for all licenses, which we will discuss more in agenda item 16. However, there was some discussion about the license group's recommendation to maintain the status quo of releasing licenses randomly throughout the work week, Tuesday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at random times. So the working group went back and discussed it, and we discussed it also as staff. And the agency recommendation is to keep a random release status quo policy for the returned licenses that are not manually reissued. This means that return licenses would be released for sale anytime between Tuesday and Friday weekly, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. off of the leftover list. And the reason that staff supports this, for a few reasons. Our staff and visitor centers experienced many leftover day lines of customers when we employed other tactics previously prior to 2016. And we also experienced customer service complaints when licenses were not released exactly at 9 a.m. each day. And this is unavoidable because of system errors or processing delays, resulting in licenses showing up a few minutes late to a few hours late, particularly when there were large volume of licenses. And so really the only way to ensure a 9 a.m. release precisely, or any other set time, is to shut down all sales, exchanges, et cetera, for that species in order to allow for the triggering and IPAWS processing to occur before manually setting the product to start sales again at that release time. And so staff believes that this freeze in services would be a disservice to our customers. So in summary, CPW staff feels that releasing at a set time every day would be administratively difficult and would not necessarily provide greater customer service benefit due to not being able to have a preview list and not being able to ensure with 100% certainty that licenses would go on sale exactly at 9 a.m. Without other system changes or drawbacks. Some other potential options, I guess, would be allowing an hour window. That would be more realistic if a set time release is the preference of the commission. For example, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Or a 1 hour window on a set day each week would be another potential alternative that would still allow for a weekly preview list and allow for that system flexibility. So I will note that this is not a regulatory change or a change to a commission policy. This timing hasn't been codified in either regulations or policy, but staff would definitely look for your guidance on the direction forward as far as the release time goes. That's all I have for you for agenda item 15.
Questions or comments for Krista? Commissioner Haskett.
I guess I'm surprised to hear that we can't do it on a set day or set time, but you do say in there we could do it on a set day every week with an hour or two window. And I think I'm fine with that. But I think the random release is still not fair to a lot of people. If you're a carpenter, plumber, a farmer, rancher, a waitress, you have no opportunity to sit in front of a computer for 5 days or 4 days from 9 to 4 to see if you can get a license. I also think we need a preview list. So the last option where we do it weekly with a window, I think is the best idea.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, you're on mute.
Apologize.
Thank you.
I agree with Commissioner Haskett. I think that her last example is the way we should proceed. And I think she's also talking about the 9 to 10 o'clock hour, to give an hour in the last part of her example. So I would concur with her recommendation.
Commissioner May.
Yes, I also concur with Commissioner Haskett. In the area that I'm in, the people that I'm around, being able to have access to the internet readily like that would be a real detriment. Whereas if they had a time they knew they could be there and dedicate that time to it and be in a place where they had service would be much preferential to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Danielle Eisenhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to ask the question of the commission if there is a set day and a set time that you would like that implemented, or if you want to give that flexibility to the license reissue group to come back and think about what day and time makes the most sense internally for staff.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just concur with the previous statements. I agree with Commissioner Haskett. To me, I'm not aware of a preferred time or day of the week that I think would matter from my perspective. Therefore, I would certainly suggest that staff identify whichever time and day of the week causes the least amount of consternation from their perspective.
Commissioner Haskett.
I agree. I let staff figure out which day and time is the best for them. And I think, Danielle, you said that 80% of our sales were over the internet this past year for the 2020 license season. So I'm not sure with that, how much staff is going to be affected anymore. It seems like more and more sales are going by people themselves on the internet.
Danielle, can you respond to that question, please?
Yes. So yes, the 80% was specific figure to our leftover day, but I think generally we are seeing more and more people going online to buy their licenses. I think there is concern internally that we do still have a segment of our hunting population that likes to show up at our offices to buy these leftover licenses and wait in the offices. So I guess we'll see if that occurs again, but there was that internal concern.
Thank you, Danielle. I don't see any further comment. I wanted to thank the staff for providing this alternative recommendation. As I mentioned at the last meeting, personally, I also think it's just an issue of fairness, specifically for those in either rural communities or that have jobs that don't allow them to stay connected online or allow them to sit in an office, waiting for those tags to come on sale. And the advance notice and the ability to purchase those within some type of specific time frame, even if you needed to expand a little instead of 1 hour, a couple hours, would still just be hugely helpful for them. So they could compete for those licenses, I think, on a fair basis. So thanks a lot for putting your heads around that. And I know it's very difficult for you. This particular item 14 here, I believe or 15, we don't take a specific vote, Krista. So do you have the information you need?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you for that guidance.
All right, then. Well, let's move forward to item 16, chapter W2, big game. And there is a motion on this one for us to move forward with. So I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, thank you. So this is agenda item 16, final regulatory changes for chapter W2, big game. This is green in color, and this is an action item, step 2 of 2. And this relates to the previous topic. This is, changes resulting from the license reissue working group. So on page 1, you'll see that we have removed the cutoff sales restrictions for all licenses. And again, this is in response to the license reissue working group's recommendations and customer preferences to allow the sale of all big game licenses after the start of the season at CPW locations, sales agents, online, and by phone, all possible sales channels. And this regulation is intended to start for the big game for the season 2021 seasons. So I just want to make that clarification as well. And that is all I have for you, I believe, for that item.
Thank you. Any commissioner questions or discussion on this item with Krista? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt regulations related to removing restrictions on license sales as proposed by staff? Jake, you want to make a comment before I entertain motions?
Yeah, Krista, you just mentioned that sort of clarifying comment about the application in terms of this change will really be implemented in 2021, and you have desire to sort of make that note in the associated statement of basis and purpose, just to make that really clear. So just flagging that.
Yeah, thank you, Jake.
And then thanks for your comment, Jake, and you reminded me again to remind everyone that we did not receive public comment on this item. So with that, I would entertain the motion that I previously stated.
So moved.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Okay.
Second, is that you, Duke?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips. I think we could probably do a voice vote on this one. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. I think we're finally out of voting for a little while, Krista, but you're still up. So let's go to agenda item 17, chapter W0.
Yes, indeed. We're on to draft regulations now. So these are draft regulations for Chapter W0 general provisions and related provisions of Chapter W2 big game, Chapter W3 fur bears and small game, Chapter W15 license agents, and Chapter P7 passes, permits, and registrations. This is an informational item, step 1 of 2. So this starts page 1, which is a blue document. I believe Chapter W0 is blue. So as you'll likely remember, following the passage of the Hunting, Fishing, and Parks for Future Generations Act in 2018, the Commission has the authority to adjust most wildlife licenses annually with the Consumer Price Index. So these draft regulations all show an increase in the price of most licenses with the Consumer Price Index with inflation. And the inflationary increase from 2019 is about 2.7%. So this draft version assumes full increases for all licenses, except the discounts that the Commission usually provides. And those are for non-resident fur bearer licenses. The Commission usually discounts those to equal non-resident small game licenses. Resident and non-resident bear licenses, those are usually discounted to $38 for residents and $100 for non-residents, or have been discounted in the past that way. Also for resident and non-resident youth bear licenses, last year there was a discount for $14 for resident and $50 for non-resident youth bear licenses. Non-resident antlerless elk licenses, these are usually discounted 75% of non-resident either sex elk licenses. And non-resident mountain lion licenses, these are discounted usually to $350. Also, this assumes no increase to application fees. Those would be kept at $7 for residents and $9 for non-residents, as we did last year. But it would apply an inflationary increase to the waterfowl stamp, the habitat stamp, and the lifetime habitat stamp. It also assumes an inflationary increase in the price of special licenses, like the scientific collecting license and the zoological park license, for example, as well as an inflationary increase in the price of raptor licenses. And this is the first year that an inflationary increase has been applied to these licenses, as it was not applied last year. So continuing on page 1 of Chapter W2, which is the yellow document, you'll see those discounts that I mentioned applied for big game licenses. And then continuing on page 1 of Chapter W3, which is a gray document, you'll see discounts applied for the small game and fur bearer licenses, as previously mentioned. And we also have increased, in addition to the license prices, the agent commission rates, which are found in Chapter W15, which is pink in color. And also Chapter P7, which is green in color. So we use the standard percentages for the commission rates and applied those percentages to the actual price of the license, so that discounted licenses, have a lower commission rate. And finally, for reference, on the last page of this agenda item, we have included the non-resident license fee comparisons for other mountain states for your reference as well. So these are all draft regulations, and we will come back to you for your final approval in November with an effective date of January 1 for these new prices. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 17, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Krista. Commissioner Garcia. You might be on mute, Commissioner Garcia.
Sorry. Krista, this is a curiosity question. I've never looked, I guess, closely at this before, but non-resident fur bears, antlerless elk, and mountain lion, the amount that we could be charging and what we're charging are far different. fur bearer as an example, 83 versus $260. Are we locked in because we had that huge difference in the past and now we can only do the consumer price index increase, or could we go to the full 260 is question one, and question two is if we could. I got a sense of why we don't, but I'd just like to hear it.
Sure, those are good questions. And yeah, my understanding is that the commission has the authority to increase those prices up to the statutory maximum. And so it does not have to apply those same discounts every year. So it is up to your discretion as the commission to do that. As far as the fur bearer license, the non-resident fur bearer license, I believe that they're set equal to the non-resident small game license because those in the past have been, they're similar licenses and have been in the past for similar species, and so that seemed to make sense, I believe, to most of our customers. The other discounts, I think, are up to the commission. All of the discounts are up to the commission to set, but this is keeping in line, I think, with what past commissions have desired. So I will leave it at that, I guess, unless you have more specific questions.
No, maybe other commissioners can help me on understanding why we have a difference of, for antlerless elk example, Commissioner Haskett might have a good idea. 514 versus 686. Why wouldn't we go to 686?
First, we have a comment by Commissioner Touchton or a question. Then we'll come to you.
Well, picking up on Commissioner Garcia's train of thought, and as coming to this new, I don't understand the discounts at all, and there's no explanation for them in the materials provided. My initial view is wildlife is not on fire sale, and without some explanation, I view all those discounts as inappropriate. If we can charge the full price, we should charge the full price. I don't know why we would put something on sale. It shows a devaluation of the resource to me. It's as though we don't like fur bearers or we want extra non-residents to come here and harvest fur bearers. And so to me, I'm against all of them until someone explains why some species are discounted versus others.
Before we get, did you want to answer that, Krista, or let Commissioner Haskett first respond to Commissioner Garcia's comment?
Please let Commissioner Haskett respond first. Thanks.
Then I'll put you on the spot.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. I can't really answer all of them, but I can tell you some of them align with other states where we're in the price range of other places. When the consumer price index was put in place, it went up so much per year. And we took a huge jump when we did that on all of our licenses from what they were paying to what they're paying now. Krista can probably answer more of that, or someone else, of how that worked. But it's a lot of them are based on other states, so we're in the same range.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Krista?
Yeah, I do think that is one determining factor, which is one of the reasons that we provided you with the comparison of other states. Also, in relation to for example, cow elk prices, non-resident demand, I think, would probably decrease if we increase the price of those licenses. Potentially the same is true for bear license. I think there's some historic data about price being the biggest driver for non-resident demand. But again, those are all decisions that you all can make. So, and I'm happy to provide more information at the next meeting or in between meetings if that's helpful to this commission.
Thank you, Krista. Commissioner Garcia?
I just want to make it clear that this was a curiosity question, and I'm not in a position to know more about this than the division does, and I'm not suggesting that we move them. It was purely a curiosity question. I do have one further question, Krista. Is there a senior small game license? You know, we went through all of this with the upgrading the senior fishing license and all, but I look at the chart and go, what if I'm a senior that doesn't fish, but I want to hunt small game? I have to buy a regular small game. There's no senior small game.
Yes, I believe you're correct, Commissioner Garcia. We do have a new combination small game fishing license that was in response to a citizen petition, but we do not currently have a senior small game only license, to my knowledge. So, you know, that I think is up to your discretion as well. If that's something you would like to see, we could come back with that in November.
I ask that we take a look at it. It just seems odd that we have the senior fishing and then we have the senior combination, but we don't have a senior small game for the senior that doesn't want to fish, but likes to hunt birds.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in turn, again, this is my first go around with this discounted license thing, but item 17, at least the information provided, was just numbers, and it provides no rationale whatsoever for the discounts. And I'm not comfortable putting something on sale without a rationale of some sort, whether it would reduce demand or it may be a very good rationale, but I think to vote for selling the people's resources cheap, we need some rationale for why that's the appropriate price point. And I'd like to see that when this thing come back around, rather than just a long laundry list of numbers. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I see no other questions. I have a couple questions for you, Krista. Did you all through this, or did I miss in the materials, the total adjustments via the CPI to these licenses will net how much revenue, just using either 19 or 20 draw or 20 license sales information to date or something? Do you have an idea about that?
Yeah, we did not run those numbers, but I'm happy to do so in time for the next meeting if that would be helpful. So
yes, it definitely would. And then for any license where we're not proposing a change that we're allowed to in CPI, and I think I asked this question before, but if you could remind me, if we don't propose a change for a year, we can't make up that change in future years, right? So if we could have gone from 7 to 750 and we don't, we can't, and then that would have allowed us to go to $8. We can't go from 7 to $8. We only could go from 7 to 750 next time. Or do you understand my question or my statement?
yeah, I do understand your question, and actually that is not my understanding. I think that there's just a statutory maximum that the commission has the authority to increase up to that maximum amount, which includes the inflationary increase each year from the prices set in statute. And so if the commission chooses not to increase up to that statutory maximum this year or any other year, that would not preclude them from doing so in a future year. That's my understanding.
Okay, that's a pretty critical thing to me based on, conditions and specific species or licenses. I'd ask that you, before the next meeting, before we take this to regulation, please confirm that's the case, that we're going to, as a commission, have that flexibility to move licenses based on the statutory maximum, even incorporating previous years where we may choose not to execute a change. Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do believe we talked about this once before, and our concern was that a minimal jump every year is preferable to a double jump in the second year. So I think we've had that discussion. So I just remind us.
Yep, I remember that too now that you've reminded me. Thank you. Anything else on this item, Krista? Do you have what you need?
I think so, yeah. I heard a number of suggestions, and we'll come back to you with more justification for discounts, as well as potentially looking at senior small game licenses and confirmation of the statutory maximum that we just discussed. So I'm happy to do those things in time for the next November meeting.
Thank you very much. A time check for all. We're at 11:21. We are ahead of schedule for lunch by about 30 minutes. The next two items we could handle as they do not include public comment, at least not that have been signed up for. So I'm going to just go ahead and keep going, Krista, if you don't mind, which will put us a little ahead of schedule for the afternoon. And Laura, you might note on the next item, item 20, we do have public speakers coming forward. Might advise them that we're going to be ahead of schedule in getting to that item right after lunch. So with that, let's move to agenda item 18, chapter P7, passes permits and registrations. It is a step 1 of 2, and I'll hand it over to you, Krista.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so we're on to the issue identification stage. So agenda item 18, chapter P7, passes permits and registrations. Again, this is an informational item, step 1 of 2. This issue paper deals with increasing the daily vehicle pass fees by $1 at select parks. So currently an additional capacity fee of $1 per vehicle is added to the cost of daily vehicle passes at Cherry Creek, Chatfield, Boyd Lake, and El Dorado Canyon state parks. So this issue paper proposes adding Highline Lake, Golden Gate Canyon, Staunton, Castlewood Canyon, Roxborough, and Lake Pueblo state parks to the list of state parks authorized to charge an additional $1. Additionally, this issue paper proposes changing the name of that $1 fee from a capacity fee to a high use fee, as there are several parks like Lake Pueblo State Park that are very large in size, with multiple areas on the park receiving different levels of use. So these parks can receive extremely high levels of use in various areas while never reaching overall capacity. All of these parks have seen an increase in use over the past several years, which creates an extra expense and resource strain to cover services like trash collection, increased resource damage, additional temporary staffing, additional wear and tear on facilities, and things like that. For example, Lake Pueblo State Park is the most visited state park in Colorado, and it's seen an increase of visitation of 36% over a 3-year period. So this additional fee would help to cover those types of expenses. So that is all I have for you right now for this issue paper, and I can come back in November with final regulations with an effective date of January 1st, if so desired.
Krista, any further questions or any questions for or comments for Krista with regards to this item? Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, I saw like several times earlier this summer where Lake Pueblo was at capacity. I'm certain it occurred at many other these highly visited state parks. I was wondering if we could get numbers at how often we had to essentially meter entrances into our state parks, and you know, when those events may have occurred, just have a better understanding of not just this historical high use this year, but also the larger trends of being able to deal with what seems to be constantly increased visitation over the last decade, predominantly there over on the Front Range.
Commissioner Schaefer, this is Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager, and I appreciate the question. We saw, I know the term unprecedented is thrown around a lot, but we saw quite a bit of use this year related to COVID specifically because high school students and younger folks weren't in school. And so we saw a lot of visitation from students and younger people wanting to utilize Cherry Creek and Chatfield and a lot of our other parks as well. We saw an increase in water use, especially paddle boarders and folks wanting to take new participants to outdoor recreation, which we think is great. but we saw a lot of that type of use this year as well. And with the COVID restrictions and the governor's suggestions that folks get outdoors and enjoy our natural resources, they were taking full advantage of that. So to get to the answer to your question, it really varied, but there were Mondays during the summer and spring that we were at capacity at Chatfield, Cherry Creek, and we had backups where we had a one in and a one out, one out and one in situation where people might be waiting in line for a couple of hours to be able to get onto a park. And so some of that was related to the swim beach issue that we talked about with social distancing and masks and having the inability to really control social contact there, obviously at those swim beach areas. So we shut those down and blocked off some of the parking lots at Cherry Creek and Chatfield and Boyd. And that helped quite a bit with the backups, but weekends heavy, yes, absolutely. When later in the summer, when the water level started dropping down at some of those irrigation reservoirs and water recreation dropped off just a little bit, we saw a little bit of a decrease in use compared to the earlier part of the summer. And then I think, with people being able to get out and do other activities, that also contributed to a little bit of a lessening here recently. So sorry for the long-winded explanation.
Thank you, Mark. Brett Ackerman, Southeast Regional Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ackerman, Southeast Regional Manager. Appreciate the opportunity to answer that question, Commissioner Schaefer. And there were a few times over the summer, generally on weekends, when Lake Pueblo had to close its gates and create kind of a one in, one out type situation. And I would just add to what Regional Manager Leslie said, that these are related but a little disjunct issues, in that we do have capacity issues from time to time at these larger parks, especially associated with parking. And when we're talking about capacity issues, like Krista mentioned, sometimes certain areas of the park are at capacity, the areas that need to be used or want to be used, whereas there might be some room at other areas. And so we generally do our best at Pueblo not to shut things down, and only do it when we just are reaching levels of dangerous parking on the streets and the county road through. So, in June, we had almost 500,000 visitors at Lake Pueblo State Park, and we do our very best to keep them coming in there. This is the first year that we have limited to one in, one out, because we did, as Krista mentioned, have unprecedented levels of visitation. But that amounted to maybe a handful of days throughout the summer, Commissioner Schaefer. In the end, this agenda item, like Krista mentioned, is attempting to deal with charging a little more to go into these high use parks, because it takes more to maintain them and more to man them. And so while we have already had this category existing in the regulations, we're asking to add Lake Pueblo and a few others to it for that reason. So I hope that answers your question. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brett. I don't see any further questions on this item from commissioners. I'd add a question, Krista, myself. And I'm not sure whether you'd answer it or maybe Brad or Mark would, but how difficult with this name change do you think it'll be to communicate effectively why the increase in fee and the high capacity name will be something our consumers, our customers will understand what we're trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, so just to clarify, changing from the term capacity to high use.
Yes.
Yeah, I might defer to members of the staff who work with the public more regularly in the field, but I believe that from my understanding that most members of the public would understand that these parks are very highly used, and so it wouldn't be a hard problem communicating that to them.
Commissioner, wait a minute, Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Krista. I would just add to what Krista said, in that the term capacity, as it's listed in our regulations, is not a term that we commonly use or out there in the public in any of our interpretive materials currently. And so I would suspect that this would be a non-event as far as public outreach is concerned. But as you know all too well, there are certain things that the public certainly could take a look at and want to make an issue of, but we don't generally advertise the terms associated with why a few of our parks cost more to enter.
Okay, thank you very much, Brett. Do you have what you need on this item, Krista?
Yes, I believe I do. Thank you. I'll return with final regulations then in November with an effective date of January 1.
Thank you. I think we're finally coming to the end of you speaking, and I'm doing you a favor so you don't have to come back after lunch. So let's go to item 19, chapter W1 fishing. This is a step 1 of 2, which means, of course, there'll be no vote, and there'll be regulations coming later, but I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. So we're moving on to the fishing issue papers. These are blue in color, and again, step 1 of 2. This is the time when we review the entire fishing chapter. So we have quite a few issue papers, and I'll just try to go through them and then maybe take your questions and comments after if there are specific items you'd like to discuss more. So the first issue paper deals with clarifying the criteria for establishing an emergency closure of fishing waters. This is on page 1. So regulation number 104F1 was initially implemented to protect aquatic resources when environmental conditions are likely to result in the potential for severe fish mortality or detrimental impacts to fishing resources. And the current criteria were established in response to the extreme drought of 2002. During the season of 2018, CPW staff implemented fishing closures on a variety of water bodies across the state due to poor environmental conditions. And CPW staff identified several issues with the current criteria for establishing a fishing closure. More specifically, criterion A, the current temperature thresholds are not protective of all systems. The temperature effects on aquatic life may be evident at levels outside of the thresholds mentioned, and staff proposed changing this criterion to allow closure when the daily maximum water temperature exceeds 71 degrees Fahrenheit, and removing the part of the regulation that discusses the daily average temperature. For criterion B, the process of calculating the historical average low flow for the time period in question was challenging because the time period in question was not well defined. Additionally, the current 25% threshold of the flow related criterion is not protective enough across most systems statewide. So staff proposed modifying this threshold from 25% to 50% or less of the daily average flow and removing the phrase time period in question. For criterion C, staff proposed modifying it to include the word stress when describing fish that may also be exhibiting additional signs of deterioration related to environmental conditions. And for criterion D, staff proposed modifying it to a daily minimum dissolved oxygen levels are below 6 parts per million instead of 5 parts per million. So these recommended revisions would help to ensure that the fishing closure criteria are consistent with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and EPA current water quality standards and regulations. They would also help to provide the public with uniform and coherent messaging, and would ensure that they're applicable statewide and are consistent and flexible for implementation by staff. Moving on to the second issue paper. It deals with establishing a limited harvest for mountain whitefish statewide. This starts on page 5. So the abundance of mountain whitefish has significantly decreased across much of its native range or occupied habitat. Currently, the distribution of mountain whitefish in Colorado includes the Yampa River drainage, the White River drainage, and the Colorado River, including the Eagle and Roaring Fork rivers. Population declines in the Colorado River and Roaring Fork rivers especially have been documented. And although mountain whitefish abundance is still relatively high in the White River, the species is known to be sensitive to environmental stressors. And so staff are concerned about increased angling pressure, elevated summer water temperatures, irrigation diversions and such, which could reduce mountain whitefish reproduction and recruitment success in that river. So unlimited bag and possession limits are currently in place for mountain whitefish in all inhabited waters except the Yampa River drainage. As a preferred alternative, staff proposes enacting a statewide bag limit for mountain whitefish of 4 fish and a possession limit of 8 fish. So this action would help to assist in increasing the persistence of mountain whitefish in these popular angling areas, as well as convey the importance of this unique sport fish to these angling communities so that current and future generations can enjoy. Moving on, the next 2 issue papers involve a Meadow Creek Reservoir, but I want to point out that there are 2 Meadow Creek reservoirs, one in Grand County and one in Jackson County. The first issue paper has to deal with revising the bag and possession limit and maximum size requirements for tiger trout at Meadow Creek Reservoir in Grand County, and this starts on page 13. So CPW has stocked tiger trout on 3 occasions in Meadow Creek Reservoir in Grand County to establish a predator that will thin the stunted brook trout population in the lake. However, only minimal predation of brook trout has been observed to date. And it turns out that tiger trout have proven to be an easy catch in this lake, and staff believe that the production of larger predatory fish may currently be limited by angler harvest. As a preferred alternative, staff propose implementing a harvest restriction for tiger trout to allow them to grow to predatory size. So this would mean adopting a bag and possession limit and minimum size for tiger trout of 1 fish greater than 18 inches in length. So all tiger trout 18 inches in length or smaller must be returned to the water immediately upon catch. The second issue paper deals with reducing the bag and possession limit for trout in general at Meadow Creek Reservoir in Jackson County. And this starts on page 15. Meadow Creek Reservoir is located on the east side of Jackson County on Johnny Moore Mountain State Trust land. It's primarily surrounded by private land, but it does have a small portion of public access. In 2010, CPW began stocking the lake with subcatchable rainbow trout at a very low rate in comparison with other lakes in the county, primarily due to the desire to keep trout densities low in order to maintain a trophy fishery. Currently, there are no restrictive fishing regulations in place and statewide bag and possession limits apply. However, sampling from 2019 showed high numbers of suckers, but the overall number of trout had decreased drastically and no trout over 20 inches were sampled, suggesting a loss of the trophy component of this fishery. And this is likely due to angler pressure, which has increased over the last decade. So as a preferred alternative, staff propose reducing the current bag and possession limit to 2 trout bag limit and 2 trout possession limit. As a second alternative, staff propose limiting the bag and possession from 4 trout to 2 trout, but keeping the possession limit at 8 trout. Moving on to issue paper number 5. This is shortening the fishing closure dates on the Colorado River below Shadow Mountain Reservoir. This starts on page 17. Currently, the regulations regarding the Colorado River below the Shadow Mountain Dam prohibit fishing from October 1st through December 31st to close the area to public fishing during CPW's annual kokanee salmon spawn collection operations. Given the current timing and scope of the spawn operation, the date range is excessively wide and no longer accurately reflects the period of time during which the spawn collection occurs and unnecessarily restricts public opportunity. As a preferred alternative, staff propose changing the restriction to October 15th through November 30th. Moving on to this 6th issue paper. This involves Berthoud Reservoir in Larimer County. This is page 19. Staff are proposing implementing a 10-inch minimum size limit and reducing bag limits for crappie and red ear sunfish, as well as restricting the bass fishing at Berthoud Reservoir. So from 2017 to 2019, red ear sunfish, black crappie, largemouth bass, and rainbow trout were all stocked in Berthoud Reservoir, resulting in an exceptional fishery. And to allow the crappie and red ear sunfish to naturally reproduce at least one season prior to being potentially harvested, CPW staff recommends installing a 10-inch minimum harvest restriction on both crappie and red ear sunfish. CPW staff also recommend reducing the bag limit to 10 crappie and red ear sunfish taken together. as the potential harvest for both 20 crappie in addition to 20 red ear sunfish under the general statewide regulations has the potential to severely limit the long-term angling success in this water. And finally, to ensure the growth rates of panfish remain optimal, predatory largemouth bass have been stocked into Berthoud Reservoir, and staff recommend installing a catch and release regulation for largemouth and smallmouth bass to create a quality bass fishing experience and to maximize predation on the small crappie and red ear sunfish. Moving on to issue paper number 7, this is implementing a 10-inch minimum size for black and white crappie at Bodeker Reservoir in Larimer County. This is on page 24. So Bodeker Reservoir has an exceptional natural recruitment of crappie, and to maintain the quality angling and bolster natural reproduction, staff recommends installing a 10-inch minimum size limit for black and white crappie. This would help to ensure natural reproduction at least one season prior to being potentially harvested. Moving on to issue paper number 8, we have adding the East Fork of Roaring Creek in Larimer County to the current Roaring Creek artificial fly and lure catch and release only regulation for cutthroat trout. This is on page 28. So currently Roaring Creek has a naturally reproducing population of greenback cutthroat trout and is protected with an artificial fly and lure catch and release only fishing regulation. Greenback cutthroat trout are protected under the Endangered Species Act. And so this designation allows catch and release only fishing. Staff recommend changing the wording of the current Roaring Creek regulation to state Roaring Creek and its tributaries to further clarify that East Fork Roaring Creek is included under this regulation. Moving on to issue paper number 9, we have eliminating the special regulation for largemouth and smallmouth bass at Lagerman Reservoir in Boulder County. This is on page 29. Lagerman Reservoir provides limited sport fishing opportunities, and currently regulations state that the minimum size for largemouth and smallmouth bass is 15 inches in length. However, it does not support quality production and growth of these bass species at this time. So these species are not currently stocked into the water, so CPW staff recommends that the special regulation be removed. Moving on to issue paper number 10, prohibiting angling at Webster Pond in Boulder County. This is on page 32. Prior to the September 2013 flood, Webster Pond provided angling for bass and sunfish. However, flooding resulted in substantial sediment deposition in the pond, and a breach of the pond shoreline lowered its historic water level. So as a result of that, species in the pond changed from warm water sport fish to native minnow species. So the pond will be reclaimed during 2020 and restocked with the state endangered northern red belly dace. So to protect this pond, CPW staff recommend prohibiting angling at Webster Pond. That is all I have for you for issue papers for fishing. And with your guidance, I will come back to you in November with final regulations. And just to note, the effective date of these regulations would be April 1st. So to start with the beginning of the fishing season.
Thank you, Krista. Well, have you entertain questions on the 10 issue papers currently presented? We'll start with Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Krista, first, on behalf of us up here in Grand County, I want to thank the people responsible for the changes to not only the closures on the Colorado, but the tiger trout issue on Meadow Creek Reservoir. That was really important if we're going to do anything for the brook trout in that reservoir. A couple of questions on the water temperature. I have seen that we use across the state, I believe, a method sometimes, which is we will order the closure of a particular stretch of water after noon, for instance, as opposed to a complete closure. Because as we all know, a lot of times the water temperature is fine, maybe 58 degrees in the morning, and by late afternoon, it's above the temperatures that are healthy for our fish. Does this allow for us to be able to continue to do that, to have closures that are not complete closures, but based on hours of the day?
Yeah, I can take a first stab at answering that question. Then I might defer to our aquatics specialist, Matt Nickel, or other regional managers. So I think that CPW does rely a lot on voluntary closures as well. And so, it's not super often in my understanding that we, make kind of mandatory closures of waters. And so I believe that this would still allow for those, definitely for those voluntary closures, and also for, closures partway through the day. But I will defer to Matt Nickel or other staff for further guidance on that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Directors, Matt Nickel, Aquatic Section Manager. Krista's spot on. These regulations pertain to mandatory closures that the director would implement based on staff recommendations and these conditions. We still would have the ability to implement voluntary closures, which the majority of the closures in 2018 and all of the closures so far this year have all been voluntary closures. And so staff adjust those recommendations based upon the situation. And so they're often time-based, as you mentioned, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Matt. That's helpful. My second question is on the mountain whitefish. I saw there was an exemption for the White River tournament. And maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me a long time ago that the Roaring Fork also had a whitefish tourney. Do they still have it? And if so, are they going to be exempt as well if we looked at that?
So the exemption was talked about, but actually this regulation is just making it statewide, bag and possession limit of 4 and 8. As to your question about the Roaring Fork, I'm not sure if there's still a tournament that goes on there or not. I don't know if other staff that are on have information about that. I can certainly look into that, but what we're recommending here, staff recommendation, is for statewide 4 and 8.
I'm sorry, Matt, but I thought there was an exemption for the White River tourney. Maybe I misread that.
Yeah, we talked about that at the beginning. We had some conversations, but eventually staff, both my staff in the area and JT staff as well, decided that going with statewide bag and possession, even on the White River, made the most sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Garcia asked my question pertinent to voluntary closures, and so I'll just mention my comment, which is to give kudos to staff on these issue papers. Really well written, and really, particularly the whitefish paper being very, very interesting. And I thought, the rationale provided in all of these made this very clear reading. So I just wanted to express my appreciation.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Any further questions or comments? Commissioner May.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One question I had, and it's just more to give me a little more information as a new commissioner. But one thing I noticed on page 5, when we're talking about the closure of the spawning, when CPW closed the spawning times in the fall on these 2 rivers, since that has happened, that fishing pressure on the rivers has increased. And I just wondered what the correlation was. Was that because then anglers put more pressure on to fish in other times of the year when they couldn't be there in the fall for spawning?
Thank you, Commissioner May. I think what they were alluding to there is that when they originally made those closures during spawning times, they felt like that would potentially, keep down the take during that time of year when they were especially vulnerable. But what they were saying is that since that time, fishing pressure has just increased substantially, and so it now warrants us looking at these new requirements of statewide bag and possession. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what it's saying, the closure of the rivers when it was during spawning has actually benefited, but it's just two things working against the species at that point.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Krista on this item? Seeing none, Krista, do you have what you need for item 19?
Yes, I believe so. I'll come back in November with final regulations that are consistent with the preferred alternatives then for these issue papers.
Thank you very much. And now you're released for the rest of the day. You can go and do real work.
I actually don't know if you can get rid of me so quickly. I think I'll be back for another issue paper, but I'll appreciate the break for sure.
Okay, thank you. Well, speaking of breaks, we have accomplished 2 items ahead of time that we were going to handle after lunch. We're really close to the original timing, so why don't we stick with it? Which the original timing was we were going to return from lunch at 12:55. So why don't we do that? And we'll put the meeting into recess until 12:55. Can you execute that, Dan?
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
That sounds good. Hey, I have to hop off. I gotta get back on this meeting. Oh, okay, I will.
You're
Thank you.
live, Chairman McDaniel.
Thank you, Dion. We'll call the morning meeting back into order. And the next item on our agenda are items actually combination of 20A and 20B, which is the West Slope Draft Mountain Lion Management Plan. And for the commission's information, just to make sure you understand the process, 20A is the actual plan, and there will be a vote on that plan to approve it by this commission. 20B is the regulations which would put that plan into effect. It will be presented by Krista. After Mark Vieira presents the plan, it would be step 1 of 2, and the vote to put that plan into effect would occur in the November meeting. With that, I will introduce Mark Vieira, who's the program manager, and Matt Yamashita, who's the area wildlife manager, and they will present the West Slope Mountain Lion Plan. So I'll turn it over to you, Mark. I see you're ready.
Indeed. Thank you, Chairman. Let me take the screen here. Okay, does everybody have that title slide up and hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDaniel, Commissioner, Directors. My name is Mark Vieira. I am Colorado Parks and Wildlife's Carnivore and Fur Bearer Program Manager, and I am here today to present the final draft of CPW's West Slope Mountain Lion Management Plan. We presented an earlier version of this plan to you in July, and we are presenting the revised plan today as an action item for your consideration and approval. This plan, if approved, would guide lion management in the Northwest and Southwest CPW administrative regions for at least the next 10 years, beginning in April of 2021. My presentation today will stay pretty high level with a focus on a review of the framework and thresholds in this plan, the Glenwood Special Management Area, and the regulation proposal that has changed since you last saw the draft presentation in July. Also, I'll review the remaining regulatory steps for implementation. Since this is the final plan presentation and I didn't spend any time on this in July, I'd like to acknowledge all the hard work and time from CPW staff that went into the development, public outreach, revision, and refinement of this West Slope Lion Management Plan. Teamwork was certainly the name of the game, and this was an effort across many branches of the agency with leadership and staff from the Northwest region, Southwest region, terrestrial section, and others pitching in together to bring this plan to completion on a fairly ambitious timeline. I also need to specifically thank Jerry Apker, who held my position until his retirement about 3 years ago, for his contributions to the framework and early vision for what managing lions in Colorado at larger scales might look like. I also want to thank the many members of the public with interest in lion management that participated in earlier stages of the public process and likely will participate today by providing input and perspectives on the West Slope plan. This document is a great step forward in updating our West Slope planning to reflect the current science of lion management. The slide you see before you is a map of our current harvest limit groups on the left-hand side of the slide, and the new larger harvest limit groups under the West Slope plan on the right-hand side of the slide. Nothing in our new plan changes the use of harvest limits as a governor on hunter-killed lion mortality. In fact, we are reducing the cumulative harvest limits in both regions under this plan. What will change is the size of these groups of GMUs that are placed together for the purposes of allocating harvest limits. As we discussed in July, lions are best managed at large spatial scales like the Northwest and Southwest regions, and harvest mortality can also be allocated to larger harvest limit group sizes. Each uniquely colored group on the left represents the current harvest limit grouping, in some cases single game management units, whereas under the West Slope plan, which is represented by the map on the right, you can see the larger size of harvest limit groups, again, represented by a unique color. When you sum up each region's total harvest limit, that number represents a decrease in both regions from current levels. 2018-2019 current levels. More specifically, in the Northwest region, the total harvest limit proposed will be 243 lions, and in the Southwest region, the total harvest limit will be 185 lions. Excluding the Glenwood Springs Special Management Area, this represents a reduction of 83 lions in overall West Slope harvest limits. If the increase of 12 lions in the Glenwood SMA is included, this would still represent a net reduction of 71 lions from our 2018-2019 levels to what is proposed under the plan. If this plan is approved, you will see these exact harvest limits in my January Commission harvest limit presentation, along with the remainder of the state or the Front Range recommendations. Now for a brief review on our regional objective and management thresholds. To assure that our objective of maintaining a stable lion population, similar to levels that we see today, is met, we are proposing 2 management thresholds in the West Slope plan that cannot be exceeded. The first is an adult female composition limit in harvest, and the second is a ceiling on the total amount of human-caused mortality allowable each year. While thresholds interact and inform one another on separate metrics of population trajectory, they also remain as independent triggers for harvest reduction. The West Slope plan's first threshold is a requirement that the proportion of adult female not exceed 22% of the total regional harvest in any single year. This threshold was selected for 2 reasons. Number 1, it is reflective of changing proportions of age and sex classes hunters are encountering in the field. So if it is triggered, populations may well be reaching a tipping point towards a decline. And number 2, it is an effective safeguard against excessive removal of the part of the population that contributes to growth, adult females. This threshold is also indicative of population trajectory independent of what the harvest rate may be projected or thought to be. The plan's second threshold requires that the 3-year average of total human-caused mortality will not exceed 17% of the projected regional population. This rate was selected to not allow offtake at regional levels to reach rates that could cause a decline in the population. Since the 17% threshold includes human causes beyond just hunting, harvest rates, as expressed in the new harvest limit levels, will initially be in the 11 to 15% range. Exceeding either threshold would trigger immediate management actions in harvest reduction the following year. As is the current practice now, these thresholds will be reviewed annually, but now, of course, at the regional scale, against the most recent year's mortality data. Staying below these thresholds and taking meaningful steps to reduce harvest if they are ever exceeded will keep West Slope lion populations on a stable trajectory. We started the public process back in January, so this plan has evolved over the last 8 months with changes and adjustments at each step in the process. In July, we heard feedback and discussion from the Commission on various aspects of the plan. The input around the proposed concurrent rifle season in the Glenwood SMA, which would have allowed deer and elk hunters to harvest a lion in October and November, was a topic staff subsequently revisited. Based on commissioner and stakeholder feedback, along with licensing complexity issues in this proposal, we removed the proposed concurrent rifle season in the SMA from this current revised version of the West Slope plan. Therefore, the version before you today does not contemplate any lion seasons outside of the traditional November to March and April framework. The single exception on the West Slope to the stable lion population goal is limited to the 4 GMUs around Glenwood Springs. This small area represents less than 4% of the projected lion population on the West Slope and is also less than 4% of the surface area of the entire West Slope. There is a history in these units of increasing human-lion conflict. The goal of the Special Management Area, or SMA, is to address safety concerns by reducing human-lion conflicts, reducing lion occupancy in developed areas of high human use, and to provide maximum hunting opportunity. Therefore, lion population contributions, as well as lion mortality, will be exempted from annual regional threshold evaluations. The needs, objectives, measurable goals, and monitoring approach laid out in the plan will govern management in these discrete 4 GMUs. While the Glenwood SMA is excluded from annual regional thresholds of adult female composition in harvest and total human caused mortality, this does not mean that the SMA does not have a harvest limit. The plan proposes a 33 lion harvest limit for those 4 units, which if achieved would be higher than the 17% mortality rate used elsewhere. The Glenwood Springs SMA would be the only West Slope area with an open April lion season during the first 3 years of the plan. This will require the closure of April seasons in numerous West Slope units that are currently open. The Glenwood Springs SMA, as well as a group of 5 Southwest Region game management units, we're calling them L50, along the Utah border, would allow expanded method of take regulations to include electronic calls. In the case of L50, this method is expected to shift some lions removed for game damage onto hunter harvest, whose success has previously been limited by desert conditions with little snow. In the Glenwood SMA, this would help with lion harvest around small acreage lots where conflicts are occurring, but hound use is not possible. Electronic calls would only be legal in these 2 areas of the West Slope for the life of the plan, as the rationale for the use of this tool is its strategic application and its need in these very specific defined areas. The success of using these tools to produce a declining trend in human-lion conflicts will be evaluated adaptively halfway through the life of the plan at 5 years, and changes will be proposed if goals are not being met. As outlined in the plan, we intend to generate rigorous estimates of lion density in survey areas on the West Slope to help improve and refine assumptions made in the resource selection function, or RSF. The RSF is a model used to estimate the probability of lion use of habitats on the West Slope, which is translated into a projection of potential lion abundance across the landscape. The West Slope Plan RSF uses lion density estimates from recent peer-reviewed publications from within Colorado and the West. Density surveys committed to as part of this plan will improve and add to the body of work of available Colorado density estimates. Densities of independent lions on winter range would be produced using the same mark recite technique currently being employed in the Upper Arkansas Research Project. These empirical density estimates in representative West Slope habitats will serve to support and align CPW's RSF modeling process and its resulting abundance projection outputs to accurately assign harvest objectives for maintaining that objective of a stable population. Lion capture would begin this upcoming winter with our first density estimates generated in the spring of 2022. Other than the removal of the concurrent rifle season provision, there were not any other substantive changes between the July draft and today's final draft. The remaining regulations proposed in July are still included in the West Slope Plan and are shown on this slide. Besides the changes in harvest limit groups and reduction in overall harvest limits, new regulations proposed would include electronic calls being legal in one Southwest group of GMUs, that's L50, and in the Glenwood Springs SMA. Additionally, units with April seasons would be greatly reduced, at least in the first 3 years, as the only initial group of GMUs with an April season on the West Slope would be the 4 in the special management area. So this all brings us to your action item today, as well as the supporting draft regulations that the chairman mentioned, which you'll see as the next agenda item today. The regulations are a distillation of what would need to change to implement the West Slope Mountain Lion Management Plan. If you approve the West Slope Plan as provided in your commission mailing, following your discussion, you would also be providing your support for the needed new regulation changes that I just mentioned. These needed regulations for West Slope Plan implementation will be provided as a first step draft informational item today. Staff would then integrate the West Slope Plan regulations into the traditional cycle of lion regulations, where you would see proposed harvest limits for the entire state along with these West Slope regs as step 2 of 2 as an action item at your January commission meeting. This is the end of my presentation, but I wanted to tee up a short video on electronic calls that we will now present. We thought this would be helpful based on Commissioner Touchton's request in July to understand more about how electronic calls worked. While electronic calls are currently not legal in Colorado for hunting lions, results from the last WAFWA survey of states with lion populations show that they are permitted in all or parts of 12 out of 15 states that responded to the survey, with only Colorado, Montana, and Alberta prohibiting their use for taking lions. I thank you for your time today. Staff involved in development of the plan, including Matt Yamashita, will be available following the electronic call video to answer any questions you might have before your discussion and the action item vote on the West Slope Mountain Lion Management Plan. And with that, I think we would ask if Laura could, I will stop sharing. You're quicker than me. Done.
Good morning. My name is Travis Black. I'm the Deputy Regional Manager in the Southeast region. I'm here this morning to talk to you about the differences and similarities between mouth-blown calls and electronic calls. Mouth-blown calls require that the user hold the call to their mouth and actually blow air through or across a reed to produce a sound out the baffle of the call. With the electronic call, all the user has to do is select the particular call that he wants to utilize in this case, select his volume, and press the call button. So one disadvantage to using a mouth-blown call is obviously the user has to blow from his particular location. The sound that is attracting the particular predator that you're calling is then focused to the hunter's position. And the predator would be looking and listening in that specific location, and any sort of movement, and when you're blowing the call, you're required to use a little bit of hand movement, could give the hunter's position away. Whereas an electronic call, as I said, is placed away from the hunter and requires minimal movement to manipulate the call. That focuses the predator's attention towards the call, away from the hunter's position. It's safer for the hunter because the animal is approaching the call, not the hunter's particular position. So another advantage of the electronic call, having it placed away from the hunter, allows the hunter the opportunity to study the animal that's approaching that particular call. That has an advantage in that the hunter can try to determine whether it's a male, whether it's a female, whether it has dependent young with them or not, and whether they want to harvest that particular animal or not. Because of the library of sounds that most electronic calls have, they allow you to mimic a specific species of animal. So in damage situations, an electronic call has a bit of an advantage in that it can mimic that particular prey species and ideally identify and call in the specific animal that was causing that damage. Electronic waterfowl calls mimic hundreds or thousands of geese, for example, at a time. Most predator calls, including mouth-blown calls and electronic calls, mimic one individual animal. The use of an electronic call does not guarantee the harvest of an animal. It still requires planning, knowledge of the animal, the habitat, a stealthy approach, use of the wind, any other technique that a hunter might use out in the field. It's still a hunt. So this is just a basic summary. I hope it's given you a little bit of insight into how different calls are used in different situations, and like I said, the advantages and disadvantages of those calls.
Thank you. Does that conclude the presentation, Mark?
Yes, Chairman, it does.
Thank you. As we have public comment today on this specific item, what we'll do is I'll first call for questions for Mark or Matt Yamashita from the commission. We'll then have public comment, and we have a number of speakers lined up to speak to the commission. We'll then ask questions of them, if any. And then after those two sections, we'll move to commission discussion and finally into a vote. So with that, I'll start with Commissioner Touchton, who has a question for Mark. I think you're on mute, Jay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I coming through now?
You are. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you to Travis for that presentation. That was very interesting. If I might back up just a bit to let you know where I'm coming from this, and then I'll get to my question. But I've reviewed our policy on fair chase, and with your indulgence, I just wanted to highlight a couple sentences. The first one is the commission recognizes that public support for the manner in which wildlife is pursued and taken is of critical importance to the future of hunting and angling. I think I couldn't agree more with that statement. Fair chase principles are vital to getting the non-hunting majority to accept what we do. I think it's underlined in the context of mountain lion hunting, which is a wildly unpopular activity. And we saw polling from that at the July hearing, but it is far from supported by the majority of state residents. So I think we have to be super rigorous about fair chase principles in this context. The other sentence that I wanted to mention is at the bottom of our policy, where it says, in its effort to preserve hunting and angling, the commission will weigh the fair chase implications of a new technology or practice against the benefits of the technology or practice, and may provide to improving competency or increasing participation in hunting and angling. The trade-offs must be carefully considered in an open public process before determining whether a given technology or practice should be limited or prohibited in the interests of preserving fair chase. I have a procedural point, and then I'll get to the merits. We noticed this discussion is the West Slope Mountain Lion Plan. I would be much happier if we had also noticed it as a fair chase discussion of electronic calls in order to engender that public discussion that our policy called for. We did hear from a lot of people who were opposed to the use of electronic calls. But I think if we'd actually have noticed it specifically, we might have heard more defenses of electronic calls. We might have heard from hunters. I think everyone who opined against electronic calls was probably from a non-hunting organization or member of the public. But I think today's presentation, in my mind, salvages that a little, but going forward, I would like to see discussions of fair chase specifically noticed as such so that the public can chime in. All that said, I went back and looked at the history of fair chase from the Boone and Crockett Club, Teddy Roosevelt, where they once decided that a 4-power scope was not consistent with fair chase. Ever since then, it's been a slow slide, more and more liberal, chipping away at what the Boone and Crockett Club originally thought was fair chase. I think the group of individuals who thought a 4-power scope was a violation of hunting ethics would be somewhat mortified by an electronic call. I think we need to put a break at some point on electronic calls. There are competing interests, but to me, and I'm not the arbiter of fair chase, I'm just going to express one commissioner's view. It seems no different than hunting over bait. You have just changed the bait from an olfactory sort of bait to an auditory bait. It seems dramatically better than a mouth call. The speakers are better. It's got a jack to add more speakers. I did a little research on my own. It's got a remote control. It has a 300-yard range for the remote control. It offers significant advantages. I think that's why we're doing it. If this didn't make it significantly easier, we wouldn't be interested in it. We would stick with mouth calls. So to me, it's not fair chase. I'd like a rebuttal is my question. Sorry for the long soliloquy, but I wanted to let you know where I'm coming from on this particular issue, because I just don't see it as consistent with fair chase hunting principles, especially in this context.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Touchton. I think what I'll do is offer a short comment, And then Regional Manager Corey Chick was prepared to talk a little bit about the Fair Chase policy aspects. I guess the piece that I would add is the fact that our plan is being very strategic and very specific in the regions and the rationale for why we are proposing this, as opposed to a broad statewide application. It's being done in two very defined areas for two very defined reasons that electronic calls may offer benefits that we talked a little bit about today, but we talked about at length in July in terms of moving potentially mortality from APHIS or from game damage onto hunters, which, use of the meat and all the positive aspects of the hunting piece to it, as well as the aspects of the challenges that we have in the Glenwood area with small acreage lots, lion presence there, and the ability to have some harvest in a place where using hounds is not effective. So I guess just with that, more of a comment, I think I'll hand it over to Regional Manager Corey Chick.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Directors. Corey Chick, Southwest Regional Manager. Commissioner Touchton, you bring up some good points, and it's not something that's lost on us. We've thought long and hard on these different methods, and I agree with you. I mean, there's numerous things that we could look at Fair Chase, and over time, those values or ideas have shifted. That's where I think we're being very careful, or at least our attempt is to be very careful in how we're trying to potentially implement this, and why it's not being brought forward West Slope wide. This is a tool. You said that. Others have said that, and we're really just looking at these areas, whether it's the SMA or in L50, that historic methods have not been as successful in those areas, if that answers your question.
Any response, Commissioner Touchton, before we move on to the next question?
No, I think I have the information. One thing I am interested in is the statement that Mark made that we might allow this type of call to replace APHIS Wildlife Service kills with hunter kills. To me, an APHIS Wildlife Service kill is a complete waste. There's no recreational hunting opportunity. The state loses an animal, and there's no ethics most of the time in my experience. So I would not be sad to see APHIS Wildlife Services kills replaced, but I would like to see some assurance that that would happen, that this wouldn't just be additive. I don't know if we have the power to keep APHIS out of L50 or the Glenwood Special Management Area, but I think if we're going to use that as a rationale for allowing what I still view as a slide of Fair Chase, it would have to be guaranteed that that would occur. And the question is, can you guarantee that APHIS will keep out of those areas where we're allowing the use of electronic calls?
I think we have JT Romansky, Northwest Regional Manager, who wants to chime in on that response. Am I correct there, JT?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Good to see everybody, commissioners, directors. JT Romansky, Northwest Regional Manager. I'd like to say welcome to Meeker, but I can't, unfortunately. Going to that point, Commissioner Touchton, thank you for bringing that up. I think here's what I would say is the reality is that they are incredible partners, and when we have a human health and safety issue or a depredation issue, we rely on them to get the animal that is causing some of those issues, rather than using some houndsmen that may go out and take more bears or more lions. So there's actually a relative big benefit to using Wildlife Services and some of our other partners in these things, and to suggest that by doing an SMA we would guarantee we would not use those partners. I certainly would not commit to that. If we had an unfortunate incident where a child or somebody else was maimed or killed by a mountain lion, the first people I'm going to call are those partners to help us assess and address that situation.
Thank you, JT. Commissioner Hauser.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, can I just offer a contextual perspective on that last question?
Sure, Mark, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure the commission was aware of our ability to track the source of mortality on past lions and future mortalities of hunter harvest versus APHIS versus landowner kills. So we can track that information. And then we're also tracking how that animal was taken by a hunter. So was it a hound harvest, an encounter, a mouth call? If electronic calls were to be legal for lions, we would be able to track that. So we would be able to, as we talked about, look adaptively at that data moving forward to make an assessment of, has one source of mortality gone down while another's gone up? Have we shifted mortality from this type of take into this type of take? So we could answer some of those questions moving forward at the halfway point in the Glenwood SMA when we've pledged to review those sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This isn't entirely linear, so sorry, Commissioner Tuckton. My question is just sort of location specific, and perhaps JT, Matt, others can maybe comment, and maybe it's preliminary, but I'm interested in how the fires, perhaps statewide, but particularly in the Glenwood area, if you're anticipating any changes to habitat, will there be any impact to this study or anything you need to tell us as it relates to projecting out, given just how much of this area burned?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, JT.
Thank you. Great question. So, one, these fires are obviously catastrophic, and we continue to work on those things. And even post-fire, we're looking at ways to work with our federal land managers and everybody else to try and reclaim or reseed and take care of some of those habitat attributes that have been lost. Some of those things that are lost are very temporal in nature, not very long, and some of them are longer than that. And so each species is going to be independently changed, and some of the demographics will be changed because of that. Bears is an example, who are relying on some of those acorn and berry crops that may take several years for that to be replaced, is much different than some of our ungulates, some of our deer and elk that likely, even this fall yet, but certainly next spring when we get new vegetation growing in there, it'll probably hold even more animals. So, the mountain lion aspect of this is going to be interesting to watch. That's a big fire, over 30,000 acres, over 139,000 down here, and so we're going to be watching those deer and elk populations, and thus where the mountain lions are going to correlate to that. So I don't think up there we're going to see a major change. This winter range piece with deer coming down into the Roaring Fork Valley and other places around Gypsum and Eagle into some of that winter range are still going to pull animals, cats, mountain lions down to their location as well, where we have, presumptively had significant increases in human health and safety issues. So, but certainly that's where Matt and his staff will be keeping a close watch on what this is looking like for us. It's a great question.
Thank you, JT.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, if it's okay. Maybe not mountain lion specific, but perhaps habitat. Do I also understand just from some early projections, just sitting in on a National Forest Service conversation last week, that the bighorn sheep in Glenwood Canyon, this actually may be a positive for their habitat? And perhaps that has something, some connection to the lion plan as well?
Mr. Chair, JT Ramatzi, again, thank you for that follow-up. Yeah, I didn't mention bighorn sheep, but certainly, having some of this fire go through there could be hugely beneficial for bighorn sheep. It could expand their range and thus allow us to actually expand some of those populations, which also does relate directly to mountain lions. mountain lions do predate on bighorn sheep, in some areas very dramatically. We've got places in the past where we have transplanted bighorn sheep only to see the lack of success because of some of the predation issues. So that's a great point that you capture. I think there's going to be pros and cons to all this. And that's the great thing about us being in a place where we manage wildlife, and that's what conservation is. And so preservation would say otherwise. We don't hunt, we don't manage, we don't manipulate anything. And thus, we just let things go. And certainly that's why we're so blessed to manage wildlife in these days. And so Matt, I know Matt, and he may want to jump into some of this too, but we're watching a bunch of those things. He's coordinating a lot of those discussions with the Forest Service about reclamation opportunities and some of those as well.
Thank you, JT. Any other follow-up questions, Commissioner Hauser?
No, thank you very much.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark touched on it briefly, but one of the components to the Glenwood SMA is this adaptive management plan. And one of the things I was wondering is, will there be a subsequent specific adaptive management plan with, the inclusion of the goals and objectives, but also clear articulation of the triggers so that there's a follow-up component and a way to integrate public involvement regarding the implementation of the plan itself?
I can start with that, Commissioner. The way the plan that's in front of you now reads is at the 5-year point, there will be an evaluation of whether human-lion conflict numbers as a trend have decreased over that 5-year period. So that's the sort of bottom line metric that's being evaluated. And then all of the resources that we've talked about, including the education, the removal of problem animals, and the various hunting opportunities that we're discussing are brought in as tools. And then the commitment would be, if those have not been successful in that endeavor, using a new approach. I don't know if Matt or JT have anything they want to add to that, but that's how that piece reads in the plan right now.
Yeah, I guess put a little more salient point on it. It's a bit broad based in that aspect in terms of adaptive management. And so the concept makes tons of sense to me. And I think the draft plan itself as a framework is great. I'm just wondering if we can provide for a greater level of specificity regarding that particular component to it. It's part of that sort of transparency and trust. I have trust that this is the right plan, but there's folks that don't. And we want to make sure that they understand that this plan is done not just with human health and safety and hunting in mind, but also for the maximum health of the species under biological conditions. And so I feel like that that additional specificity regarding implementation could be a useful endeavor sort of post this decision. This isn't related to the plan itself, but being able to implement this in the best way possible. I wanted to highlight that adaptive management component is a great way for that integration of public involvement, and also advancing the principles of science-based management that are inherent within this plan.
Good point. Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer.
Commissioner Blecka.
Hi, thank you. I just have a comment, not necessarily a question. The electronic calls are going to be used in very specific areas due to public safety concerns. That's what we're talking about. We're protecting the citizens of Colorado as well as their property. And we wouldn't be doing our due diligence if we didn't use the best technology available. We'd be negligent if we didn't use it with these specific cases. I see it as a public safety issue. We already have documentation of mountain lions injuring children, livestock, household pets. I don't think that in any way that this is a wrong way to go about that. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I want to, Commissioner Touchton, look at Boone and Crockett Club. The Boone and Crockett Club has a specific position statement on predator management. And I'm sure you've reviewed that. And it specifically talks about the fact that human conflict with predators causes a different vantage point for those who are trying to determine what fair chase means. And I won't go through it all, but it goes through all of the reasons why we need to do what we're trying to do here with predator management that's a little bit different. But I will read the final paragraph of their statement. In the club's view, the most significant factor influencing the conservation and future of predatory species will not come from new laws or court decisions, but from obtaining the support from those who are most affected by the existence of predators, namely those who live closest to them.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Next up here, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I agree there's counterbalancing concerns. And our fair chase policy says that fair chase can be balanced against those other concerns. You've mentioned some, Commissioner Blascia mentioned some. I still don't think it's fair chase because to me it looks just like hunting over bait. It's just a different kind of bait. It's a sound bait instead of a scent bait. That's my only personal opinion. I agree there are counterbalancing concerns, human safety, efficiency of killing mountain lions in confined spaces where there's not availability to use hounds, other concerns that may outweigh fair chase principles. I just wanted to have that conversation and see the device demonstrated before moving on. And I think it's a conversation we owe the public to have if we're going to have a policy that says we pursue fair chase. The question I have now for Mark mainly is, my understanding is since we can use electronic calls in L50, which is outside of the Glenwood Special Management Area, it seems to me that you do not need the Glenwood Special Management Area to use the type of more aggressive harvest techniques that you want to, or that we want to use in that area. That there's no reason to designate it separately from the Northwest region, because inside that collection of game management units, you could still use electronic calls if that's the decision. You could still have an April season, and you could still increase the take of lions from 21 to 33. But there's no necessary rationale for excluding Glenwood from the otherwise what I think is a very advanced scientific plan that counts suitable lion habitat, estimates the population, and then estimates the kill level with 2 check thresholds, which you described, and I think you've done excellent work on that. I don't see why Glenwood couldn't be included within that tent, and yet you still do the things that people think are necessary in Glenwood. So I'd like an explanation for why we have to carve this out to make those things happen.
Okay, I think I understand your question, but let me state it back here. You're asking about why is Glenwood Springs area made into a defined special management area with different regulations, but also a different framework, or is being excluded as opposed to just being under the Northwest region and summed in all of their calculations annually. Is that correct?
Yes, I want to know why the habitat in Glenwood and the lions in Glenwood don't count as part of the Northwest region, when it seems like based on the L50 example, we can have enhanced take things. Okay.
Thank you for that question. Well, let me start with the L50 piece. In the Southwest region, in the entire Southwest region, including every game management unit, cumulatively, the goal is a stable lion population. So we may allocate mortality across the landscape in the Southwest, but the stated objective is a stable lion population. And the electronic call regulation would simply be a tool used in that very specific area of 5 game management units that are desert units with some sustained game damage and lower hound success rates to address that issue. But again, the framework, the management goal is stability. Counter that within the Northwest, the fact that a lot of the plan and a lot of the work from staff has been dedicated to showing how Glenwood Springs and the 4 units around it are experiencing of late in recent years this heightened level of human-lion interaction, human-lion conflicts, and our interest in taking that 4% of the entire West Slope, so taking a really small piece of geography and allowing the thresholds of adult female in composition in harvest and total mortality to be exempted so that some of those goals can be reached in that very specific area. So we've still got a stable lion population in all of northwestern Colorado, minus that very small 4% that's around Glenwood. So that's why we're excluding Glenwood Springs, treating it differently as a special management area because of very specific needs and objectives there that are unique relative to the stable population goal that we're striving for across the rest of the state. And again, for those listening, this is a change from our current lion management plans, where we've got 2 very big parts of northwestern Colorado that are under a suppression or reduction management, White River and the Grand Mesa area, where we're currently managing to reduce lions. So this is a significant reduction in the surface area of the West Slope where we're proposing this.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I might ask just a quick follow-up question. Mark, I understand it's only 4%, it's a small area, but my question is a little bit different. Since it's small, 4%, I mean, we're talking an increase of 12 lions killed. That shouldn't affect the larger Northwest region. And I'm not arguing that we shouldn't pursue the enhanced take methodologies in Glenwood Springs. I'm just saying, why do we have to carve it out of the biological plan? Inside the Northwest region, there will be population sinks and population sources. Glenwood's definitely going to be a sink. And I don't know why we can't do to my mind, better biological solution of including it in that larger landscape and just saying, okay, this is a sink, but we will account for that somewhere else, in our large total. I don't understand the need to exclude it and manage it separately, regardless of whatever techniques we use there.
Mark, before you go for it, I have Brian Dreher, who's raised his hand, like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, directors, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Touchton. I might have, and Mark can help me out here if I'm, my thought on this is that I think, as we'd intensify the harvest in Glenwood, as you said, you would have to compensate that in other areas. And so based on our monitoring thresholds of 22% and 17% offtake, we would essentially have the potential to penalize the rest of the region for increased offtake within Glenwood Springs. And hence the reason why to intensify harvest, we've decided to carve that out. I don't know if that helps, essentially, because if we intensified harvest there, it might have an impact on, well, it would have an impact then on the rest of the region if that intensified harvest then affected those 2 thresholds. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. That's actually not the answer I was looking for, because I think that's less biologically secure. We've got an intensified harvest that we're not accounting for on the regional landscape, and that's what's upsetting me about it. I can live with an intensified harvest if we account for it as part of the plan. What I am having trouble with is excluding it from the plan. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
JT, we have another commissioner question, but I'm thinking you want to also comment to this response.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chair, thank you. One of the other reasons it's carved out is to be able to communicate socially, politically, and otherwise the need for us and those communities to work together to lessen some of the issues that we have with lions and also with bears, and to start starting to change some of the social norms up there. And by calling something out, we are saying something. I mean, so there's a biological baseline or foundation here, but all wildlife management has biological boundaries, but then they also have social and political. And so from my perspective, it's critically just as important to call this out specifically for those social and political opportunities now that I will get by having this called out. So I won't go into the biological stuff any more than Mark has. I think he and Brian have done a good job there. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, JT. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. I just wanted to do kind of a follow-up. So in July, I asked about the survey and there were 1,855 responses. And I was curious as to how many of those were Western Slope comments. It was actually less than 20%. So most of the people who commented lived on the Front Range. I'm noticing in the comments, we only have 17 this time. It's the same thing. I don't know where most of them are from, but at least 7 of them are from the Front Range. I do believe the people on the West Slope are very concerned about lions. And Glenwood is an area also that has had a lot of problems. And I think the residents there and elsewhere are concerned and want to see something happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner May. There you are.
Can't hear you, Commissioner May.
He's off mute.
Yeah. Sure. I'm gonna redo that.
Okay.
Still can't hear you, Commissioner May.
Dion, he's on there twice. I might try unmuting the other.
Yeah, I just saw that he came in a second time there. Did you get it, Katie?
I don't see it anymore.
Okay.
All right, well, technical difficulties. We still have a lot more to go on this item. So Katie, why don't we move to public comment? I'll let you bring forward the first speaker and then we'll catch Commissioner May at the end of public comment.
Thank you, Chair McDaniel. And I'm Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Since this is our first item of the day with public comment, I'll just kind of recap our process, which is that I will call on the individuals that signed up in advance for oral public comment. My colleague will help make sure that you're unmuted and will ask you if you'd like your video turned on. Once we have that all set, I'll let you know that your time has started. You'll have 2 minutes for comment. And if you reach the end of your time and have not wrapped up, I will just let you know, and we appreciate if you then kindly wrap up on your comments. For this item 20A, we have 6 people who are signed up in advance. The first one is Katie Dolan from Edwards, Colorado. Make sure that Katie is unmuted. And just, you may have to accept on your end for that. So it looks like we have Katie unmuted. Would you like us to turn your camera on, Katie?
Oh, sure. Yes, please.
Okay, just a moment. Again, you may have to accept on your end.
All right. There you go. How's that?
There we go. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, welcome, Katie.
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much.
You can go ahead and start your comments then.
Okay. Thank you for the chance to comment on the Draft Mountain Lion Management Plan. I'm Katie Dolan, and I'm a resident of the Glenwood Springs SMA and a conservation professional. And I speak for many of my neighbors who overwhelmingly desire non-lethal management of mountain lions. Many of us would much more want to learn more about coexistence with cougars. This desire is evident in the public opinion poll that several of you have been talking about most recently, conducted in July, where the highlights included 80% agree mountain lions help maintain Colorado's natural ecosystems and are important for the conservation of other wildlife in our state. 75% agree Coloradans have a responsibility to coexist with mountain lions and support increased public education about native carnivores and personal safety. 69% generally oppose recreational hunting of mountain lions. Most oppose increased hunting in response to increased sighting of mountain lions near human communities. And the poll results suggest that the general public is not as overly concerned about mountain lions as some of this conversation has suggested. When asked if they actively fear a potential encounter with while recreating in the outdoors, only 25% say yes. And there was a question about the west slope versus front range. The poll was deliberately developed to over poll in the western slope, the west slope. And the results are not at all dramatically different front range versus west slope. So this is consistent across all of the state in terms of people's attitudes being much more pro mountain lion than what we're talking about so far today. Combined with research showing increased hunting disrupts cougar social structures and may lead to more conflict with humans, these results indicate that perhaps reduced hunting of mountain lions could be a more nuanced strategy. The higher limits in the SMA are problematic. And after voting against electronic lures twice in recent history, I'm surprised that the commission is considering the use of electronic lures. Most of my neighbors—
Your time has elapsed.
Well, thank you. I just want to end by saying cougars are subject to death from rodenticides and infectious disease on top of the wildfires and everything else we've heard about. And I urge you to send the draft back to CPW with a request to find less lethal, more tolerant approaches to the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any questions for Ms. Dolan? I don't see any. Thank you very much for appearing and giving us your comments.
Thank you.
Very good. Next up, we have Jamie Jacob from Denver. So Mike, if you could unmute Jamie.
Yes, this is Jamie.
And would you like us to turn your camera on?
I have a face for radio, so I think I'll go ahead and leave it off.
No problem. You may begin your comments then.
Thank you for the Zoom meeting today with the detailed instructions. That really helped a lot. And it's good timing after lunch when everybody's happy. Hope everybody had a good one. I had pasta sauce that was garlicky, so it's good that I'm remote. Just thought I'd provide some food for thought. I wouldn't permit electronic calls. They're just too artificial and it doesn't seem like a fair game. Imagine you were out in the woods and heard somebody play a recording of an attractive voice. You'd probably go check it out. It's just too easy of a lure. Some other suggestions: reject the proposed changes in the draft West Slope plan and not approve the exemptions for the Glenwood area. We have to be especially careful because their habitat was their home and how difficult it would be to rebuild. You'd need all the support you could get. I saw a story where ranchers took in their neighbors, including their dogs that were displaced by the fire. It's really cool that they helped each other out. Now the mountain lions need our help too. Let's help all of those we share this amazing world with. And if there are cougar-related losses, compensate those that are affected. Mountain lions are already under high pressure with more and more people moving to Colorado, under immense pressure with the wildfires. I was surprised when I learned that mountain lion hunting occurred in Colorado. And as others have mentioned, public opinion is not favorable of lion hunting, so it's a good idea to tread very carefully here. My minute, the opportunity to participate.
Jamie, you're cutting out there, Jamie. Could you repeat that last section, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
like others have mentioned, like there's been more human since there's so many people moving to Colorado. And now with the wildfires, they're really under pressure, so they could use all the help we could give them.
Thank you, Jamie. Let me look through here. Are there any questions for Ms. Jacob? I don't
see
I don't
Commissioner
see-
Adams physically raising her hand.
Oh, there's.
I was looking for it. I was looking for the button, Commissioner. I was looking for the button. So I was like, okay, I'll put my hand up. Not so much a question, but just for future commenters, just being mindful about accessibility issues. And so regardless of how you feel your hair or makeup or clothes, if you do have a functioning camera, please consider using it so that those who may have hearing challenges or visibility issues have increased access to understand the great comments that were coming out. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And thank you, Jamie, for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Andrew Curry from Boulder, Colorado. Mike, if you could unmute Andrew. And Andrew, would you like us to turn your camera on?
Sure, if y'all can handle my looks, go for it.
You may have to accept on your end.
I don't know if that's popping up or not. Let me take a look.
Let me try.
Oh, here we go. Got it. Am I there? Yes, I am.
You are.
Yep.
Hello, Andrew. Good to see you again. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. And thank you for such an excellent dialogue. I know the time is tight, so I'll start. First, I want y'all to know that I'm a committed ally with CPW on ecosystem health and ways that wildlife watchers financially can support CPW's species of concern protection. So my comments are shared in that positive spirit. I want to thank the staff for removing that concurrent fall rifle season for the mountain lions to avoid the unintended mortality of juvenile cats still dependent on their mothers. And just an observation, like others have said, that certain aspects, not the whole plan, certain aspects don't appear to match the values or goals of the West Slope residents and hunters included per the recent poll that we've heard about. I also again request, maybe as others have done, that SMA not be exempt from the carefully and scientifically selected mortality limits and female lion kill thresholds that I think are a great part of the plan. It seems, by the way, moving on just to 3 more points, it seems useful and perhaps important. I didn't see it in the plan for CPW to maintain an unhunted population as a control group. Maybe that's off in a remote area, of course. And a few things I didn't see, maybe I missed it, where the plan addresses the health of the species, genetic diversity or gender balance, disease prevalence, dispersal, or where the plan would address a possible cougar predation benefit on reducing chronic wasting disease in the deer or elk herds. A couple more points. I didn't also see where the plan address expected impacts of climate change, drought, wildfires, as we just heard about, or impacts of wolf recolonization or restoration on the cougar population. Likely both will decrease it, I assume. And finally, I was curious how the plan addressed how continued heavy hunting of cougar in the same areas where there's also CPW allows heavy hunting of black bear would affect the ecosystem health as a whole on a landscape already suffering from many other impacts we all know all too well. So in summary, I would like to see more presentations or reports in the future of how CPW considers ecosystem health issues as a whole and not in isolation by species, and then include those in the considerations in these management plans. And like others have said, I also oppose electronic calls for the recreational hunting of cougars, but would support them for the removal, let's say, of problem animals for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. We have a question for you from Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Curry, as the commissioner or one of the people behind the poll that was done in July, could you speak as to how mountain lion hunting polled specifically just on the West Slope? Because that seems to be the area of concern.
Well, it's, as I think as Katie mentioned earlier, the West Slope was oversampled. So it polled, and I should have those up here right in front of me, but I don't have them handy. But if you can give me just 1 second, I can pull it up. Here we go. So West Slope in particular on mountain lion hunting. Let's see. Here we go. West Slope only, 60, because we have crosstabs for that. 64% of West Slope residents oppose the recreational hunting of mountain lions.
And was there any specific question on electronic calls?
You know, I don't think we did electronic calls because there's a kind of a higher level, more population species type of thing. So I don't think we had electronic calls talked about in particular. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thanks. Good to see you again, Mr. Curry, and
That's good to
thanks
see
for
you
making comments today.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next we have Amira or Andy Rida from Boulder. It looks like you might already be unmuted, is that right?
Yes, and you can start my video.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
There you are. Welcome, Amira.
Thank you. So my name is Amira Rida. I live in Colorado and I work for Google in Colorado, and I also run a wildlife group for our staff of Googlers. I'd like to highlight 4 results in the independent public opinion poll by Remington Research Group that was conducted 2 months ago in July of 1,800 people, Colorado voters, that is. The 4 points I want to point out are 64% of West Slope residents, 53% of hunters, and 81% of non-hunters oppose the recreational hunting of mountain lions. 76% of West Slope residents, 77% of hunters, and 75% of citizens statewide say they are not fearful of mountain lions when recreating on trails in their own communities. 52% of West Slope residents, 44% of hunters, and 69% of non-hunters oppose increased recreational hunting of mountain lions in response to increased sightings near their communities. And finally, 70% of West Slope residents and 70% of hunters statewide agree that we have a responsibility to coexist with mountain lions. I believe there are many parts of your management plan for mountain lions that do not match these values and goals of the Western Slope and statewide public. And I would like to know why that is.
Thank you, Amira. Any questions from the commissioners for Ms. Rita? I don't see any. Thank you very much for appearing today, and thank you very much for your comments.
All right, so next up we have Katya Kovalenko. And it looks like you're unmuted and on camera, so you should be ready to go.
Hi, I would like
Welcome.
to thank you. Well, thanks for having me. I would like to thank you for lowering the limits and for dropping the fall concurrent rifle season. I think it's a really good part of the plan. And I like most parts of the plan, but I oppose electronic polls because they simply make hunting look bad, you know, and I'm not anti-hunting necessarily. I also support non-lethal management of conflict and education whenever possible. I'm an active user of state parks. I support CPW through my camping and visitation fees. I'd love to see a mountain lion. I probably never will because they're so elusive. But even knowing they're out there at natural densities is a sign of a healthy ecosystem. It means a lot to me. And I am an ecosystem ecologist. And knowing that the Commission and Colorado Parks are supporting modern science, ecosystem level management is incredibly important to me, to my family and my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kovalenko. Let me look to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you very much for appearing today, and thank you for your comments.
So our last person who signed up for public comment on this item 20A is Robin Knox. So if we could unmute Robin. And Robin, would you like us to turn on your camera?
Yes.
All right,
Welcome,
looks like
Robin.
you're all set.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, you can see me. I see.
We can see you. Welcome.
Yes. My name is Robin Knox. I am the current president of the board for the Colorado Wildlife Federation. And I would like to thank Executive Director Gibbs, Commissioner McDaniel, and Director Prenslow for their kind comments about the loss of Kent Ingram. I have the task of trying to fill Kent's shoes over the next several years as one of our main spokesmen for the Colorado Wildlife Commission. And I'm looking forward to meeting the commissioners whenever we get back to having live face-to-face meetings. Now, on the issue of the mountain lion plan, Colorado Wildlife Federation thinks that the plan prepared by the Parks and Wildlife staff is an excellent plan. I think it lays out the issues on mountain lion management that we are dealing with. Certainly the Colorado Wildlife Federation supports good mountain lion populations. It appears that plan is working to that end, and it is better than the previous mountain lion plans that have been in place for many years. On the issue of electronic calls, our staff and board members had quite a bit of discussion on this issue, and we are generally not in favor of allowing electronic calls. Similarly to Commissioner Tushion's discussion about the issue of fair chase, many of our longtime hunters feel that it does create a not so good impression of hunting. We absolutely recognize that the commission and the division is sort of between a rock and a hard place. Right? The Wildlife Federation feels that same pressure that clearly protecting human lives and even livestock or other recreational animals due to the growing population is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. We would recommend that perhaps the commission and the Parks and Wildlife could address electronic calls through not allowing those specifically for the L50 and the Glenwood State Wildlife Management Area, but allowing the use of electronic calls by wildlife services and other APHIS folks, people who need to.
I'm not sure if you're beeping, but actually, Robin, your time is elapsed.
Okay, to allow them to study the efficacy of electronic calls in helping the removal of problem animals. So I would be happy to answer any questions on part of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. We have a question from Commissioner Tushton.
Robin, I just wanted to say you have my condolences and sorry for your loss. I don't have a specific question for you, but thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you. And we will be letting the family of Kent know of the comments that were made this morning at the commission meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knox, and thanks for your time and coming to speak with us today.
Thank you.
I think, Katie, that's the end of our folks who have signed up for a public comment.
Yes, that's the end for 20A.
Okay. Well, next we'll open the floor for commission discussion on this item, if any, and then we would go forward to a vote whether to approve the plan or not. Commissioner Tushton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You guys know where I am on this. I want to see if I'm alone. So I would like to make a motion to exclude the use of electronic calls, see if it could get a second and see how it does, and then I'll move on. But that's my motion on the table is I would like to remove all use of electronic calls from our Mountain Lion plan.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair.
Second.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to come back to you now that you're technologically back with us, Commissioner.
Well, I did have some comments. I don't know if it's appropriate time now. Let me
I think
go back. I think
I think it would actually be good if we could get those comments before we I call back to see if there's a second on the motion. So because it might influence that discussion. Thank you, Commissioner May, and thanks for reminding me.
what I wanted to say was, being new on the commission, coming into this controversial subject at the 11th hour, I'm trying to be brought up to speed real quickly on it. I'm trying to apply the experience I have in these subjects, but the trouble I have is there is so much conflicting research and data that I'm trying to sort through that, and I just can't get a comfort level. One thing is with the thought that there's a body of evidence out there that suggests that increases in lion hunting mortality do not correlate to decreases in conflicts. But I think that I have to rely on staff, the biologists, the scientists, the people who know, and rely on their suggestions. The thing of it is, in our July meeting, there were several concerns brought up, and I was one of them about the concurrent season. And my problem with it was that to me is non-selective hunting. And my fear was there would be females taken that had nursing kittens. And in good faith, the proposal that was brought back to us has removed that. And that shows me that the staff is working hard to address these concerns. And I just want to know I appreciate that. And I have full faith and confidence that they're addressing all the other issues that have been brought up. So with that, I'll leave that now and let the floor go back to where it was. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner May. I had asked if there was a second to Commissioner Touchton's motions with regard to electronic calls.
Commissioner Adams.
Commissioner Adams?
I think the issue for me is,
oh no, I thought you were muted. We couldn't hear you for a second, but we can hear you now.
I was like, I just got this laptop, y'all. But just to say, I think my biggest issue, and I think I raised this last time that we met, was I feel like, yes, this is a situation and we need to leverage all of the resources that we have. It is my feeling that we are leveraging everything. And so the challenge will become which one of these strategies was actually the most impactful. So, and I equate it to having a doctor, right? A breast cancer survivor, and it was great to have, certain types of doctors, but to have 100 doctors all yelling at me at the same is not helpful. So I guess my biggest concern is because we're using multiple strategies, it'll be very difficult to unpack which ones were effective and which ones were not, just from a research perspective, which is why I wanted to just take one of the things off the table so that we can really focus on some of the other strategies that we have in play.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I thought I saw Commissioner Schaefer, or did you take your hand back down?
I popped it back down. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thank you. Well, Commissioner Touchton, we do not have a second on your motion. Commissioner May, you have a further comment or discussion?
I did second it.
Oh, take that back. Did you second it, Commissioner Adams?
I did.
Oh,
I did, and then I added that part in the end, so I confused you. I apologize, Chair.
All right, I'm sorry. I thought it might have been the front part where we couldn't hear you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner May. Do we lose Commissioner May again?
He's muted again.
There, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, we have a motion on the floor and seconded. So I think we'll do a roll call vote on this one unless there are further comments or discussions.
All right, Adams.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a hand up, Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Commissioner Touchton, would you consider amending your motion to allow the agency to use electronic calls for select harvest of identified challenge animals? So basically removing calls from the hunting side, but allowing the agency to utilize them?
Yes, I think that's a very good amendment. What I meant was electronic calls for recreational hunting. If CPW itself needs to take an offending lion, I think they need to use whatever method they need to do. My fair chase concerns go to recreational hunting. And so I think your amendment, I amend by amendment, or it's a friendly amendment, I would accept it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
All right, and this is kind of late coming from me and something I'm struggling with, I guess. I have used electronic calls in the past. It's not something I prefer to use because I think mouth calls are better. I've never hunted mountain lion, but I can see the advantage here of being at a vantage point and watching the animals come in and being able to more selectively harvest from a safer vantage point. So kind of echoing what Commissioner May saying, coming into this late as a new commissioner, I'm struggling with my personal experience versus the perception of electronic calls from people who may have or have not used them. So I guess more of a comment than anything.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. I don't see any other, well, I do see a comment. Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Adams, accept the amendment.
I'll ask her again here in a moment, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner
Yes.
Haskett.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
You did accept. Is that correct? We lost you again, but
yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Haskett.
Before we vote, can I please, or have you reread the motion?
Well, before we have Mr. Commissioner Touchton reread the motion, I wanted to make a comment after listening to Commissioner Phillips. I'm pretty familiar with both mouth and electronic calls as well. I can't say that I agree, and it's certainly not easy, as some folks have stated, but what's concerning me about the modification of the West Slope Lion Management Plan overall is that there are specific strategic goals trying to be achieved in the SMA, as well as the overall Western Slope. And those are being met by specific methodologies that our folks in the field and biologists are recommending to us to be able to execute that plan successfully. And I have also heard comments with regards to, it's kind of like the argument we hear about consumptive and non-consumptive users, as if they're two discrete populations that are mutually exclusive. And I think you've all heard me talk about that before. I think we're all consumptive users that visit and enjoy the outdoors. And management of predator species, much like we manage the prey species, I think can coexist if the plans are biologically sound and scientifically based, such that we manage for a sustainable population so that we can continue to enjoy mountain lions in our ecosystem. And both, frankly, from what I've heard from the science, need to be done. So I just wanted to give my personal perspective about that before we move to a vote. I think I lost you again, Commissioner Adams. I'm sorry. Did you second the motion? And Commissioner Touchton, could you restate it one more time, please, since there was an amendment to it? Thank you.
Yeah, I believe, subject to clarification, that it now stands as we amend the West Slope Mountain Lion Plan to preclude the use of electronic calls in recreational hunting, but to allow them by CPW in control actions, or I'm not sure what we call them. I think it's like policy W20 when we have to go after a lion.
Well,
but
before I get
to be
there-
clear,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I think the shortest way to look at this question is to say to preclude the use of electronic calls for recreational hunting.
Thank you. I've got a comment by Commissioner Garcia, but like to ask Jake this question. The motion on the table amends a plan that's not yet passed. So should the motion be stated to amend the plan for electronic calls, but pass the plan overall, or restate the motion just to prohibit the use of electronic calls in any mountain lion plan that is passed? Can you help me there, Jake?
Yeah, sure. So I think you're taking it piece by piece. Commissioner Touchton is proposing an amendment to the draft, not proposing to do both, meaning make the amendment plus adopt the plan. In other words, there might be other proposed revisions, but you're taking a surgical approach to remove electronic calls for recreational purposes from the draft plan, even though there may be subsequent amendments to the draft plan prior to its ultimate up or down vote. Does that help?
Thank you. Yes, it does. I just want to make sure we could proceed with that vote. Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to take off on what you said, Chair McDaniel, and what Commissioner May said. I remember when I was being interviewed for appointment to this commission, I made it very clear that I would believe in the science that was provided by the division, unless I had good reason and sound reason to scientifically challenge their decisions. And I think the good faith effort they made in removing the concurrent portion of this particular plan shows that they looked and took a good look and decided that scientifically that they could provide what they needed to do to protect the public and to manage the wildlife with the plan as they presented it to us. And I haven't heard anything that challenges scientifically their plan. And so I would support their plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
I just wanted to quickly respond to the last 2 points. I agree with Commissioner Garcia. I'm not arguing science. I'm not going to pretend to be a scientist two days a month. I'm arguing policy and public perception. And if we want to continue managing mountain lions scientifically, as opposed to at the ballot box, I think we need to be very cognizant of the public perception of our ethics. I think this is not well perceived by the public, and it's I don't think it's consistent with our fair chase policy. I won't repeat myself, but I just want to be clear. I'm not arguing science. I'm arguing what we need to do to preserve our public image. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Haskett.
I agree with Commissioner Garcia, and it's not like the electronic calls are going to be used in all these areas. It's a new place. It's a problematic area that they're going to try them in. I think we should believe in the science and let our biologists try and see what happens. We can always change it later.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question is sort of maybe an extension of Commissioner Haskett's comment and perhaps a question as well, in that whether or not it's a wildlife officer or a recreational hunter using a tactic, if it's part of a management plan, is it not one and the same? Sorry for the naive question, perhaps. And perhaps some assurance from the staff that to Commissioner Adams' point about sort of using all the tools in the toolkit, if we're going to really evaluate this and it works and the management works, then it's either temporary or we can readdress this piece of the toolbox at a later time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. With that, no more questions. I'll just lay out the process. So we'll do this in 2 steps since there was an additional motion placed on the floor. The first motion is to make an amendment to the mountain lion plan to prohibit recreational hunting of mountain lions. The second motion will be to approve the West Slope Mountain Lion Management Plan. Of course, it will be dependent on whether the first motion passes or not, whether it includes that provision. If it passes, it would be absent that. If it does not pass, it will include that. So I will call or ask Laura to do a roll call vote on the first, which is the prohibition of using electronic calls for recreational hunting in the West Slope Mountain Lion Plan. Voting yes in that would prohibit it. Before I have Laura execute that vote, Director Prinsloo would like to make a comment.
I hate to weigh in on this, but I'm pretty sure Chairman, never like to correct the chairman, but I'm pretty sure you said any recreational hunting of mountain lions. I think you meant to say any electronic.
Yes, any electronic
use of calling on recreational mountain lion. So to clarify the motion.
Yeah, good thing. Thank you for correcting me and putting that on the record, Director Prinsloo. So with that, any questions on the motion that's being voted for? Or being voted on? Laura, could you execute a roll call, please?
Sorry, I'm still not ready. Can we just get it one more time? We're voting on just one more. And then no extra comment after, just the thing and then vote. Okay.
Okay. It is a motion to amend the West Slope Mountain Lion Management Plan to prohibit the use of electronic calls in recreational hunting. I get that right, Dan?
Yes.
Does that make sense, Commissioner Adams?
Laura, I'm ready.
Okay, Laura.
Adams.
Yes.
Blecka.
Yes.
No.
Garcia.
No.
Haskett.
No.
Hauser.
No.
May.
Yes.
Phillips.
No.
Schaefer.
No.
Touchton.
Yes.
Vardy.
Yes.
McDaniel.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Sorry that was so confusing. Apologize for misstating that. So now I'd like to move to the second motion. Let me see if I got that in front of me. Read that. For agenda item 20A, is there a motion to approve the draft Mountain Lion Management Plan as presented by staff?
So moved.
And ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved. I'll second.
Okay. Haskett first and Garcia second, Laura, and then could you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Adams.
No.
Blecka.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Haskett.
Yes.
Hauser.
Yes.
May.
Yes.
Phillips.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Touchton.
Well, it's already passed by my count, but I'm going to vote no because I think we could have done better.
Vardy.
Yes.
McDaniel.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bearing through all of that and a really great discussion with regards to this. So let's move forward now to issue 20B, And we have Krista back, and she's going to chat with us about Chapter W2 and the regulations involving implementing the West Slope Mountain Lion Management Plan. So Krista, if you're there, turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you. So really this is just a formality, and now that the plan has been approved, just to go through and make those regulatory changes. So we wanted to make sure that we outlined them very clearly at issue stage, and then as my colleague Mark mentioned, we will bring this back to you for final approval in January with the other mountain lion harvest limits. So just to reiterate again, these would be changes to Chapter W2 Big Game and related provisions of Chapter W0 General Provisions. And this is, again, an informational step right now, step 1 of 2, and this is pink in color on your devices there. So these changes in the issue paper have been broken down into 3 distinct categories. So first of all, changes to the harvest limit groups. Again, this affects the West Slope, the Northwest and Southwest regions. The harvest limit groups currently in regulation would change to what is outlined in the issue paper. The harvest limit groups in these areas would group more GMUs, and the remaining harvest limit groups on the Front Range and the Northeast and Southeast regions would remain status quo. The second change involves electronic calls, and this is a change to Chapter W0, regulation number 004A3B. So electronic calls would be legal for mountain lion hunting during open seasons only for harvest limit group L50 and in the Glenwood Springs Special Management Area. And finally, the last regulatory change would be in relation to the April season. This is in Chapter W2, regulation number 242A3. The only West Slope harvest limit group with an April season will be the Glenwood Springs Special Management Area. And that is all I have for you. Again, we'll come back with these final regulations in January with an effective date of March 1st. And that will be introduced under the traditional regulatory cycle for mountain lions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Krista. Again, on this item, we have public comment. So I'll take questions for Krista first. We'll have public comment. We'll have questions for the commenters, if any. Then enter into any commission discussion. And as Krista noted, no action on this item at this time. That will come at the November meeting. So Commissioner Touchton, question for Krista?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this might have been asked earlier, but I missed it. But Krista, given the fires, which have impacted habitat, presumably all sorts of impacts we're not aware of yet, do you anticipate any changes to some of the numbers that were in the plan between now and when you come back to us with final regulations to implement those numbers?
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I am going to defer to my colleagues who deal more specifically with the harvest limits. Mark, would you be able to answer that?
Yes, absolutely. So the question is, with the harvest limits that we're proposing in the plan that's before you, do we think from what's in writing here today that would change due to the fires?
Yes, or in any particular collection, smaller landscape scale than the whole Northwest.
I wouldn't want to get ahead of my colleagues or get ahead of massive changes on the landscape, but I think as we touched a little bit on today, the way deer and elk as prey sources for lions move across the landscape with fires, the mosaic patterns, I would expect that we would be in line with what our recommendations are in that West Slope plan, given particularly the length of the plan. Again, wildlife management is, we don't want to be chasing these things. It's sort of over the long haul. So I think our perspective would be, again, without a firm answer for January, which is when you'd see those numbers, I would expect they would be in line with what's in the plan.
Thank you, Mark. I don't see any other questions. Katie, can we move forward to public comment?
Sure, thank you, Chair McDaniel. So we had 2 members of the public sign up for oral public comment on this item. First up, we have Aubin Royal from Denver. So if we could unmute, see Robin, I'm sorry, Aubin, and you're unmuted. So looks like you're ready to go, Aubin.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Aubin Royal, and I'm the Colorado State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. It seems like this comment might have been more appropriate under the previous agenda item, so I do apologize for that. I'm speaking today in strong opposition to the proposed rule change allowing electronic calls to hunt mountain lions in Colorado. We urge this commission to reconsider the use of electronic calls as they violate CPW's fair chase hunting policy adopted in 2016. As I shared in comments submitted to this commission a few weeks ago, the CPW commission has already debated this issue before and found that allowing the use of electronic calls is not in line with fair chase. It makes female mountain lions and their dependent kins more vulnerable to hunters because hunters are less likely to distinguish between males and females. We completely disagree that electronic calls would be helpful in discerning sex. We should not allow a method that violates fair chase when we know that the incidents reported in the Glenwood GMU are largely sightings and do not require an APHIS response or any lethal response. Electronic calls violate fair chase because they provide hunters with an unfair advantage, allowing a hunter to shoot a lion while foregoing any skill in locating a lion or its track. We urge you to reconsider this rule change and instead continue to prohibit the use of these calls. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Aubin. Long time no see. It's good to see you again. We have a question for you from Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the majority of my fellow commissioners disagree with the position that you have enunciated and that I tried to enunciate earlier. But what I'm curious about in your comments is you said in the past we voted down electronic calls twice. And sort of a compound question. Do you know what in what context we once thought electronic calls violated the policy against fair chase? And if you have any idea what has changed since then in terms of this evaluation of the fair chase policy?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. I actually don't have that information in my notes right in front of me, but I can circle back with the commission and get you that info.
Okay, that'd be good. I'm wondering why we changed our minds, essentially. So if anyone could provide that information, staff or more long-term senior commissioners who are aware of when we voted against electronic calls and what changed. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I don't see any other questions for you, Aubin. Thank you very much for coming today and presenting to the commission, and appreciate your comments.
All right, next up we have Delia Malone from Redstone, Colorado. So if we could unmute Delia. And Delia, would you like us to turn your camera on?
Sure. Okay.
Very welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For those that don't know me, I'm Delia Malone. I'm the wildlife chair for the Colorado chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm an ecologist who has conducted biological surveys across the West Slope for more than 20 years. I want to be clear that the Sierra Club does not oppose hunting for ethical reasons, meaning subsistence hunting, in all cases, but only with fair chase methods. In all cases, every case, any eventuality, we oppose trophy hunting, which is made further egregious by unfair hunting using electronic calls, essentially baiting the animal, a practice that doesn't adhere to fair chase principles and is consequently unethical. We've had those principles in place for, better than 100 years since Teddy Roosevelt. Electronic calls to bait mountain lions merely facilitates the Glenwood Special Management Area Plan, which, by all good, reliable, rigorous science, creates conflict where there is currently none. In all cases, reliable, good science establishes that trophy hunting of mountain lions destabilizes mountain lion populations, thereby destabilizing and creating conflict. As an important aside, Again, good science unambiguously establishes that lions selectively hunt diseased animals. Given the enormous prevalence of chronic wasting disease in mule deer herds, lions are an important control in the spread of chronic wasting disease. So I really don't understand the hurry to kill more lions. So in conclusion, the Sierra Club absolutely supports hunting for ethical reasons, but that does not include trophy hunting, and it supports hunting for ethical reasons only with fair chase. This plan is neither ethical nor fair and is consequently not sustainable. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Delia. Let me see if there's any questions for you from the commissioners. I don't see any. Again, thank you for appearing today, and thank you for giving us your feedback.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, well, then with regard to this item, we've completed public comment. I'd open it up for any further commission questions or commission discussion. Again, there's no action to be taken at this time. This will be brought forward as an action item in November. Seeing none, that moves us, well, we're about 25 minutes ahead of our break. But the next one could be a little bit longer discussion. So I'm going to make the executive decision that we take a break early. And
before we do that, Mr. Chair, if I may clarify one point. We will bring these final regulations to you all in January, if so desired, with the rest of the mountain lion harvest limits. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we had 20 minutes scheduled for a break. It is now 2:42. So let's just make it 3 o'clock. Instead, cut it down to 18 minutes. So Dion, can you take us into a break?
Do that, Chair McDaniel.
Thank you.
You're ready to go, Chair McDaniel.
Thank you, and welcome everyone back. We'll come back to order. And next on our agenda is item number 21. And Katie, you get to stay with us as the Policy and Planning Supervisor. Katie's going to discuss Chapter W2 Big Game, specifically around the preference point issue and how often some of the allocations are updated. The only point I wanted to make is this is listed as step 1 of 2 or perhaps 3. So it'll be kind of dependent, as Katie can explain, as she talks about the history of this issue, and then potentially what actions the commission may take based on the discussion today, and then she would come back to us. So with that, Katie, and that short introduction, I will give it over to you.
Thank you, Chair McDaniel. Yes, I'm Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. If you give me a moment, I'll just share my screen to put up my slides. All right, there we go. And I'm providing an overview today of the Commission's policy on drawing license limitations for non-residents, better known as resident, non-resident allocation. This might look similar to some people because I actually did give a very similar presentation in 2017, but actually the whole commission has turned over since that time. So, and I understand there's renewed interest in this topic. So wanted to come back to the commission, summarize the process and timeline that has led to the commission's policy. To begin with, I'd like to start with some basics of our preference point system here in Colorado. We have preference points as a tool for managing demand for a variety of hunting experiences. Preference points are awarded by species and not by hunt code. A point can be used to apply for any type of license available for that species, and CPW issues a limited number of big game hunting licenses through a drawing process for hunting units in highest demand. The number of preference points needed to draw a hunt code are a product of the supply, essentially the license quota, and also the demand, the number of applicants. Preference points needed to draw a license are really only a relative measure of how hunters value that hunt and the license quota available. One noteworthy change since the last time that I presented on this topic is that applicants must now purchase or hold a qualifying hunting license for the current license year before they apply for the primary or the secondary draw. In the primary draw, 1 preference point is awarded per species applied for to hunters who apply properly and are unsuccessful in drawing a license for a first choice hunt code. Hunters may also apply for a preference point as their first choice hunt code. Those who put in for sheep, goat, or moose tags have to pay for their preference point. And preference points are only used in the primary draw. They do not apply for the secondary draw. Preference points continue to accumulate until a hunter receives a first choice license, at which point all accumulated preference points for that species become void and return to 0. If an applicant fails to apply for a species or has not purchased a license for that same species in any 10-year period, all accumulated preference points for that species become void, and the points needed to draw a license do vary from year to year. It's worth noting that the hunting opportunity does exist for residents and non-residents without acquiring preference points through our secondary draw, over-the-counter licenses, and leftover licenses. Licenses are awarded to applicants with the highest number of points for a hunt code when a hunter lists that hunt code as his or her first choice. If issued a first choice license, all accumulated preference points for that species are redeemed and the individual's preference point balance drops to 0. Staff then work down through the applicants from the highest to the lowest preference points. At that point, we get to the topic at hand, which is allocation. For male and either sex elk or deer hunt codes that require 6 or more preference points for a resident to draw, up to 20% of licenses may go to non-residents. If less than 6 points are needed for a resident to draw, up to 35% may go to non-residents. These deer and elk limited license allocations operate under the principle of a soft cap. What that means operationally is that if a resident hunter holds more preference points for a first choice hunt code than the next eligible non-resident hunter does for that same hunt code, then the resident is issued the license. It is under that type of scenario that non-residents might obtain less than 20% of the licenses for a hunt code. In other words, non-residents are not guaranteed a minimum percentage of available licenses. However, if first choice resident demand is less than the resident allocation, then non-residents can exceed the non-resident cap. In such a situation, CPW's revenue would go up given the higher cost for non-resident licenses than resident licenses. Demand for certain hunts could be driven by many factors, including male-female ratios, the number of older age males in a population, hunter success, and even social media buzz. This graph shows the number of applications for elk hunts, which is represented by the blue line, and it's held relatively steady, while the quota, the red line, has been on a downward trend. We don't have a crystal ball, but it seems reasonable to think that application numbers may remain high while elk licenses continue to go down, trends which could increase the number of hunts that require 6 or more preference points to draw. So how did we get here? In July of 2000, the Wildlife Commission approved policy B19, which established a 60-40 resident non-resident allocation with a soft cap. During the next 5-year season structure, there was discussion about allocation, but there was no change made during that time. However, shortly thereafter, a license allocation working group was convened in April of 2005, and that was comprised of stakeholders representing sports people, landowners, outfitters, and local communities. After the introductory meeting, the license allocation working group held 3 additional meetings that went through June of 2005 to review and make recommendations on big game license allocation issues. All the meetings were announced in a press release and open to the public, with the opportunity for public comment at the end of each meeting. All the data that the working group discussed in the meeting minutes were posted on a public website, and the working group created a draft report that was discussed at 8 public meetings, 2 in each of our regions. And the commission gave guidance to staff prior to holding those public meetings. Presentations to the Wildlife Commission on the license allocation working group with status reports began in April of 2005 and were made at each commission meeting. And then staff also put together a public input document that reflected the recommendations coming out of the working group and provided that to the commission. In October of 2005, the commission voted to adopt an allocation policy which provided an 80-20 allocation for hunt codes that required 5 or more preference points to draw and 65-35 for all other hunt codes. Under both scenarios, there was a soft cap. I'll talk more about the discussion that led to that policy, but first wanted to quickly note that the regulations necessary to adopt the policy were approved by the commission in January of 2006. So let's talk about 2005. As George W. Bush was president, no one had an iPhone yet because they hadn't come out, and Netflix didn't offer streaming. So it was a while back, but this overview is based on me listening to the recording of these meetings and then a written transcript that was created from the recording. At the Wildlife Commission October 2005 meeting, Dave Lovell, who was Assistant Regional Manager for the Southeast region and project coordinator for the license allocation discussion, presented staff's recommendation, which was for an 80-20 resident non-resident allocation for hunt codes requiring 5 or more preference points, and 65-35 otherwise, with a soft cap under both scenarios. Dave was asked to explain why staff recommended retaining a soft cap, and he explained that the way that the soft cap was already working under the 60-40 allocation is that the cap is applied on the non-resident side up to 40%. So residents are assured a minimum of 60% of the draw if sufficient demand exists on the resident side. If insufficient demand exists on the resident side, and there are still licenses left on the table with non-resident demand, then the non-residents can exceed the cap. They went on to explain that the cap is applied on the non-resident side so that once they get to 40%, they're capped. And if there's still licenses on the table, then residents can obtain those licenses, so long as there are enough resident hunters in the pool. It may be the case that a resident with fewer preference points draws a license ahead of a non-resident who holds more preference points if the non-residents have already hit their cap. A follow-up question was asked about why the cap is not applied on both sides of the equation. And Dave explained that several draw scenarios were run that way and resulted in draw inequities, and also pushed additional licenses to the leftover process. He noted that the soft cap allows spillover in both directions if insufficient demand exists, but it benefits resident sports people over non-resident sports people. The discussion continued and there was public comment. There were comments offered in support of staff's proposal and noting that a robust process had taken place. At the same time, there were a number of outfitters who provided comment in opposition to staff's proposal. They said that reducing opportunity for non-residents to obtain licenses in the draw would negatively impact outfitters and the communities in which they operate. After the public comment, a motion was made to move forward from policy to regulation those items that need to be in regulation, namely hunt of a lifetime, landowner access fee, youth hunting, pay to play, and the non-resident cap. That motion carried unanimously, which put the soft cap into place. The commission then began discussion about the lone outstanding issue, which was resident allocation. A motion was made to reject staff's proposal and maintain the status quo of the 60-40 resident non-resident allocation. And then a substitute motion was made for staff's recommendation, but there was a lack of a second. A vote was taken on the first motion, so that was to maintain the 60-40 allocation, and it failed on a 4-4 vote. A motion was made again to accept staff's recommendation and was seconded this time. A substitute motion was made and seconded to maintain the 60-40 allocation for deer. That motion failed. And the AG's office legal counsel, Tim Monahan, clarified again the motion to accept staff's recommendation, and that motion did carry on a 5-3 vote. So then looking ahead to January 2006, that commission meeting, regulations manager Brett Ackerman presented the regulatory language that was consistent with the policy the commission had adopted in October 2005. Policy and Planning Supervisor Mike King also presented a regulatory analysis that was conducted by BBC Research. The BBC report provided a worst case scenario for the license allocation approach, a new approach of $2.5 million annual loss to the state. And Tim Monahan clarified that the scenario was worst case because it assumes that non-residents unsuccessful in the draw wouldn't purchase a leftover or over-the-counter license. After staff's presentation, there was public comment, which was pretty similar to the October 2005 meeting. And after that public comment, there was commission discussion about how they wanted to lock in the hunt codes that fall into that 80-20 allocation. Tim Monahan offered to draft language to that effect for the commission to review the following day. At that point, a motion was made to stick with the 60-40 allocation and seconded, but that motion failed 5-4. A new motion was made and seconded for the 80-20, 65-35 allocations with direction to Tim Monahan to draft language freezing the 80-20 hunt codes, and that motion carried 6-3. The next day, Tim Monahan reviewed the language freezing the 80-20 hunt codes based on a 3-year average of the points required to draw in 2003, 2004, and 2005. If the points were less than 5, then the hunt code would be 65-35 through the 5-year season structure. And for 5 or more points, the hunt code would be 80-20 through the 5-year season structure. They also retained the option that changes could be made if there was a biological reason to modify the allocation of licenses in any particular hunt code. A motion was made and seconded to accept Tim's language. And before the vote was taken, he clarified that they were voting on a soft cap scenario, and that motion carried unanimously. So what happened between January 2006 and today? Well, besides smartphones and online streaming, in 2009, for the 2010 through 2014 big game season structure, the 80-20 and 65-35 soft cap allocations were reapproved. There was a change such that the list of hunts included in the 80-20 allocation was updated to be hunts that required 6 or more preference points rather than that 5 originally approved for residents to draw, and using a 3-year average based on the draw statistics from 2007, 08, and 09. And this change was made in consideration of preference point creep since the initial calculation in 2005. The commission policy and regulations were updated at the same time in September 2009 to reflect this change. In the 2015 through 2019 big game season structure, a commission subcommittee on allocation recommended that the hunts included in the 80-20 allocation remain frozen for the 2015 draw, and that subcommittee recommendation was approved by the commission. During the recent 2020 through 2024 big game season structure, the commission chose not to address allocation, knowing it's a topic of considerable public interest and perhaps better suited to be addressed independently outside of the BGSF process. When I last presented on this topic, the commission did want to know how other Western states approach resident, non-resident allocation. And I can say that approaches vary from Washington, where there's no non-resident allocation, to Wyoming, where the non-resident allocation is 16% for elk and 20% for deer. As I described, basing the 80-20 allocation on hunts that require 6 or more preference points for the 3-year average of 07, 08, and 09 was approved by the commission in 2009 and then reaffirmed by the commission during the next 2 big game season structure processes. 41 hunt codes are on the 80-20 list when you use the 3-year average of 07, 08, and 09, and that represents just under 1,000 licenses. I understand that there may be interest in moving the 3-year average up to 2018, 19, and 2020. And if the 3-year average was moved up to those last 3 years, that would add 38 hunt codes, including some hunts with females. In other words, the number of hunt codes on the 80-20 list would nearly double, but the number of licenses affected actually more than doubles to just over 2,500 licenses. Whether someone considers doubling the number of hunt codes on the 80-20 list a good thing or a bad thing likely varies hunter to hunter. I haven't mentioned the hybrid draw up to this point, but it's a drawing that provides hunters additional opportunity to draw a license for some of the state's premier deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear hunting areas. The way the hybrid draw works is that hunt codes that require 10 or more resident preference points to draw, again, based on a 3-year average ending in 09, may have up to 20% of the available licenses issued through a random drawing. Qualified resident and non-resident hunters who select applicable hunt codes as their first choice and have at least 5 preference points for that species will automatically enter the hybrid draw. And I did want to point out that the 3-year average the hybrid draw is based on is also 2007, 08, and 09. With that, I conclude my presentation, but I'm available for questions along with my licensing and terrestrial colleagues. Thanks.
Before we get into questions, Katie, I don't know if you want to speak to it or someone else in the agency, but part of the genesis of this topic was a sports person's complaint about the fact that we are not updating this allocation. And that's what kind of drove this forward and why it's ended up here on the commission agenda. And those communications were seconded by others, and we've seen that in public comment. So that's really kind of what brought it forward. And I was a member of the 19 commission that decided to punt it rather than handling the big game season structure because we really didn't start it early enough. And it would have really derailed that 5-year BGSS and allowing us to complete that. So it's really such a separate and big topic. If you thought mountain lions were controversial, wait until we talk about resident and non-resident allocation. So anyway, with that, I will hand it over to Commissioner Haskett, who has a question for Katie.
Katie, in the original, when it was done 60-40, 80-20 originally, I've been to all these meetings, and when Marvin says it was contentious, you have no idea. All the way through, from the first meeting to the end, it was contentious. But I believe the intent was that these would be quality units, and it was only a quality unit that would be in the 80-20. Is that correct?
You know, it's interesting you raise this topic of quality. It's something that I talked to my colleagues in terrestrial on, and they might want to chime in. It seems like quality means different things to different people, and so I don't know entirely how to answer that if these are intended to be quality units or not, because it seems like it depends a little bit on what your view of quality is. I see Brian has his hand up. Maybe he wants to add something to that.
Brian Dreher, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katie. Commissioner Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Production Manager. So
As I understand it, Commissioner Haskett, the intent was not to kind of identify these as quality units. The calculation itself is really based on the number of licenses we have and the demand for those licenses. And really, that happens kind of irrespective of quality. It really comes down to how many people we want applying for these licenses. And so, or how many people are applying essentially drives the number of preference points required. So anyway, as we understand, it wasn't based on quality at the time.
Okay, thank you. I may have more questions later.
Okay, Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm also sure I'm going to have some questions ongoing. And thank you, Katie, for the trip down memory lane. One question I have, sort of off the top, that is there. Do pronghorn go into any allocation whatsoever? And if not, what's the rationale behind that?
So my understanding is this applies only to deer and elk. I don't know if Brian wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, again, Brian Dreher, yeah, just applies to deer and elk.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll mention, we've got certainly a diversity of units in regards to pronghorn hunting, and certainly a diversity of required preference points to pull tags. And this is as Marie alluded to, this is both controversial and full of consternation, but it's also a extremely important topic that is very difficult to segment off in these bite-sized chunks, because you pull on one thread, it starts pulling on another. And I think that one of the things that I would be interested in is continuing to understand a more holistic perspective regarding preference points, allocations, licensing, the draw process itself, how we perform the draw versus other states in terms of generating random numbers and how we go through choices. Because I'm because of that level of controversy, I'm always cognizant of the fact that we can find ourselves at the end of a box canyon on all of this, in a place where an intractable discussion that becomes a bit vitriolic can happen. So I really do think this is a discussion we need to have. We need to address the matter at hand that Chairman McDaniel mentioned regarding the year structure around this, but I would really endeavor that this commission would endeavor to start tackling this in a holistic perspective rather than the segmented approach where we're more likely to find ourselves in a bad place than not.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I don't see any other comments at this time, and so I'd like to add a few more and questions for you, Katie. This is a subject definitely near and dear to me with regards to it. I mean, to second Commissioner Schaefer's comment, I think it's possible to be more surgical and address a topic like you discussed today on the 6 points or more issue, and do something as simple as update the years that we're using for an average. At the same time, I think it will bring into question and tug on the other strings, as Commissioner Schaefer talked about, that some of the principles that we might adopt to do that would affect other pieces of the resident, non-resident allocation question. I'd love to keep it in its, to handle it a bit at a time if possible. The complaints and the feedback I got, is really based around the fairness of using such an old allocation formula and the net effect that it has between the resident and non-resident allocation. I'm sure you all have heard me say before, I apply in 6 other states at a minimum than I do in Colorado. Nobody gives as many tags to non-residents as Colorado does. Wyoming's the only one that's remotely close at 16 and 20, as you talked about. The rest are at 10, 5, or 0. So I think we're very generous. And in fact, I think I've mentioned this before, I'm pretty proud of that. We're a state that welcomes non-residents to our state and to enjoy the outdoors and the wildlife that we have. But I can also see a lot of consternation about that from our residents who apply in other states or competing for these various units. So I'm not sure what the total answer is, and I'm starting to babble here, but to the question at hand with regards to 6 points and using the 2006 to 2009 average, one of the complaints I thought was an excellent one stated back at that time in elk tag in Unit 61 was less than 6 points. So it's a 65-35 split. Unit 61 is a nationally recognized quality elk area, one of the most sought after in the nation. It now takes upwards of 14 points to draw just with a bow. So for every year since 2009, basically it's had point creep upward from there. If we were to look at what you were trying to accomplish with the intent in 6 through 9, and you wanted to match that intent today in 2020, you'd probably set that points at 12 points or better, or something like that. But at a minimum, you'd say 6 points or better using the current, most current data. And I think that's really the complaint that was being conveyed to me that I have, some mixed feelings about, but I can definitely see their point of view with the intent of what was trying to be accomplished at that time and what we're trying to accomplish today. So the only other comment I'd make is that I really agree with Commissioner Schaefer that this is something that, and we spoke about this in 19, something we need to address as a commission prior to the next 5-year season structure. Mixing the two will be just terrible. And trying to handle non-resident resident allocation at the same time you're trying to set 25 through 29 or moving forward. So, I would encourage us to start thinking about when is the right time for a strategic discussion around this, especially in light of the fact that we started to limit licenses. And we can see on the horizon more limits having to be placed in many areas across the state because of the number of hunters and hunter dissatisfaction. That's really going to have an intersection with license allocation that's going to be a difficult one to work through. So, all that in mind, what do you think, Katie or Brian or whomever, around, is it possible to take a more surgical approach with regards to this and what you've presented today for at least meeting some of what I think some of our sports people are complaining about in terms of license allocation? Sorry for taking so long.
That's really helpful. Yeah, this is Katie. I guess part of what might help us then is to kind of understand, what are the things that the commission would like to look at or goals that you would like to achieve. So, you talked a little bit about the number of units, basically right now on the 80-20 list, it's 41 hunt codes. So, is the interest in, knowing what the number of preference points would need to be using an 18, 19, 20 3-year average to keep the number of hunt codes around 41, or are you looking for something different? If you could give us a sense on, what you might be trying to achieve, I think that will help us to come back with the right data at a future meeting.
Well, before I go to Commissioner Haskett, since you asked me a question, let me respond to that. By the way, I really appreciated your notes in the presentation. It gave me such perspective about what the commission and you all were trying to accomplish back in that time period. And if you are going to accomplish the same thing today, Katie, what would it be? And so my question is, is it 6 points or is 6 points now 10? And if it's 10, then it's 10. And would we use, 18, 19, 20? And if we use 10 and 18, 19, 20, what does that turn out to be? It might not be keeping 6 and going to 2,500 licenses, but it could be it moves to 10 and instead of 1,000, it's 1,500. I don't know what that is, but there was an intent to set aside a certain amount of, whether Brian calls them desirable or quality, And I think some are real desirable because they're front range, but they're not real high quality, but they're very desirable. And they're a limited number of tags. And there's some that are very high quality, like 61 or 201 or 2 or some of these other areas we have in the state. If you tried to match that intent, what would it look like and what would you suggest to us? And I don't know what the right answer is. I'm just saying if, you know, again, if there was a certain intent there, how could you match that today with today's data and tell us that that would probably accomplish the very same goal? So with that, I'll turn over to Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. I agree with what you said. I think we need to look at what the intent was then. And I do think it was the areas that required a lot of points to give the residents a better chance. I also think we need to look at the financial impacts of if we change it to leaving it at 5 or more, or go to 10, what that means for us. But it not only affects us, it affects all of the small towns that have hunting, especially in the different seasons, on the West Slope, on the Front Range. So there's a bigger picture. I mean, it's a big can of worms, honestly. But I would like to, let's slowly look at it and see what we come up with. But we need to look at the financial side of it also.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Garcia.
I agree with Commissioner Haskett. I'm not sure that relying on the original intent should be our goal. I think maybe it's relooking at the entire package, which means our intent. And what is our intent? And that goes back to what Marie or Commissioner Haskett said in terms of measuring financial goals along with, and as you said, you know, I don't know if you can say, well, I like the idea of using 18, 19, 20 as opposed to 6 or 7, 8, 9 or whatever it may be. That makes much more sense. And then does that move you from 6 points to 14 points? But then you said, do we want to stay at 41 units? I'm not sure that that's something you want to set in stone either. I think all the pieces move, and you have to start with determining what it is, what your goal is. And so maybe that's relooking and not relying on what the intent was then, but to look at what our intent is today. And you're right, this is a very long process. And I think you're going to have to determine whether or not this is something the entire commission wants to take on, or if it's a committee.
I think those are great comments, Commissioner Garcia. You know, the question I'd put to the commission, if anybody wanted to, the rest of the commissioners wanted to answer, I think the question before us today is, can we take I'll call it this segment approach and deal with one thing, this 6 points or more, and just update the years in time for the 21 draw. That makes some progress and will satisfy many sports people. And then take a second step, perhaps in the future, with regards to a committee or so forth, looking at the bigger package. Or is there discomfort about taking that segmented approach and launching at some later time into this more global strategic look at preference points and the allocation, as Commissioner Schaefer talked about? I really think that's the question before us, because we have limited meetings before that draw. And so we don't have a lot of time in order to do that. And I think, you know, we as commissioners have to decide, you know, fairly soon, or give some feedback to Katie and company, whether we think we can accomplish that or not. And I see, Charlie, you'd like to respond to that. You're muted.
I agree, and I think we do maybe have to take a surgical approach. And we started off with saying this could be step 1 of 2 or step 1 of 3. It already sounds like step 1 of 3. Sorry, Katie. But I think to do that, we need to ask if Katie could come back to us and say, if we did, as you suggested, just do nothing more than say, let's move the needle to 2016, 17, 18, 19, whatever the numbers were. and see what that does to us, and take a look at that, and then determine if we want to make that move for this coming year or not. And then secondly, if we do we then want to continue on to a more deep dive?
I see
McDaniel,
Director
may I
Prinsloo has
respond?
raised his hand, and I bet you if he had an option on Zoom, it would be wiggling back and forth because he wants to speak about this so bad. So Director Prinsloo.
I don't know that thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure I do want to speak that bad, but I thought maybe a clarification, and I don't want to, my esteemed colleague, Brian Dreher, I don't want to contradict, but I want to add a little bit what he said is I think history was not quid pro quo from quality unit to highly desirable. I think he's right. It was really highly desirable, but I think it was a closer relationship from the history perspective than just highly desirable. At the time, 6 points or better were really the quality units. And I think the only touch point, the reason I bring that up is regardless of if it's 10 or 14 or 15 points now, that quality units haven't changed, but points have, and people in the draw have, and that's one of several commissioners' questions about, the whole preference point and thing. So I want to compliment the commission by treading lightly, asking questions, and going at it, looking at it holistic, because one piece of this, you pull one thread and you move directions and all. The last thing I would add to that, just as you contemplate this, is that in quality units, quality units were so contentious at the commission level. We had communities that were completely split. So the commission does have, and I apologize, I listened to Katie, but it's been a long day. I'm not sure if she covered it or not, but I'll cover it again if she did, is that we have a policy, the commission has a policy about adding quality units, and you have to have commissioner buy-in, and you have to have county commissioner, and you have to have local mom and pop stores, and it's a pretty high bar. And I believe since we've done that policy, we've had 0 units go from over-the-counter to quality. It's not an exact science on this discussion, but it demonstrates the complexity of this. So it's not as simple as just pick that one unit, because that process still is in place for that community to come in and petition the commission to go to quality unit. And if you do it just by points, you're potentially sidestepping what prior commissions, whether it's right or wrong, said we really want to make sure we talk to the whole community before we do that. So I just want to make sure the commission understands that. And Katie, if that was in there, or maybe if I missed it, I apologize. We ought to refresh or send out that policy on quality units, because I think it's at least apropos as we talk about that. That's it, Chairman. I thought that would be helpful, at least as you deliberate.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you so much for all of this information. I think I really appreciate Commissioner McDaniel's the recommendation to kind of grain size it a bit. So what are the things that we can immediately address, and what are some longer term things? My question is, how can we also consider the revision to our strategic plan as an opportunity to revisit some of these components as well? Again, not for conversation at this moment, but in the broader strategic planning and visioning we need to do as an agency. There are several issues that have come up, and I would love to kind of see a compilation of some of these larger issues and how we want to address them at the next strategic planning session that should be happening, I don't know, over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Touchton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to put in a request that if we are going to tinker with these allocations, that analysis for step 2 or 3, and I think Commissioner Garcia might have mentioned this earlier, include the financial side of it, or one of our colleagues mentioned it, in both aspects, that what that change would do to CPW's finances and what it might do to the communities near the units we're thinking of adjusting. So that just, I want to make sure we have that piece of the puzzle when we look at this in more detail.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to your question because I think it's an important one of is there's a way to take the bite-sized approaches with this, and I'm a little confused because I don't know if there is. If we talk about updating the preference points from 6 to whatever that number is, it doesn't change the situation necessarily. It'll be 41 units, the same allocations between residents and non-residents, and to Director Prenslow's point, to do something otherwise that in terms of changing the allocation with more units falling within a certain percentage ends up triggering existing commission policies and really pulls that string in regards to a more comprehensive discussion. And so I just want to go back to that and see if anyone can illuminate my own thinking of what are the actual options for immediate action.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. This is a can of worms. Just a couple different thoughts. I don't know which way we're going to go, but if you're going to look at 3 years to move forward, you can include 2018 because that was a year when we changed. I think that's the year we changed to where there was no pay up front. And that year had a lot of applications, which really wouldn't make the preference point it's valid, I don't believe. And I think we need to look at quality nominations. Maybe each region needs to look at areas that they think should go into this. The numbers as far as changing, I can tell you, I've applied for a unit and it has grown. It started with 3, 25 years later, I drew a tag. So it basically grew by almost a point a year. So I don't know that we're touching anything by doing that. We need to, the preference point system is the biggest obstacle we have, but I don't know if I want to get into that either. So I'm probably not helping much, but there's my thoughts.
Thank you. Danielle Eisenhart, I see you've raised your hand.
Thanks, Chairman. The other thing that I think Katie hinted on during her presentation, but I really want to put some emphasis on, is if you change the 3 years, I guess the commission needs to have a decision on, does that 3 years get updated on a continual basis? Because if you do so, you also impact hunters able to predict and plan their hunts and be able to strategize whether they'll draw certain licenses each year. So just wanted to highlight that. The other thing, as far as some people have mentioned timeline, just wanted to remind the commission our big game brochure goes to print in January. So ideally, we like to have most of our hunting regulation stuff close to finalized, or at least know a direction that we're going by the November commission meeting. So it's finalized in January, can be included in our big game brochure.
Chair McDaniel, may I add to what Danielle was saying?
Sure.
Yeah, she brought up, a good point about the brochure timing. I believe that she's also discussed with me about the, testing that we would want to do and pause for any changes. So yeah, November would be the ideal timeframe to make sure that any changes were thoroughly tested within our system so that we don't have any hiccups in the drawing itself. And then I want to go back to the Director Prenslow's comments about the quality units and the nominations for that. So during the last big game season structure, we did have, again, the form that would need to be filled out if somebody wanted to nominate a quality unit and did not receive any applications for that during that last big game season structure. But happy to share that again with the commission.
Okay. Well, based on, I don't have any other commissioner comment this time. Again, I'm speaking a lot on this one because it's close to me. Based on what Danielle just spoke about, I would and maybe you all can give us some feedback about that, but I would think then that the only option that you could do prior to the next draw would be to leave the units exactly the same, the points exactly the same, and just update the years. That would change how many residents versus non-residents get tags, but it doesn't trigger anything else with regards to quality units and so forth. And it might be something that actually can be accomplished before you go to prem or very close to it. And then separate everything else for future discussion if the commission so chooses to take it up. And maybe you could give us some feedback about that, or do you see a different path?
Maybe just to clarify, and I think I would turn it over to Brian because a lot of the work on that would come out of his shop. But it sounds like what you are asking then is that we would, bring back to you specifically the hunt codes that would be affected if you moved the 3-year average to 2018, 19, and 20, but left the 6-point threshold. Is that correct?
That was my first request. I wanted to see that. What I was, and I still would, but my question that I have is, it seems like unless, based on our timing, the only thing we could do would be to update the 6 points or better and change the allocation. So what I'm saying, Katie, is of the existing units that we have out there today, unit 61, for example, we'd move that to 6 points. Well, it's obviously 6 points. And the allocation for that unit would change, but no other units would be added except the ones that are already underneath the allocation of 7, 8, and 9 today. It
So
would, vary defining the population.
You would essentially want to know what would be the new point threshold to hold steady the hunt codes.
Yeah, and then because that's really seems to me the only thing you could do in the short term would either to figure that out, or if the goal was to at least make some advance, then what would happen is you'd say it's 10 points or better, which means 61 is now an 80-20 unit instead of a 65-35 unit. But we wouldn't be adding any other units in the state. We'd just be looking at the ones that fit this classification in 2007 through 9. And I might be able to get that done more quickly, but here I am now designing on the fly during the commission meeting. I didn't want to do that either. So Commissioner Haskett, I think, has a question, then we'll go to you, Brian.
I would have one concern with if we have such a short time span between now and November. We're in the start of hunting season. Most of the hunters will be in the field in the next month or two. So I don't think that's fair to our constituents really to try to make decisions about hunting when they're in the field.
Good comment, Commissioner Haskett. Brian?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a few things to just go into your request there. We know already, and it's in the graph that that Katie showed, that if we updated just based on years alone, we would go from 41 hunt codes to 77 hunt codes. We certainly have the ability to display those and know what those are. And then to your other point, I think a few things are getting mixed up here. We have hunt codes and then we have units.
Right.
And we have to be real careful with that because obviously, just the way the season structure is, a specific unit has potentially a number of different hunt codes that apply to that unit. And so I think what you were trying to get at is that if unit 61, let's say, was in that grouping, then potentially all the hunt codes within unit 61 would be subject to this allocation. I don't know if that's where you're going, and that essentially we would have to then say across all those hunt codes, how many units are affected? And of those units that are affected, how many hunt codes fall into this and how many don't fall into this? So there's a number of terms kind of getting mixed up here, and we have to be very clear as we go forward on that. I don't know if that helps at all.
Not at all, Brian.
Obviously this is very complex, but you're dealing with a various.
No, I was making a joke only because they're mixed up because I was mixed up.
Sure.
And it's really easy to interchange the two, which actually just goes to the complexity of this issue and what could possibly be done before the 21 draw season. And maybe, try to bring this agenda item to its close so we can move on. Maybe that's what you do some thinking about. Is there something you would suggest we do prior to a 21 draw season that we think we could execute, or is it not and it's too complex? And if not, is there an appropriate timing for this? When is that timing? And when would you all like to tackle it? It is an issue with our sports people that are out there. So I think it's something we need to address, but I'm not sure when that timing is. Does that make sense, Brian? Yes, but you don't like it.
Well, I think we can do any number of analysis as requested, including financial analysis. We just really need to kind of get down into what exactly are we looking, what's the goal of what we're trying to achieve. I think that's critically important for us to have an understanding of that.
Well, I think we're going to get the goal from Director Prinsloo now, since he's listened to us carry on here for a little while. So, Director Prinsloo.
I would love to remain silent, but I guess I don't get the luxury. So, not that it's a great subject. I guess I would offer to commit to sit down with Brian and Katie. As Brian talked about it, Unit 61 might be a good example that, well, I can think of a lot of units where third season is 15 points, but second season is 3 points. So is that really a quality unit? Is that an extra special unit? Is that just the season in that hunt code is just really sought after because of migration, habitat, et cetera? And so I think I don't think it's undoable, but I think it's awful tenuous if I listen, in the next month or two to try and do something other than tweaking. That's my general opinion, but I also understand, and the frustration. Unit 61 is a great example. It looks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, but it's not a quality unit, and it wasn't in there with 6 points. And so I would offer, if the commission so choose, to sit down with Brian and staff and see if there's some that just absolutely look, quack like a duck that we could look at by November, but I don't think that would include some exhaustive, should it be 10 points or 12 points? Should it be all units and separate units? And so I think at best you would get back, which I'm glad to do. Here's a couple of thoughts we have, still tread lightly, but if you want to do this, that might be a chance in the next month or two. And or, gee, every time we look, it's still too complicated. We can come back with that, or not too complicated. I don't like, it's just more complicated. I would offer that, see if there's any low-hanging fruit, for lack of a better term, in the month that we have to get noticed and get ready for November, because it would have to be an issue. And we'd have to be pretty far along. Listen to Katie. I didn't quite understand that because we don't really do the draw, with tags until May, but we do, the brochure's got to be ready and hardwired by January. So I want to make sure I understand that a little more. So if the commission so chose, I'm glad to take a little harder look at that and come back in November. I'm not sure that's the whole loaf, but I think it gets us off just the history lesson.
Thank you. I personally think that's an excellent, suggestion, Director Prinsloo, and you all are experts in this and can give us more insight into what's possible. So, and then the only thing I'd ask is, pursuant to Commissioner Schaefer's comment and my own, maybe not in November, but you and the right key folks or leadership team think about, it's also Commissioner Adams' question, how is some of this going to fit in our strategic plan and what's accomplished in the next, I'll call it 1 to 3 years? When is the right time? Is it something that needs to be addressed prior to the next BGSS that comes forward? And then when would it have to be executed for that to be done? Because, the state's heading to a cliff with regards to these licenses at some time. And I'm not one to usually sit around till we get to the edge. I'd like to, head it off before then. So thank you very much. So with that, Katie, I think you're off the hook, and we'll go to item 22. And we have Krista back again. to talk about Chapter W3, specifically fur bearers and small game around the regular turkey season. So Krista, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Yeah. So we're at agenda item 22, chapter W3. This is an informational item, step 1 of 2, yellow in color. And this involves, this issue specifically involves splitting the regular turkey license on the Beaver Creek State Wildlife Area in the Table Mountain State Trust Land into 2 seasons to reduce hunter crowding and creating a youth-only turkey license for this area to provide quality hunting opportunity for youth. So GMU 59 sits between Canyon City and Colorado Springs and provides a quality spring turkey hunt, currently consisting of about 25 licenses and requiring several preference points to draw. However, turkey hunting occurs in a relatively small geographic area there, and hunter crowding can be problematic. So to help alleviate that, staff proposed splitting the turkey season into 2 hunting seasons. The first one would start the 2nd Saturday in April and would run for 21 days, including 3 weekends. And the second season would run from the 1st Saturday in May through May 31st annually. This would only be valid for the Beaver Creek State Wildlife Area and Table Mountain State Trust Land portions of GMU 59. And then as mentioned, staff proposed creating a youth-only turkey hunting opportunity, which would be valid the entire length of the turkey season. So the 2nd Saturday in April through May 31st annually. And again, this would be valid only in the Beaver Creek State Wildlife Area and Table Mountain State Trust Land portions of GMU 59. So that is all I have for you as far as turkey issue papers. And I'm happy to take any questions, and I will come back in November with final regulations with an effective date of January 1st.
Yeah, as a reminder, and thanks for bringing that up, this was a step 1 of 2. So you would be bringing forth a potential regulation change in November as step 2 of 2 for the commission to vote upon. Any commissioner questions with regards to item 22? Seeing none, let's move forward to item 23, which is public comments, inputs, and presentations. And we have a list of public speakers. So Katie, I'll turn it back over to you to introduce those speakers and bring them forward.
Thank you, Chair McDaniel. So first up, we have Bob Randall from Denver. And Bob, it looks like you're ready to go.
I am. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
We can. Welcome, Bob. Good to see you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you too. And good afternoon, commissioners. I'm here to provide just some brief context for the next 2 commenters and the resolution that you'll have before you. We're of course here to talk with you about the rulemaking underway at the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission to implement Senate Bill 181. That bill changed the standard for oil and gas permitting from balancing development with wildlife protection to protecting wildlife resources from the harmful impacts of oil and gas operations. Again, I represent a coalition of wildlife and sporting organizations in that rulemaking to advocate for strong wildlife protections, including Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Colorado Trout Unlimited, Colorado Wildlife Federation, and the National Wildlife Federation. I visited with this commission before to provide background on that rulemaking, and I recently sent each of you the pre-hearing statements we filed on wildlife protection. In those pleadings, we've laid out the rationale for strong protections for important high priority habitats and the aquatic, terrestrial, and avian wildlife that depend on them. Today, you'll hear more about those protections from Suzanne O'Neill, Executive Director of the Colorado Wildlife Federation, and Barb Schiedlow, the Policy Committee Chair for Colorado Trout Unlimited. As Commissioner Garcia mentioned this morning, we've been discussing a draft resolution that Laura Porter has circulated to each of you. That resolution expresses its support for the COGCC's efforts and urges your sister commission to adopt regulations to protect wildlife and its habitat, including riparian areas, aquatic habitats, seasonal big game habitat, and migration corridors used by big game and bird species. That resolution is measured and consistent with both Senate Bill 181 and this commission's governing legislation. And I hope you'll vote to approve the resolution. And I'll stick around just in case any of you has any questions. So as always, thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions for Mr. Randall with regards to the comments? Commissioner Touchton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Randall, I have the resolution was only provided to the commissioners this morning. It to me looked general, a general support for the effort. Your letter had specifics, which I very much agreed with. And I'm wondering if it would be helpful to your cause if we supported you more specifically on some of the things that are some, would it be, I guess, more forceful in having those things come to pass if we named them, in addition to saying we're generally supportive of this effort?
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I appreciate your support. Honestly, this resolution can say whatever the commission would like it to. I think a general statement of support for wildlife protection at the COGCC is helpful. It's a good marker for, again, sister commissions to be communicating with one another in that way. I was reluctant, frankly, I was reluctant to ask you all to support specific recommendations from our groups, mostly because you might not have all of the foundation to do so. To ask you to support a particular buffer distance, for example, might be a stretch if you haven't seen the back and forth on that subject. So, again, I think it's helpful for the commission to express its support for the Oil and Gas Commission and its efforts and support for protections that are laid out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Randall? Seeing none, thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate you coming today and providing your comments.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I thought Commissioner or Director Prenslow had a comment.
Did you have a comment, Director Prenslow?
I didn't raise my hand, but I did want to appreciate and say thanks to Bob Randall for that comment. I thought that was a good question from Commissioner Touchton, and I would just publicly say I thought that was a great answer. I know that what we, Commissioner Garcia and I and myself and Commissioner McDaniel tried to do, love the idea. I love the idea of a resolution, but quite frankly, maybe I'm a little guarded, but getting old age and crotchety maybe, but I'm a little worried about one commission telling another commission how to do, because I can imagine another commission, pick whomever, sending this commission a resolution telling you how to do your job in specific. So we intentionally tried to stay pretty general, because and that's why I really appreciate Bob's answer in that Oil and Gas Commission, Dan Gibbs, Executive Gibbs sits on that. Our staff is up to its eyeballs in that discussion in a good way. And so I just want to be mindful on your decision space, Commissioner Touchton, and all the commission that, you have the latitude. So I just thought I would highlight that.
Thank you, Director Prenslow. Katie, can we move to the next speaker?
Yes, next we have Suzanne O'Neill, and it looks like Suzanne's already unmuted and on camera, so you should be ready to go, Suzanne.
Hey, thank you, Katie. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Director Prenslow. Suzanne O'Neill, Executive Director, Colorado Wildlife Federation, and I'm here to highlight the draft rule on big game, and also to echo Bob Randall's request that you adopt the proposed resolution. The provisions in the draft rules intend to avoid or minimize adverse impacts to big game, important seasonal habitats on the ground. And the big game that we're talking about here are bighorn sheep, deer, elk, and pronghorn. A strong threshold is necessary in order to know when a disturbance actually becomes a displacement for wildlife for these species in these high priority habitats. The draft provision provides a threshold when a CPW plan is required, and that's when an operator proposes more than one location per square mile in designated high priority habitats, severe winter range, production areas, winter concentration areas, and migration corridors. We propose, our parties, in the draft rules modifying the trigger a little bit to say when a proposed disturbance exceeds 3% of a section with regard to these high priority habitats. This test is firmly grounded in the extensive research by Chuck Anderson, the senior terrestrial researcher for CPW, who conducted, oh gosh, so much research and studies in the peons over the last 11 years. So once this threshold is reached, what we're saying is we'd like no further ground disturbance. And this is really important for migratory corridors because we don't know of any evidence where once a migratory corridor is breached, it can be restored. We'll have witnesses during the proceedings that begin September 28th. And if you adopt the resolution, it will add your substantial, strong voice to underscore how important it is to protect these big game, high priority habitats, as well as other safeguards for wildlife. Thank you. And also thank you for your heartfelt comments this morning in remembrance of Ken Ingram. Really appreciate that too.
You're welcome, Suzanne, and thank you very much for appearing here today. Any questions for Ms. O'Neill? Seeing none, Katie, can we move forward to the next speaker?
Yes, so our final one for this public comment is Barbara Sheedlow. Make sure we get Barbara unmuted. Barbara, are you unmuted? I'm actually not even seeing her on our list right now. I don't know if she dropped off.
Yeah, looks like she dropped off.
It doesn't look like we have her with us right now.
Okay, then. Well, let's move to commission discussion, if any, with regards to this commission resolution. Any commissioner comments or questions with regards to it? Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support the resolution. I wanted to thank Commissioner Garcia for bringing it forward. For the reasons articulated by Mr. Randall and Suzanne, I think it does behoove us to demonstrate our support for strong wildlife protections within the oil and gas rules. And this does that. And so to me, it really is an automatic yes from me.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Garcia.
You're muted, Commissioner Garcia.
I'm going to get this someday. So I'll start with, I'm not sure, and I'll defer to Jake. The resolution before you, first of all, just says 20-XX. I believe our last resolution was our thanks to the governor for his executive order on wildlife corridors. And so it would be following that resolution. And then my second question for Jake would be, if I'm going to make a motion that we approve this resolution, if it's necessary that I read the entire resolution, which I'm sure nobody wants to hear, that we've all been provided a copy of it that I don't know that the public has. So, and before I turn it over to that part to Jake, I want to answer into Commissioner Touchton's question. Commissioner, thank you very much. Yes, we would all love to dig into the details and come up with how many feet we think a setback should be from a river, et cetera, et cetera. And I can tell you that this was not the original draft, that it went through several versions, and I will give credit where credit is due, and that's Jake Matter. This final product is a product largely of Jake's making, taking together everybody else's ideas. But it was very difficult because, as Director Prenslow said, and as Bob Randall said, we want to get the message that we support all of these protections that are listed in the resolve clause, but without trying to dictate to another commission exactly what it is they should be doing. There's enough going on between CPW and all of the organizations that Bob represents and many others together with CPW on trying to come to resolutions on all of those tough issues. And so I hope that helps, Commissioner Touchton. But that's what we have, and I think we did end up with a good product. So I will turn it over to Jake to answer my question, particularly as to reading, but anything else he has.
Certainly. No, I don't think you need to read the entire resolution. It's the one that Laura Porter circulated previously, the one pager. The substance is really in the last 3 paragraphs. Well, the first of those 3 is an appreciation and a recognition of a longstanding relationship. And the last paragraph really contains the specificity of concerns, which largely track the big game corridor executive order that the governor issued within the last year or so. So I think you're ready to adopt it if that's the will of the commission.
So Jake, this is Chairman McDaniel. We do not need the XX filled out on that. We can just state it in a more generic sense.
I think Katie Lander typically keeps track of those numbers. I don't have that off the top of my head, and I think that your approval can be an indication for Ms. Lanter to fill in the appropriate number.
Thank you. Commissioner May.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I do fully support this resolution. It gives a lot of power to landowners, to endangered species, threatened species. It's not just up in the Front Range and the mountains for big game corridors and things like that. Out here on the Eastern Plains, we also have some very sensitive areas, and I know some of them very well. The lesser prairie chicken habitat, which is part of the discussion all the time for mitigation. But also there are smaller areas that are yet to be identified. And I know of some, such as some riparian areas that have the black rail, which is a bird that's possibly going to be going on the threatened list. But those places are not even identified yet. And this will give Parks and Wildlife a chance to have some input with the Oil and Gas Commission to identify these sensitive areas. And then, as I understand it, we'll also have input before these pad sites are even permitted, rather than after the fact. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. We attempted to get Mashidlo back and she came on, but then she fell off again. So Katie, do we still not have her?
I believe, yeah, we have not gotten her back.
Okay, then. Well, we'll move forward. I have a motion before me, and I'm just going to read for Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission Resolution 20XX regarding rules to implement Senate Bill 19-181 for protection of wildlife resources as made by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Commissioner May. Any further discussion? I think we can do this one on voice vote as well. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, Bob, if you're still on, and for bringing this forward to us. And special thanks to Commissioner Garcia for all his work with regards to this and the excellent background he just gave us. Really gives a lot of light to it and very helpful.
And thank you, Chair. And my thanks again to Dave Nickum, Bob Randall, and Jake Matter, and Director Prenslow.
All right. Oh, well, I think that concludes Agenda 23. So let's move to 24, which is the 2021 meeting schedule that was previously circulated, presented to us. It was again provided in these materials. I believe there were some commissioner questions that have been taken forward to the agency and resolved. So I would just open it up to see if there's any commissioner questions with regards or potential, I'll call it edits or changes to the 2021 meeting schedule as discussed. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, I guess my question would be, I think the difference between this one and the draft we saw at the last meeting was for several of these dates, May, June, and September, there are 2 or 3 options. And so I guess for planning purposes, Can we understand the context for that? How soon might we know when those would firm up? Maybe you could fill us in on what kind of feedback you got and how we should plan accordingly.
Well, I'm going to turn that one over to the person at the agency who kind of edited those. Who should that be? Any volunteers?
I can hopefully answer some of it for you.
I thought you would, Laura. Go ahead.
So for May, there's the explanation of why we couldn't do earlier. But we were also trying to address Commissioner Haskett's preferring middle of the week. So we can, if you guys can agree on that, we can firm those up. The same goes for June in Trinidad. And we had some requests for different dates in September as well, so.
I think, I won't speak for Commissioner Haskett, but I think the Fridays were during legislative session, and being on the road on Fridays, I don't know that it applied to the later dates, but she can speak to that.
Commissioner Garcia.
No, Commissioner Haskett, I think first, please.
Okay, Commissioner Haskett.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, for one thing, in May, I actually think that the 5th and 6th is a graduation issue also. So Friday, Saturday was not the greatest date, but it's also for almost all of us who travel. So even when they're coming from the East Slope over here or vice versa, traveling I-70 on a Friday can be problematic. So doing a Wednesday, Thursday is usually better for most people who travel. That was my thoughts. And I guess I'd like to say in September, I'd rather see it towards the beginning of the hunting season than getting into the middle of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, I just want to reiterate my comments last meeting that the July meeting or September, that I believe I want to make sure that we have Commissioner Haskett on board for a meeting in Meeker at some point. And so whether that be July or September, maybe we want Commissioner Haskett's input.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. I would actually rather see you here in September just because it's a beautiful time of year. I know that I can get the guest ranch over here again and some things like that. I think it's an easier time of year to get reservations and whatnot.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Adams.
I just wanted to raise again the issue and opportunity to host a meeting in Aurora. It was unfortunate, obviously, because of COVID, we weren't able to do it this March, but wondering if we can reconsider doing a meeting in Aurora. Crossing town from the office in Denver, which is on the west side, all the way to Aurora is very challenging. And again, as I go to all of these other places in Vail and Grand Junction, and it's so amazing to meet people where they are. I would like to be able to extend that to our residents who are on the eastern side of Denver.
So I don't know whether it's you, Laura. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I don't know whether it's you, Laura. Is there any thought with regards to the two Denver meetings, one of those two, probably the March meeting, moving to Aurora?
It was what we had planned before, and we just left Denver area to leave it open for what you guys decided you'd like to do. So if that's agreeable, we can certainly go back to Aurora, I would think.
Okay.
I think it's important for us to be explicit, if at all possible, instead of just Denver area, because Aurora is a different city. So just honoring that we're not a big monolith, but there are some different geographic and demographic differences between Denver and Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Touchton.
Yeah, in a similar vein, on the November meeting, I just wanted to put in a plug that we possibly settle on Lamar. Nothing against Yuma or Holyoke, but I know it will be a lot shorter for Dallas and I, and we'd like to see the whole commission in our town. So same idea, but I just wanted to put in a quick plug. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hauser.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I know it always opens it up when we bring these things to the conversation. I just think we had a lot of conversation last time when we were looking at the agenda about this kind of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I guess I would just ask maybe some of the new commissioners and others, for those of us who are working, my sense is that Fridays are a little easier to take off than Wednesday, Thursdays in the middle of the week, but I could be alone in that. And so if we're not dealing with winter traffic and sort of being in the Denver area for that Friday issue, I think the January, March certainly makes sense. When we're out and about in the great state of Colorado, I think some folks like to stick around for a weekend, and it makes it a little bit easier if we're Thursday, Friday, but that's just one vote. Would invite others to at least weigh in. I can be overruled.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, so on September, if we did Meeker, which I think is a great idea, I really don't think we want to be fighting the sheepdog trials. We may want to attend because it's a great thing to attend. But with that and Labor Day coming up, it may be wiser to move early and go with September 1st and 2nd, would be my suggestion. And then November, Commissioner Touchton, Lamar is great, but I'm one that hopes that, particularly with my puppy dog coming into prime, that we continue our tradition of pheasant hunting, and it's a 3-hour drive from Lamar to Yuma. So my preference would be to stay up in the corner.
Commissioner Adams.
Just wanted to circle back to Commissioner Hauser. I also work full-time, and so I would appreciate a better balance between Wednesday, Thursday, and Thursday, Friday, whenever possible. Thank you.
Okay, well, you're gonna all have test my memory now, which you'll probably find is deficient. But this is kind of what I think got so far, general sentiment, although one piece is kind of unsettled. January 13, 14, Denver. March 17, 18, Aurora. April was optional, no change. May 5th, 6th for Grand Junction. June 10, 11 for Trinidad. July optional and Durango. No, July's not optional, mandatory, I'll call it, and Durango. August is optional, no change. September 1st, 2nd, Meeker. And then the one that I have kind of outstanding is dates okay, November 18, 19, but still a question between Lamar, Yuma, and Holyoke. Did I capture all the comments correctly, Laura?
Yes, that sounds right. The only other consideration is that besides the pheasant opening or the hunt, I'm sorry, is we need to make sure we're in a place where we're able to get pretty solid internet so that we can do these meetings, have this virtual component through Zoom as well. So that's always a consideration.
Are there any there that concern you in location?
I'm not sure about Lamar. Yuma was this year, is planned for this year. I'm not certain what the status of that is either. But So no, I can't say for certain that they are or aren't. I just wanted to make a point of it.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, follow-up comment?
All right. This is actually an abridged comment, which is, I know we've talked a lot about the importance of having more time to kind of plan and learn and have continuous improvement. And I'm just wondering, I know we've talked previously about leveraging the partners conference since we're all there and a lot of our key stakeholders are there as an opportunity to even potentially launch our strategic planning process and create a space or half day or some mechanism where we're not kind of toggling between voting and getting information, but really having opportunities to have these conversations with the public around preference points or herd management or, electronic calls or just some of the other larger issues. So again, not necessarily for a meeting, but I don't see time in here for any that addresses that issue around that time for visioning and planning and walking that line between our legal obligations as far as open meetings law, et cetera. Thank you.
So make sure I understand your comment. You'd be proposing perhaps taking one of our optional meetings and making it a fixed meeting to add more time. And the one you'd be suggesting is the one in Vail in April because it would be able to connect that to the partners conference.
And not a full 2-day, but just some mechanism where there's additional time for us to get together with the public and not just have it be informational or we're making a decision.
Okay. Director Prinsloo.
Maybe helpful, maybe not for November. And maybe Commissioner Garcia will choke me on this one, but the pheasant hunt is important, I know, to a lot, but I think it's been a while since we've been in lower southeast Colorado. We do have 3 new commissioners from lower southeast Colorado, so it strikes me that it might be a good idea to go down there one time next year, whether that's November or not, and we could always try and caravan another day to the hunt. That's just one option, but I do think it's important, with new commissioners to be able to represent, a whole portion of the state. We haven't been in it a while, so I don't know if that'll help or not. We can always, and Mark Leslie would owe me if we did that too, because he's hosted the pheasant hunt for like 5 or 6 years. Quail hunting, I hear, is actually pretty good this year. I don't know about next year, so let's hope we don't have a drought of droughts, but something to consider for the commission. Sounds like you have pretty much unanimous other than November, so I'll step out of the way. Just thought you can deliberate off of those.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. I actually used to pheasant hunt down there by Lamar and Springfield. It's pretty good down there too, or it's kind of cyclical, but it could be very good. Maybe we could task Brett with that. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to piggyback off of Commissioner Adams' point. I think not just the partners conference looking at the potential of a workshop of some type, but also if we could in November discuss some ideas regarding potential workshops for next year. I think that the new reality of COVID and these Zoom meetings have maybe opened up some options in regards to continuing to discuss some of these very, very complicated topics in a pretty intentional and deliberate way where we can inform our opinions better, as well as get that information directly from our expert staff. And then the other point is I wanted to say I would love to come to Lamar, so I'll put my vote there.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Garcia.
Director Prinsloo beat me to the punch because I was going to say that if Director Prinsloo and Manager Ackerman could guarantee us providing some really good quail hunting, Lamar would be a great place to go.
I think the scales have tipped about Lamar in the November meeting. how about this for proposal? I think I didn't hear any pushback on the other dates and times and locations that I previously listed. We could adopt that as our 2021 meeting schedule here today. There would, I still think, be 2 action items for Laura to work out, and perhaps you, Director Prenslow. Number 1 action item would just be a confirmation with regards to the broadband capability in Lamar, so that we could execute that meeting there via Zoom if necessary. Hopefully that's not where we'll be in November of 2021, and we'll all be face to face and just broadcasting our meeting. The second action item, pursuant to Commissioner Adams and Schaefer's suggestion, come back to us in November with thoughts about an optional time, either adding a day to an existing meeting that we would approve today, or adding an additional meeting, perhaps in April or August, making one of those optional meetings, I'll call it mandatory, or bringing it forward, and let you do a little research about that first, whether to partner with the Partners Conference or partner with one of the existing meeting dates. So we wouldn't have to make this on a fly decision and then perhaps change it in November or January. How does that sound for the group here? Does that sound like a logical approach? Okay, then. Then is there a motion to approve the 2021 meeting schedule as discussed? And I think, Laura, you've captured that. Is that correct? Okay.
I did.
So, Commissioner Schaefer, second.
Second.
I second.
A second from Commissioner Touchton, I believe. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. So let's move to the final item on our agenda, number 25, which is our consent agenda. We discussed that, I believe it was item 3. There was one item removed, and I don't remember if I got this, that I could. It was 19-029 NW project. So that one will not be voted upon, but will be discussed in tomorrow's executive session. So with no other corrections to it, is there any other comments or questions about that consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda absent the modification made this morning?
So moved.
Commissioner Garcia. Second, I think that was Commissioner May. Thank you. Again, I think we can do this one on a voice vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And I think that, believe it or not, is it for the day, and we are 27 minutes ahead. So with that, call the meeting to a close until we reconvene at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.